A little late. Here we go.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning, everybody. We have like 30 seconds, 45 seconds till the show starts. So,
A little late. And I'm not plugged in.
Wheezy gets a belt today. Congratulations, Wheezy, out baby.
Hey, been moving on up.
What's up, Russ Dog? What's up, Warren? What up, Michigan? KC Tucker in the building. David in the building. Scooter's here. Hey, is there anything better than a baseball game at like 9 a.m.?
You know why? It does always seem like it's the Braves. And look, there's Nick Allen.
Oh, he's legend. All right, here we go.
Boy, he's tiny.
Yeah, he is. Okay, I think I got this right. We don't have Joe today. We don't have our safety net for making sure the station's on air. So it looks like we are. Studio 2 live. I know I've taken the board where when I push a button, we're going to go to commercial.
Okay.
We're not going to go to commercial now. We got a segment to do, but
okay.
I think we're set. I think I've got this right where I'm not going to mess anything up. I have our system ready with all our music and all that jazz.
Okay.
All the basic radio sweepers of like you're listening to. That's all in. I think we're good. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
I don't know that we've had Joe out where I've had to run the board and we've not had an issue. Like I think every time he's out, I do something a little wrong.
Every once in a while, it's a perfect day.
Every now, oh boy. Few and far between, though. Okay, let's see. That's on. All right, let's do a program. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. No Joe Brazil today. He is on assignment. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out till noon. We're on the radio, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. But we're multimedia. We're also on the Audacy, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. So if you listen on the radio and you need to get out of your car, go away from your radio, you can just tap in on your phone at one of those apps. They're free. Search ESPN 1320. And we're there. You can keep listening. Or you can hit us on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We also simulcast live on Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. That's the podcast version of the program. There are so many ways to listen. We have so many tentacles out in the world. What are you laughing at?
The chat is wild.
No, like yeah, duh. Hit the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Go on.
If you are out there and you need someplace to hang out with just random people that you may never meet in person, and hey,
those are the homies.
Meet in person, like there's some good content going on in the chat.
The chat is such that I probably 3 times a week have to close the comments. Not because people are saying mean things, like that definitely happens sometimes, especially when Manny and John Bull are in the chat. But sometimes it's just we're having a conversation. We have an audience to try and entertain.
Yes.
That's our goal here. And then sometimes I'm in the chatty house and I'm not paying attention to our conversation. I'll be like talking, but I'm just like roboting while I'm talking and just kind of regurgitating a take I've thought of 16 times because I'm reading what's happening in the chatty house. And I have to close the comments or else I won't be engaged in the conversation we're having.
No, I'm with you. I mean, the Count of Monte Crypto in the chat, you're telling a long story here. And it's getting a little wild.
Oh my God. This is multiple. Oh my God.
It just keeps going. So
hey,
if you're out there and you need somewhere to feel like Norm from Cheers,
or Norm in the chat.
Yeah.
The Count of Monte Crypto. I ain't reading all that. But I'm happy for you though, or I'm sorry that happened. Shoot. Hey, before we get into NFL training camps are fully underway. We've got all the practice videos coming out. I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about the Raiders who begin practice today. Talk about the 49ers who begin practice tomorrow. Players we're watching. But speaking of random things, since that's just what we're going to do here at the top of the show today.
Of course.
Also, Keith Smith talked to a Kings front office executive and a coach. And there were some really interesting quotes that came out of Keith Smith's piece on Spot Track. So go check that out. We're going to talk about that coming up here in a little bit as well. But tons to get into today. And at 10:45, A's outfielder Lawrence Butler is going to join us. He homered to lead off last night's game. I texted A's PR guy, Mark Ling, who is the homie. Love Mark. Texted him 2 nights ago and said, A's are winning tomorrow. Lawrence Butler's going to homer, and then he's going to join the show at 10:45. We got 2 out of 3. We got a leadoff homer from Lawrence Butler. A's couldn't hold on. That's fine. Lawrence is still going to join us at 10:45. Should be a really fun discussion with him. Big Hawks guy.
Yeah.
Loves his Atlanta Hawks.
I know.
Made that very clear, and they made some moves. I'm excited. I'm more excited to talk to him about that than actual baseball, to be honest.
Yeah.
See what he thinks
he's
about
playing
his
some
Hawks.
center field. He robbed a home run the other day.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's his natural position, I think. He started in center, but then the last couple of years has primarily played right field.
Because he can throw
right
better than everybody else.
Sac State's former head coach, John Smith, a legend who the Sac State baseball field is named after, always said you put your best athlete in right field. And Lawrence is quite an athlete. So excited to talk to him. West Sacramento A's outfielder Lawrence Butler joins us at 10:45. I've been watching. So I got into the show Traders.
Okay.
It's a game show. There are reality show contestants, but it's like people who have been on Survivor.
Okay, former
Parvati.
reality show.
Parvati from Survivor has been on it, and a couple other different.
She's been on Survivor like 14 times.
Just insane.
So many times.
Boston Rob made an appearance.
Oh, okay.
In the just a legend. And a few other Big Brother, the Desperate Housewives, and a couple of other different kind of reality shows are in there. They're mixed in, but I just like that style of game show. It's kind of like murder mystery type deal.
Okay.
So there's a show on Netflix called Secret Millionaire.
Okay.
The premise of Secret Millionaire is it's normal people. It's not reality stars come together to this house, and they go to their rooms, and every room has a box in it, and one of the boxes has $1 million. And it is up to the person who first has the $1 million to try and hold on to the $1 million. You want to be the last person standing who has the $1 million.
Okay.
Because if they identify the millionaire is out of the game and the money gets transferred to somebody else.
Okay.
At random. I hate this show. I'm going to keep watching because I want to see who wins. Like I'm invested in the people.
You're pot committed.
Yeah, absolutely. But if there's a season 2, I'll check to see if there's some rule changes. But here's the premise. So person A goes on the first day. They explain like, okay, it's this big dramatic thing about how they got to go to the rooms and see who has the money. And the first person gets the $1 million. And they're like, oh, I didn't want the $1 million. Like, because you want it at the end, you don't want it at the beginning, because if you have it at the beginning, people are hunting you. And as the millionaire, you get a secret agenda every day. It's like a thing you have to do. And if you do that thing, you might get 3 votes at the elimination. Okay. And it's a secret vote. Okay. So your vote counts for 3. Okay. Or one of the things is if you do your agenda, you can have the money transferred to somebody else. Oh. So you don't have to deal with it anymore. You don't know. It goes at random, but so you don't have to deal with it anymore. So there's all these things. But if you don't do the agenda, you either have to keep the money or you have to you lose a vote automatically. You have 1 vote against you at the elimination table. The problem is these secret agendas are insane. It's like you have to hug every person, and everybody in there is looking for odd behavior. So there's one person who's going to be doing something weird, and then there's challenges. And when you win a challenge, that group of people who wins the challenge gets to go to the trophy room. And in the trophy room, you get a hint about who the millionaire is.
Oh, no.
But spoiler alert for one of the things. If you really want to watch Secret Millionaire and not have because I'm not through it yet. I'm not done. This is an early in the show spoiler. So hang on for 30 seconds and mute me. In 3, 2, 1. One of the secret agendas is the person has to make 2 people scream.
Oh.
Well, the person who was the millionaire chipped his tooth. He had a chipped tooth that happened in the house. So he leans into that as like, God, I'm so frustrated. Like, this is just, I just need to scream. Can you come scream with like just a frustration scream? So everybody goes over and they make it this whole thing, and it's this kumbaya moment. They're all screaming together, and he thinks he got it. The hint that they got in the trophy room was the millionaire completed their secret agenda, and that agenda was based on the title of a horror movie.
Oh, great.
Like, that's so easy.
So the
one weird thing that happened was that everybody started screaming randomly during the day, and then we got to think of horror movies. So that's what they do. They get this hint. The person who got the hint relays it to everybody else so they can try and identify the millionaire, and they just start listing off horror movies, and somebody goes, scream. And then a couple of the people are like, oh, all right, we know who it is. They've correctly identified, I'm 3 episodes in, they've correctly identified the millionaire 3 times already. Like, it's just, there's like, no competition.
Yeah.
It's not.
See, I'm telling you, that's why I do love Survivor.
Survivor's a good competition show.
And Survivor, they're always evolving.
Yes.
And changing the way that they handle things.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is always got a little bit of a new spin on it. And, they're almost 50 seasons in. So 25 years in, because they do 2.
Just unbelievable.
Yeah.
50 seasons.
I know. Joe.
And they managed to keep it
Joe,
fresh.
Joe Hunter.
Yeah.
Katie Christensen's husband.
Sacramento legend.
He's going to be on season 50. He's coming back for
hell yeah.
Yeah, he's coming back for another year.
Sweet. Love that.
And I wonder, like, you can make a career out of this, because a lot of these people just go around doing these other shows and like,
sure,
hey, why not? I might as well
get a little check on the side, maybe get an endorsement here or there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. This is the other thing. Somebody in the chatty house said it's basically who can lie the best. Randy Lilly said it's basically who can lie the best. And that's the thing. So I hate this happens in Traitors all the time too. And I'm sure this happens in Survivor. I'm not as familiar with Survivor. I haven't watched it in a long time, but I'm not as familiar with how that game has evolved. But in Traitors, there's a bunch, there's 18 people or whatever. And there's 3 traitors who have to conceal the fact they're traitors. And then they kill a person every night. They eliminate a person every night secretly.
Mm-hmm.
And then people have to try and identify who the traitors are. And then people get so mad when the traitor is a traitor and they're like, you lied to me. How could you do that? I cannot trust you. Lied to me. I thought we were friends. Like, yeah, it's a game.
That's the game.
That's the point.
Yep.
You're being lied to on purpose. If that person didn't lie to you and just avoided you, it would be weird. It's like, yeah.
And like a week ago, you had no idea who that person was. They were some random person on the street that you had never, ever, ever met before.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the it would be like in the NBA. Can you imagine? Dennis Schroeder brings the ball up the floor, and one of his friends in the NBA is guarding him and steals the ball, and Dennis is like, bro, why'd you do that? I thought we were friends. Like, no, you're in competition with each other. That's why you're on the game.
We're friends.
What are we talking about?
Off the court, on the court, it's battle time.
Right.
Yeah.
And just the amount of people that don't get this in these games, like, I can't believe you would lie. You lied to us. You were deceitful. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to have done Survivor. I did years ago with my brother go to tryouts for The Amazing Race. We didn't get.
Oh,
we made it all the way to like they actually like had us in an interview and everything.
Oh, nice.
But
did you have to send in a video?
No, like you had to get up at 4:00 in the morning and go get in line, and we were like super close to the front of the line because we got there early, and yeah. We made it all the way in. We actually got to talk to somebody, a producer, and all that stuff. And I think we would have been great TV. I would yell at my brother the entire time.
I wonder how they choose that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, but
are they judging your answers? Are they judging your interactions? Is it both?
Think that's what they are. They're looking for like controversy. They're looking for people who
Like, if you guys had just walked in and every answer contradicted each other and then argued about it, I bet you would have made it on the show.
Yeah, maybe.
They're looking for messy.
They're looking for messy or they're looking for buddy
messy.
comedy. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would have loved to have done Survivor, but my back issues and the fact that unless they provide like unlimited sunscreen, I'm kind of shot.
You have a real problem.
Yeah.
I would hate going on a show like that and being the first person out.
Oh, of course.
Because it's like in baseball. There's nothing worse in baseball than fouling out. I hate it. You swing and you make contact. It's a pop up to first on the foul side of first base.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a wasted bat. I feel like if I'm going to go all the way to this island, I get 2 days there before the first tribal council.
Oh,
and then I'm just out. Like, wait, I didn't get a chance to play. I would hate that.
Maybe I'll go back and send in a video for.
Oh God, please do.
Survivor.
Can I help produce it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes. I would like to do that on the show. We make the video on the show.
Okay.
I want this to be a bit that we hash out.
Okay.
We got training camps happening, but there's going to be some days off during training camp. We're going to have some segments.
Okay. I'm in.
Hell yeah. We're going to get James on Survivor, everybody. It's going to be amazing. Anyways, we'll talk about real stuff, I promise. We got Keith Smith talked to a Kings front office executive and a coach. They talked about Keegan Murray's extension, the Dennis Schroeder signing, the evolution of the roster, and Keon Ellis's non-extension. We've got an A's loss to talk about. We'll talk to Lawrence Butler, their outfielder, at 10:45. And I'm getting kind of tired of the Keegan Murray conversation. I think I'm over the Keegan Murray discussion. We'll talk about that. Training camps are underway. They're in full swing. Tons to get to on a Wednesday. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Did I mention training camp?
Maybe.
A's, not A's. Raiders and 49ers training camps, which means training camp videos are coming out.
Uh-oh.
Which means it's overreaction time in the NFL. And training camp overreactions worse than summer league overreactions. But we'll get to
overreactions.
We'll get to all of that. James, Kyle, Jiffy Lube, No Joe, the Insiders, ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Rust Dog. I have talked to Joe. And actually, to be honest with you, he's always like when I have seen him, he's always like, "Oh man, you got to try out. It's so incredible." I would love to do that. Oh, thanks to Baby Daddy. That one.
Do you know what else I hate while we're talking competition shows? Because I don't want to get into this on the program again, or I'll take up a whole segment.
Okay.
I don't hate Keegan Murray. I hate the conversation around Keegan Murray. I hate on Chopped. I love the show Chopped.
Okay.
Chopped is top 5 all-time TV show for me. And that's probably not true. Top 8. I'll go comfortably top 8 all-time TV show for me. And the amount of people, once it got popular, Chopped was very, very popular. The amount of chefs that would get Fruit Ring cereal, Fruit Loops, but they can't call it that, Fruit Ring cereal, and they'd be like, "Oh, what are these processed ingredients? I don't cook with this." Like, yeah, man, that's the program. That's the point of the show. What are you talking about? This isn't who can cook the best. This is who can turn chicken S into chicken salad.
Yeah.
Like
that's funny.
Man.
I've been rewatching Ted Lasso because they are now filming a 4th season.
I don't know how I feel about it. I thought the end of season 3 was really good and I felt good about it. I'm excited to spend time with the characters again.
Yeah.
But I'm really, really scared for the quality of the show.
I don't know because, you know who the writer is. Like,
yeah, and I also know that the writer did season 9 of Scrubs. Which is also getting a reboot.
It is getting a reboot, which I love Scrubs.
Incredible show. Season 9 was hot garbage.
Oh, horrible. Yeah, when it shifted from NBC to ABC, I think it was, It like went downhill so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just tried to mix the formula up.
Yep. Yeah, and then once all the primary characters left, and it was just JD and Sarah Chalk even in season 9.
I think so. She's
I
back.
have no recollection of it. They make jokes on their podcast, Donald Faison and Zach Braff.
Uh-huh.
They have a Scrubs rewatch podcast, and they make jokes about how season 9 doesn't exist.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah.
This is true though. Bill Lawrence is a legend.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they can do it the right way.
Yes.
Fake doctors, real friends. Yep.
That's it. Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We will not talk sitcoms. We're going to talk about sports, damn it.
It is July. Late July.
July 23, and training camps are beginning. Dude, I just real quick want to get this training camp overreaction thing, and then we'll talk about the Kings. Lawrence Butler, A's outfielder, going to join us at 10:45 right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Excited to talk to Lawrence, who we have not talked to since the Sawyer before the season. So excited to get a little update from him.
We didn't have him on the show one time?
Mm-mm.
I thought we did.
I don't think so. Did we? I don't know. We had JP Sears.
Okay, we had JP Sears.
Jacob Wilson.
Brent Rooker.
Tyler Soderstrom. Was Rooker on the program?
I think we had Rooker.
Yeah, we might have.
Or did he not make it the day that we had him set up?
That might have been the case.
Boy.
Oof.
We're not very good at this, Kyle.
No, we're not. No, we're definitely not. But Lawrence Butler, we'll talk to him about his position change, what he did over the All-Star break. He's a huge Atlanta Hawks fan. We'll talk to him about that. That should be a fun conversation. He's a fun guy to chat with. Real quick, before we get to the Kings, though, I need, and I know I say this a lot, just about various preseason things in sports.
Mm-hmm.
And James and I, if you listen to this program, we are very much proponents of fan how you fan.
Oh yeah.
Do your hate what you want to hate, love what you want to love. Like, we were not going to tell you how to fan, but I need the reactions, or not even reactions, overreactions and sweeping declarations from padless one-on-one drills in training camps to slow down. We're on year, how long has Twitter been around? Almost 20 years? 16 years now? 17 years?
17 years, I think. 1998. I mean, 2008.
Almost 20 years.
Yep.
And we're still doing this. Wow, look at this rookie in this one-on-one rep. Make sure to move him up your fantasy draft board. It's like, okay. He's a 7th-round pick. Relax.
Calm down.
He won a one-on-one rep, which is designed to be won by the offense. Come on. The news with one-on-one reps is if somebody looks particularly terrible. That's the news. If an offensive lineman is just getting his ass kicked in one-on-one reps, that's bad. If a wide receiver can't create separation in one-on-one, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
If wide receiver gets a step on a corner, though, in a one-on-one and makes a deep catch, it means nothing.
And he's up against the 6th corner or something.
Right.
The 12th corner on the roster.
Right. No safety help.
Yeah.
No game planning. Yeah. It's just, Anyways.
Well, I always like to, when I go to media day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Media day, you're always looking.
Kings.
Yeah, for the Kings.
Yeah.
You're always looking for the big winner of the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the guy who comes in who looks like he really, really worked out and was, came in ready. A couple of years ago, it was Trey Lyles, who had lost probably 25, 30 pounds. Yeah. Then, I think 2 years ago, it was Kessler Edwards who showed up and was just jacked. It was like, what in the world,
right.
bro? What is going on?
Oh, right.
I remember even all the way back, my first, after my first season, the next, we had to go through the lockout.
Mm-hmm.
Then the players showed up, and Hassan Whiteside had gained 30.
Oh, yeah, he got super yoked.
30 or 40 pounds of
That's
sheer
crazy.
muscle, like literally looked like he had gone to, I don't even know. Like
He was ripped.
he was gigantic.
It was so funny.
And his first thing was, hey, my dad played for the Minnesota Vikings and he weighed 290 pounds. And I had no idea that his dad had played for the Vikings. But
That's crazy.
sure enough, he was a defensive lineman who weighed 290.
It's the Haas.
And so it was like, okay, that's crazy. But then the first day of camp, trashed his knee and was done. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where you're always like, you show up and you're like, okay, who looks really good? Just because Kessler Edwards worked out really hard during the summer did not mean that he became a much better basketball player, unfortunately.
Right. Best shape of their lives.
Yeah.
Speaking of early training camp things, we talked a little bit about some of the news that came out of the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch press conference yesterday, but I wanted to get to this quote. We talked about this a little bit on Candlestick Chronicles with our buddy Chris Biederman, but I want to talk about it with you. Kyle Shanahan was basically asked if they anticipated Jauan Jennings holding out and asking for a new contract. Not, I shouldn't say that. He's not holding out. He is reported. They say they expect him and anticipate him to be on the field. We'll see if he actually practices. But anyways, it asked, like, did you kind of see this coming? And he said, yeah, I think you anticipate all situations that make sense when a player's in that situation. I see the same thing with Colton McKivitz. Pause right there. I get it. Colton McKivitz is a probably league average starting right tackle, and he makes significantly less than that. But Kyle Shanahan invoking Colton McKivitz, who has not said a peep, and from all we know, is going to go out there and play. Kyle Shanahan invoking Colton McKivitz there, unprompted, is definitely a shot at Jauan Jennings. It's like, yeah, we got two guys like this. One of them's yapping about it. The other one isn't. Like,
yeah,
oof.
but then tomorrow, sheepishly, Colton McKivitz walks up to the coach's office. Knock. Hey,
why wouldn't you?
I was thinking about this last night when I was watching social media, and I was thinking maybe I should come in and ask for a raise and see if I could get a contract extension since I'm only under contract this season. Just wondering if that's a possibility, because if it is, I'd really like more money. If it's not, I might hold out.
Yeah. Like, hey, coach, you made a great point.
You made a great point.
Thanks
for always having my back, coach.
Yeah. Can
you give me John Lynch's number?
Yeah. And I know there's people probably like, oh, Colton McKivitz. A, there's probably people listening who don't know who that is. Or B, you might be a Niner fan and like, he stinks. Don't give him but A, I got to tell you, go look at the offensive lineman on the roster. He is far and away their best option at right tackle. More so than Jauan Jennings is the Niners' best option at wide receiver.
I really do hate it, though, when we get to a point where we're like, well, we don't have anyone better. Because that's Kings 101. Well, we would love to, but, he's the best option. It's like, yeah, he's the best option.
Here's the other thing he said. I think this just really hits my funny bone. Here's Kyle Shanahan. When people talk about how to avoid drama and stuff and things like that, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about it. I think that's just business. He's talking about Jauan Jennings here. I don't call that drama. I call that business. I mean, if you want to avoid all drama, then just be really extremely bad at business and just be ridiculous on everything. And I guess there'd be no drama until you tear your team apart doing that. So, like, you look into all that stuff, but like, we've got a great relationship with these guys. Those two guys, that does make sense. We can do everything we can to make that work out, but it's not always easy to make it work out. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, let me go out to my grill and cook you up a big nothing burger.
Dude, he goes,
circular quotes.
He said, people talk about how to avoid drama. And I'm not saying it's drama, but actually drama's good. If we didn't have drama, it'd be bad. So I'm not saying it's negative that there's drama, because there's not, but there is. But if we didn't have it, it would be a bad thing.
Well, in a certain
ipso facto, drama, good.
There is a point that
oh my God.
There is nothing worse than the only thing worse than being bad is being boring and bad.
Yeah.
And so I guess drama does actually drum up something that can distract from the fact that you might not be that good.
Well, he's saying when you have too many good players,
Yeah.
and you're paying a lot of guys, that's a good problem to have.
Okay.
If the 49ers didn't have any good players, then they would just sign Jauan Jennings because they wouldn't be paying anybody big money and you could just afford to keep him. But they can't necessarily do that. So have a high-priced quarterback, high-priced defensive end, high-priced linebacker, high-priced tight end, high-priced running back, high-priced receiver. One of their corners is now making $88 million. Like they have all this capital invested already. So it's a good problem to have. I thought it was funny. He said, talk about how to avoid drama. I'm not trying to say anything negative. Actually, what I'm saying is that this is all great. We love drama here. All right, man. You got it. The way he said that though, and the fact that he included McKivitz and then ended his answer with those two guys, that does make sense. It kind of makes me think that we're going to get extensions for both at some point.
Great. I'm all for Jauan Jennings extension. McKivitz is like, you've been waiting for 5 years or 3 years for him to find someone better.
Yeah, no, he's fine. But I think if you can find a starting caliber tackle, which I think he is, if you can find a starting caliber tackle and get him for cheap, if he wants to sign a 3-year, $35 million extension or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, sure.
McKivitz just looking around like, is this happening?
Yeah. Well, yeah, just give him some money.
Just gonna give me more money?
He's a good stopgap until you find something better. Yeah, I don't hate the idea. But anyways,
I do hate the idea when the stopgap is like 8 years.
well,
You're like, okay, that's a long time that we've had a stopgap here. Like,
yeah, that's true.
That's
gotta
like
figure
when you fix something and you just rig it
Mhm.
and then it doesn't break and you're like, we'll just see how long it lasts.
I'm doing that with my car right now.
We'll just see how long it lasts. Oh no.
It's fine.
Well, that's what AAA is for, Kyle.
Dude, bro, shout out to you, man. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. No Joe Brazil today. Keith Smith covers the NBA for Spot Track, among other places. Emptied out his summer league notebook and included some notes on every team in the NBA. Split it up, Western Conference and Eastern Conference. Highly recommend you go check it out. A lot of really interesting stuff in there, both Kings and non-Kings, but obviously we're going to stick with the Kings stuff here. The first bullet point here is about Dennis Schroeder. And the quote from a Kings coach is, last year after trading De'Aaron Fox, we saw that our offense needed more ball handling. We've got scorers and passers, but guys to get into our stuff was something we were lacking. That's what Dennis will give us, along with his own scoring and playmaking too, via a Kings coach.
Mm-hmm.
That clarifies for me that I think they are expecting Dennis Schroeder to start. He might not play as many minutes as Malik Monk, but I think Dennis Schroeder starts, and I think more importantly, Dennis Schroeder closes. Because I think that was a significant problem they had down the stretch of games last year, where we talked about it got way too early in games. Oh, DeMar DeRozan's just going to take over the offense, and he's just going to shoot it every time down, and the Kings are going to ride on whether he makes or misses. And it wasn't like a functional offense.
No, it went from a functional offense early in the season that was kind of sputtering to a non-functional offense that just became ISO, like whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Yeah,
and I think a big problem with that was they didn't have a true point guard, which I think Dennis Schroeder is.
Yeah,
at least as far as those exist in the NBA today.
I mean, I think that there are probably 25 truer point guards in the league than Dennis Schroeder, but that's fine. Like, Dennis Schroeder is a serviceable player, right? So if this is the answer, okay, and I get it. Like, I agree. When you brought in, DeMar DeRozan, the reason why you brought in DeMar DeRozan was because the previous year you were rolling and then started to have some issues, and then Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter got hurt, and you had no other playmakers outside of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, and your offense went to hell in a handbasket in a matter of seconds, right? So you wanted to add more, right? So I think that's why Dennis Schroeder makes a lot of sense. You added more, and I always like, it's great to have a defender that is just an unbelievable defender. Just think if you go get Matisse Thybulle, if he can't step on the floor, if he's always hurt, or if he's not good enough to stay on the floor, then it doesn't matter how good he is defensively. Playing 5 minutes a game doesn't change anything, right? So having a player that can step on the court and actually help your team and play is, a positive sign. So now you have, we always talk about like the levels of player. I put Malik Monk and Dennis Schroeder in the same tier of player. The same, I would have put Kevin Huerter in that same tier. The same with Harrison Barnes. They're this group of players that are league average to that spot right below All-Star. And they can have a variance of, whatever. Like they can have good seasons, they can have bad seasons, but they're not going to be so bad that you can't play them. They're always going to be in a rotation. They're always going to play 25 plus minutes a night, that type of deal. So I think, like, yes, the Kings needed a player who could initiate the offense, who could get things rolling and make things easier for other players. Whether Dennis Schroeder proves to be that guy or not, I don't know, because there's so many ways in which he's done that and hasn't done that in his last 5 stops in the last 2 seasons, that it will take time to know if he's going to be a player that fits or doesn't fit.
This is a FIBA World Cup MVP and gold medalist we're talking about.
Yeah.
FYI. No, I am of the belief that Dennis Schroeder has been on some teams where his role was not necessarily defined. And you talk to people in Detroit, and people in Detroit loved him, really wanted him back, because he kind of just slotted nicely into a role. I think that's what the Kings are at least anticipating here, that he's going to be the guy that, okay, late in the game, they need to get into their offense. It cannot turn into Zach LaVine ISO, Malik Monk ISO, DeMar DeRozan ISO, DeMar DeRozan ISO, DeMar DeRozan ISO. Oh, hey, Zach, your turn. Like, it can't be that. And I think they're hoping that Dennis Schroeder will be that organizer. Maybe he's not.
It's funny because if you talk to anybody,
they're sure hoping he is,
and they watched him in Golden State last year, they will tell you that Schroeder was a complete disaster in Golden State.
Yeah.
Right. He shot 37.5% in Golden State from the field and 32.2% from 3. When he got traded to Detroit, he shot 37.8% from the field and 30.2% from 3. He actually, from 3, he got worse by 2%.
Yeah.
As an offensive player, he was exactly the same, basically. And so realistically, like, he's the same player in both spots, but one place he looks like a genius and the other he looks like a horrible player. And that's just kind of the league. But also I get what you're saying about like whether he fits and all that stuff. It's just kind of like an interesting way.
I think he was considered a disaster in Golden State because there was a lot of onus put on him to carry them offensively.
Yeah.
Because you saw it. Steph Curry goes out. They got nothing.
Yeah.
They had nothing for Minnesota once Steph Curry went down. I think that a lot of the problem at the beginning of the year was it was like, oh, hey, Dennis, need you to do a lot more scoring than you're probably qualified to do.
And hey, we need you to shoot the 3, which you're not very good at.
Right, but then you go to Detroit, where they have Cade Cunningham to run the show. They have Malik Beasley leading the league in threes, or second in the league in threes, whatever.
I think he led.
Jalen Duren is a really high quality big. You had Tim Hardaway Jr. there. You got Tobias Harris. It was so much more all right, Dennis, you're going to play this very specific role. You're going to go be a pest defensively, and you're going to get us into the offense sometimes. I just think that's what he's going to do here in Sac. And maybe he's not a very good player. And if he's not, then that's on the front office for me.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see.
I think they got him to fill a pretty specific role. And if he can't do that, then, like, why did you bring him in?
Yeah, you got to figure out which version of Dennis Schroeder you're going to get. And, like, that's why, we don't have to have this discussion, but it's one I had on the podcast yesterday and we had on the show yesterday. Like, I don't see a huge difference between Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk. Schroeder's a little bit better defender. Monk is a better athlete. They're a coin flip. Who's going to play the most, or a coin flip of who should start and who should come off the bench. I don't really care either way. But I understand the idea. But all of the stats say they're virtually the same exact player.
I watch Malik Monk and I watch Dennis Schroeder, and I do not see the same player. Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
I really don't. But maybe I don't know what I'm looking at. We're going to talk to Lawrence Butler. Okay. He's outfielder. was a center fielder. Then he became a right fielder. Now he's moved back to center field with Denzel Clark getting hurt. We're going to talk to him about moving around positions in the outfield. We'll talk about what he did during the All-Star break. He's a big Atlanta Hawks guy. I talked to him about the Hawks. The A's are in a tough spot, man. They are in a place where I think it's impossible to watch them and not be excited about their future. But this season, just in the scope of this year, obviously Jacob Wilson, super exciting. Nick Kurtz, who you mentioned, has actually surpassed Jacob Wilson now in AL Rookie of the Year voting. Or not voting. I'm sorry, not voting. Odds.
Oh, wow.
So the A's have there's a very real chance the A's finish this year with the top 2 rookies in the American League. So that'll be fun to watch down the stretch. But I couldn't help but last night, the A's go up 1-0. Lawrence Butler leads off with a homer. And then the Rangers tied it. And then the Rangers went up 2-1. And it felt like the game was over. Because the A's are right on that cusp of they're not on the cusp of bad to good. They're on the cusp of bad to right around 500. Like right in the middle of the pack. They're right there. And so when they fall apart in a game, it's just, you're just kind of waiting for it. And that was a really tough watch last night.
Yeah.
It's like, can you get anything going offensively? Okay, nothing going offensively. Okay, but it's still 1-0 through, I think, 4. All right. And then, tied. Oh, now it's 2-1. Like, And now you're just kind of waiting for the bullpen to do its thing. And sure enough, they give up 4 runs in the 7th. It goes 6-1, and at that point, it's over.
Yeah,
that's just a really hard spot to be as a club.
It is.
Speaking of 1-0 leads, Rafi Devers, new first baseman for the Giants, raked last night in his first ever start at first base, and just hit a homer today for the Giants and put him up 1-0 on the Braves.
Look at that.
Salute to Rafi Devers. But salute more to Lawrence Butler because he is going to join us next. Oakland, West Sacramento A's outfielder Lawrence Butler. He is going to join us here in a second on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. No Joe Brazil. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. No. Well, yes, but we're good now.
Barcelona officially confirms Marcus Rashford will wear number 14. Talk about a guy who had an incredible season, got paid, and then did nothing. It's too bad. I like Rashford. Well, hopefully he does well at Barca. I think he's on loan.
Okay.
Drew Down. It's not a good morning, Drew Down. I agree with this, but he's one of those players that's always right there. Is Marcus Rashford the Rudy Gay of the EPL? I don't know. Your thoughts? Let's see. Do you see Domas and Max playing together at moments? We're gonna have that discussion. Wait, is it raining? I think actually Sean Cunningham said yesterday he hit a patch of rain on the way home to Elk Grove. That's hilarious. It's hilarious. Is Jason Siebenthal in the chat today? Where are you at, Jason Siebenthal? You are. Jason, I see you in here. Pull that picture down that you put up this morning. There's a reason why we don't talk about where Brennan works. It has nothing to do with the fact that we're competing radio stations. They played primarily at left wing. I don't know. Sometimes he's all right up top. I agree, Brandon. I agree. I think the biggest issue with Rashford is the Man U just doesn't have someone to set these guys up. And, Bruno's a good player, but they just don't push the ball the right way. And they have no finishers in the middle. What in the world? We got to figure it out.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have a program that only has two people on it, and you're trying to get somebody on the phone for an interview.
Okay,
it's fine. Salute to Jonathan. We appreciate him immensely for hanging out and answering the phone if and when it rings. Hopefully, going to have Lawrence Butler, A's outfielder, who led off last night's game with a homer and is back in center field defensively.
Yeah,
where he's crushing it. So hopefully we'll talk to Lawrence here in a little bit. The A's lost last night 6-2 to the Rangers, but man, they are I don't want to say so close because I think they probably need like 7 new pitchers. But
yeah,
you see the outline of a team that should be pretty freaking good.
If you look at their bullpen since like mid-June is like top 5 in Major League Baseball, which is great. So their bullpen figured it out. Their defense has started to figure things out as well. But it is really difficult to watch sometimes because they have guys who are just naturally playing out of position. They're trying to teach Tyler Soderstrom how to play left field at the Major League Baseball level. And that's just not easy, especially since they didn't even start him playing that in in spring training. So that, you didn't have a third base option, and you start throwing guys like Andahar at third base. You start throwing guys like Max Muncy at third base. They've never played it. So you're going to have all these issues with a brand new left fielder and a brand new third baseman. And unfortunately, they've had quite a few mistakes in that area.
And they have not a brand new center fielder, but sort of new to this season center fielder. Lawrence Butler has started at that spot the last couple of games, and he's going to join us now on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We're the Insiders, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you would like to join the show. But first, we got to get out to A's center fielder, outfielder, Lawrence Butler. Lawrence, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
Hanging in there, man. We're just talking about defensively, how you kind of came up as a center fielder, but you've moved to right field. Now you're moving back to center field for the last couple of games. What are some of the adjustments it takes as an outfielder going from, because I know like you go from third base to second base, very different position. Is it the same going from right field to center field and back and forth?
Yeah, it is, because I would it's like going from third to second, it's different views. When you're in the middle of the field, you can kind of see the strike zone. You can see where pitches are getting thrown at. You can see hitter swings a little bit better. So I feel like it's kind of a little bit easier to, anticipate where the ball is going to be than, when you're on the side or you're on a corner. You really can't see, kind of where the pitches are. You might not know if a hitter hits the ball as good as you thought he did. So, it's a big difference, but, I played it before in the past. I played it in minor leagues a lot. I played it a little bit 23 when I got called up. So, it's no big task for me. I feel like I can play center field with the best of them.
Lawrence, we saw you go over the fence and rob a home run the other night. You were like harnessing your inner Denzel Clark. Just how crazy has it been to watch his maturation? It's a real bummer. He had just started hitting the ball, but that ability to play next to a guy that has just uncanny ability to go over the fence and rob home runs left and right.
Yeah, I talked with Denzel a lot about, just the defensive side of the ball. He gave me some of the tips that he's, used in the league so far. So, he's been helping me out there. He's just a freak of nature. I mean, you see the catches he makes. I feel like nobody else in the league is making those type of catches. So, I'm glad he's on my team. I'm glad I just get to watch him and learn from him every day. He's been helping me out a lot out there.
Do you feel, as we talked to Lawrence Butler, A's outfielder on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, do you feel like what position you're playing affects how you approach the game at the plate at all?
I really wouldn't say so at all, because defense is deep. You kind of got to separate the two. You can't take your at bats on defense, and you can't take your defense to the at bats. But yeah, obviously, if you make a good play on defense, you're gonna be feeling a little bit good at the plate. But I feel like you kind of just got to separate the two, and I feel like the goal should always be up there to go up there and have a good at bat, and just get on base for the team and try to help the team win.
Lawrence, I think moving from right field to center field is one thing, but moving from first base to left field is something that does seem to have played a little bit in Tyler Soderstrom's up and down season. I think at one point, 13 of his 14 home runs had come while he was playing first base, and only one while he was playing left. He's slowly starting to feel more comfortable. Do you see that with Tyler, where, it's just difficult to bounce around the diamond, especially when you weren't, even in spring training, we didn't see him playing a bunch of left field?
Yeah, I think his first start in left field, or just in outfield period ever, was, in the big leagues. And, it's not easy to play outfield in the big leagues. And, he's been doing a terrific job. I want to say he's fourth in left fielders, with outs above average. And, he's just been playing a great left field. And, baseball is baseball. You're not going to go up to the plate and hit a homer every time or, get a hit. So, he's been doing really good with the struggles that come with, 162 game season. So, I feel like he's starting to heat back up anyway. So, he's been doing pretty good all year to me, if you ask me. So, I think he's a really good baseball player.
Yeah, no doubt. We're talking with Lawrence Butler, A's outfielder. You had an awesome 2024 season. I think pitchers going into this year probably had your name right there at the top of the scouting report. Of course, you're also leading off. Do you feel like pitchers have changed their approach with you this year?
I would say a little bit, yeah. Like any other good player, you have a good season. Pitchers are gonna keyhole you and try to find your holes and just try to find different ways to get you out, because they know that they don't want you to beat them, or they just rather somebody else on the team beat them. So, that's just the cat and mouse game of baseball. Pitchers make adjustments, and then the hitter got to make adjustments. Hitter make adjustments, then the pitcher make adjustments. So, that's just really how the game goes nowadays. Just pitchers are just trying to find different ways and new ways to, just get you out. And, we got to find different ways to just keep getting on base.
Lawrence, early in the season, we talked to you and we talked about this thing that last year, like, you realistically should have won Rookie of the Year or been right in the running for Rookie of the Year, but you were ineligible because you'd spent too many days up the year before, right? And then this year, you're watching Nick Kurtz and Jacob Wilson, who are just going at it for potential Rookie of the Years. How much fun is that to watch? The big slugger versus a guy who just slaps the ball all over the field.
I mean, it's amazing to watch. And I was preaching this, before we moved to Sacramento when we were in Oakland, the whole new Oakland thing. I wasn't just saying that about, me, Geloff, and Soderstrom. I was saying that about the whole minor leagues. I mean, I've seen the draft picks we've had, up to that point, and, they were all good. I had full confidence in Jacob. When we picked Kurtz, I had full confidence in Kurtz. And, we just got a lot of young players, Max Muncy, Denzel Clark. We got a lot of good young players on our team and our organization that are coming up to the big league level and making a big difference for our team. So, I mean, those two guys are just doing it. I mean, to see them do it at the age that they're doing it at, Jacob just went first AL rookie. Was it like AL rookie to start shortstop in the All-Star game? Yeah. I mean, what they're doing is special. And I'm just glad both of them are on our team. And I believe that Nick Kurtz might be one of the, best first basemen to ever play this game. I mean, what he's doing right now is unbelievable. He's got 19 homers in, I want to say, like 60 games or something like that. Like he's one of the best hitters in the league, I say, right now. And I mean, every time he steps up to the plate, it's like he's getting an extra base hit.
Just did the math on that last night. He's on pace over a full season for 49 jacks as a rookie.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's crazy. I mean, that's insane. I mean, you can't. It's like, I mean, when we see him at the plate, it's just like if you just throw it anywhere in the zone, or even if you paint a pitch, he's gonna hit it 112. So, I mean, we hoping he does the home run derby next year to be like close to his hometown in Philly. So we're all trying to convince him to get into the derby.
The one he hit against Texas a couple of nights ago, the breaking ball in the outer half, getting that pitch out opposite field is just ridiculous.
That's special. I mean, backdoor slider, curveball, and you just backside mammoth shot. I mean, he's special. I mean, me and Brent Rooker were telling him, like, Rooker saying, I don't think he's ever done that. So, for Kurtz to be doing that as a rookie, I mean, he's only 22 years old, and he's, putting up a season like he has right now. I mean, him and Jacob gonna be 1-2 for this rookie. I honestly don't know who's gonna take it now that Kurtz is doing what he's doing.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. Hey, last thing here for you, Lawrence. We really appreciate your time. But we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about your Atlanta Hawks. I don't know how much you get to lock into the NBA offseason while you're in the midst of your baseball season, but the Hawks have been making moves, man. That's going to be a good team in the East.
Man, I love the Hawks. I got the Hawks tatted on me. I mean, I feel like we're going to have a good year this year. We still got Trae Young. I just hope they don't ever trade him. And, I'm going to be at a lot of these games in the offseason. I love going to the Hawks games in the offseason. I feel like this is the year where we finally can, get through that Eastern Conference Finals. We usually, with LeBron being in Cleveland, when I was younger, just the East having some really good teams, I feel like we always get to that Eastern Conference Finals and just, fold. But I just hope this year, we can pull it through, and I'll be in attendance to watch them.
They're going to be a team to watch for sure, man. The East is wide open, and we'll be pulling for them for you. Really appreciate your time, Lawrence. Good luck with the rest of the season.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Take care, man. Lawrence Butler, A's outfielder. One of the best, man. Really enjoy chatting with him.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. We'll could have just talked to him about the A's rookies all day. He loves those guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate Lawrence Butler. Appreciate the A's for sending him over. We have the second hour of the show coming up. We got a ton of training camp stuff to get into, and Keith Smith talked to a Kings front office executive and a coach. We've just scratched the surface of those conversations, so we'll get into that as well in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Hell yeah, Lawrence.
All right, so here's a crazy stat. This is absolutely bonkers. They pulled Nick Kurtz up on April 23rd. It took him until the 13th of May, 17 games, to hit his first home run. Then he didn't hit another home run until May 20th, right? Game 24 of the season. So through his first 23 games, he had one home run. He's played 63 games, which means that
in his last 40?
18 home runs in his last 40 games.
Hang on, let's do some math. 18 in his last 40, so 18 divided by 40 times 162. That's a light 73 homer pace.
Yeah. Yeah. And the RBI totals are crazy too. He's got 49 RBI in 63 games.
Jesse texted me something.
The Hawks could be really good though. I don't know. They got Alexander Walker. They got Porzingis.
Hang on, we have to go away for a second.
All right.
First hour. Tight. Hi, everyone. We might have another. You know what? I'm going to try and do it. I'm going to try and do this. Since Jesse's here, James, you might have to take the start of the segment, but we're good.
What's going on, everybody? What's happening, Jesse?
What's up, Chatty House?
What do you think? I think we told everybody that this draft specifically, there was a top 8. And then after number 8, everybody from 9 to like 35, 36, maybe even 40 were considered like personal preference. And I think one of the reasons Neek probably fell is just because of his age. We're talking about a kid who turns 24 during his rookie season. So that might be it, but I'm here for it. There wasn't some personality quirk or anything else.
Hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. Hey, Jesse.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? Lawrence Butler interview was great, by the way.
Thanks, man. He was good. He was really good.
Yeah, he's like, it's always dope when the player, because players, when they come in and do the interviews, are not always so enthusiastic and stuff like that. It's kind of, all right, I'm here for 10 minutes, blah, blah, blah. Like, Lawrence was into it and stuff like that. That was dope.
Yeah, enjoyed talking about his teammates, which is not always the thing you get. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, by the way, hanging out with you till noon. Then when they hand it off to D-Lo and KC, which is produced by the great Jesse Tapia. No D-Lo, just KC and friends today.
Yes. Sarah Hodges will be there. James Ham will be there. I'll be there.
Hell yeah.
We'll talk sports. It'll be fun.
Maybe I'll be there.
Maybe Kyle will be there.
Nah.
Oh, never mind.
I don't know. That's coming up at noon. I was going to say something about Lawrence Butler, and I can't remember what it was. A's outfielder who just joined us. But, Jesse, I don't know if you heard, but I texted the A's PR guy 2 nights ago. So last night was Tuesday. So Monday night. And I said, hey, the A's are winning tomorrow. Lawrence Butler's going to homer, and then he's going to be on our show. And then he led off yesterday's game with a homer. And I was like, yes, I have not wanted the A's to win a game that bad since the last time they were in the playoffs. I needed that call. I needed that win, and I still couldn't get it.
No, that worked out. I'd take credit for that if I was you.
Okay, 2 out of 3 works?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Specifically because he homered.
You should have played
If
that
they
on your
just won-
underdog.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
Shout out to Daily Fantasy.
here's a crazy. We were talking about this before or during the break. In his last 40 games, I pulled up the stats. In his last 40 games, Nick Kurtz has 171 plate appearances and 147 at bats. He's got 12 doubles, 18 homers, and 43 RBI in 40 games. He's batting .320, and he's got an OPS of. Just disappear off the stream?
Yeah, my camera stopped working.
Oh,
While you figure that out, keep your screen on there so they can hear James on the stream.
Oh, okay, that's my bad.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, just absolutely unbelievable what he's been able to do over the last 40 games. And that's why he was AL Player of the Week this last week.
That is just for there we go. Hey, we're back. Just for math purposes, and just to get 18 homers across 40 games. Does anyone know what the regular season record for home runs in a season is? Just off the top of your head?
73.
Yeah, it's 73. That's that pace.
Yeah.
18 homers in 40 games is a 73 homer pace over 162 games.
Yeah, even the RBI total. I mean, he's on pace.
Have we not talked about my RBI takes? Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Well, I get it. I get
Keep
it.
going. Keep
But
going.
he's on pace for 172 RBI in 160 games. Oh, like seriously, 43 RBI in 40 games. You
That's an
remember
insane
when the A's acquired Jermaine Dye,
Yeah.
and he did this right here? I think he had 40 RBI or 41 RBI in his first 40 games, or the 40 games after he was acquired. He was so good, and then I believe that's the year he fouled the ball off his leg in the playoffs and broke his leg.
Broke his leg.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of how many RBIs 172 is, Aaron Judge led baseball last year by a lot with 144.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
I mean, it's really, really wild to watch a kid just figure it out. And he missed time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he had an injury, had to miss, I don't know, like he missed 2 weeks.
And a 40-game sample is a legit sample size.
Yeah. Well,
it's not,
oh,
hey, he
games.
has a 73 homer pace across 4 games. Like, no, it's 40. It's a quarter of a season.
Well, even what you talked about, the home run, he just waited and flicked the ball over the left field fence.
Yeah.
I mean, just a laser over the left field, like
generating that much pop on a backdoor breaking ball that's going 78 miles an hour or whatever.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. He's a really, really good player. The future's bright for the Athletics. So this Keith Smith thing, as we shift gears back to the NBA, James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s, or the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We talked about Dennis Schroeder and the Kings coach who talked with Keith Smith about Dennis Schroeder. Then there's a front office executive talking about Keegan Murray's possible extension.
Mm-hmm.
More or less said, we're really happy with Keegan. His role's been all over the place, but we're happy with his development, et cetera, et cetera. Keegan and his reps know how we feel about him. We're hopeful that we can get something done that keeps him in Sacramento for a long time. Okay, great. I don't hate anything there. His role has changed. Apparently, they're happy with his development. I think I'm done with the Keegan Murray development conversation. We know what he has to do.
Mm-hmm.
We know there might be things that make that prohibitive with the style of player around him. And that's it. I don't with Keegan Murray, I like him as a player, but if everything we said last year is true, and if what this executive is saying is true, he's had a tough role every year. As a rookie, we asked him to shoot a lot more. Last year, he was often the 4th or 5th option. Guess what? He's going to be the 4th or 5th option again.
He is.
And probably again the year after that. Maybe 3rd or 4th the year after that.
Yeah, the problem is that I just don't think you have an ability to stop some of the players from being who they are.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
The idea here isn't that, like that DeMar DeRozan is doing anything wrong. He's doing exactly what you paid him to do.
Yep. 1000%.
And so the problem is that if you want Keegan Murray to have more shots or to develop in a different way, then it's upon the team you know, sure, he can shoot more. He can try to shoot more. But realistically, it's upon the team to get a player that plays opposite him that is just a different style of player. And a player that shoots, you know, 10 to 12 times a game, not 17 times a game, and then another, you know, 5 trips to the free throw line.
So this is where, when I say I'm sick of the Keegan Murray conversation, this is why.
Yeah, because it can't change. It's not going to change.
I like Keegan Murray. This is the role he's going to be. For me to get on the radio and go, he needs to shoot it this many. Like, he'll do that half a dozen times a year where he has a huge game and shoots it 20 plus times, 18 plus times, whatever it is. And outside of that, he's going to be a tertiary 3-and-D role player.
Yeah.
That's what I got. And I think that this front office executive kind of confirms that when he said he's played a different role every year. Last year, he's a 4th or 5th option. Like, cool, and he's going to be in the same team. So Keegan Murray's an awesome 3-and-D wing right now.
Yeah, we were talking about Nick Clifford last night on the pod, and it was
Kings Beat podcast.
Yeah, it was a funny conversation because it's like, well, you know, who's going to be the backup 4? If it's not Isaac Jones, then who's your backup 4? If it's not Dario Saric, who's your backup 4? And, you know, the point was made, well, you could try to use Nick Clifford, just go small and use him over there too. And it's like, well, that's not really fair to take a young player and ask him to play a role that he's not really comfortable with. It's like, and my point was, they've done that the last 2 seasons to Keegan Murray.
That's a great point.
Like, hey, just shut up and play the power. We've got no one else. No one else is coming in that door. Like,
I think, and I know this is semantics and it's separate from what you're saying, because you're right, it hasn't mattered to the Kings. But I also don't think Nate Clifford can probably play the 4.
Oh, I agree. He's 6'5" and a half.
He's undersized.
I mean, 6'7" with shoes, close to 6'7" with shoes. So I'm with you.
But it also might not matter. He might just be one of their 5 best dudes that they got to get on the court at certain points.
Yeah, we won't know until we see him play. But I also look, like everything we think about Keegan Murray is going to be the exact same thing that Nick Clifford is going to deal with in his rookie season. Like, he is going to get minutes or not get minutes depending on what DeMar DeRozan is doing in the game, whether he's holding his own defensively, whether he's hitting his jump shot. Like, if DeMar DeRozan is on fire, like, Nick Clifford is going to play limited minutes. If DeMar DeRozan isn't on fire, he's not going to. And then when we get to the end of the game, we all know what's going to happen. Last 4 minutes of the game, DeMar DeRozan's going to be in the game, and Nick Clifford probably is not. And that's just the reality of the situation until the situation changes. And you know, I'm with you, Kyle. Like, there isn't a lot more discussion. And again, I people always think, oh, you just like bury DeMar DeRozan. It's like, no, I'm just being honest. Like,
yeah, this isn't. Do you want DeMar DeRozan to do something different?
Well,
if you're the Kings,
maybe.
No, you brought him in here to do this.
Yeah.
This is what he's gonna do. This isn't even about DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
I don't want to. This is about the Kings have Domantas Sabonis, they have Zach LaVine, they have Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan. All 5 of those guys, probably not Dennis Schroeder, 4 of those guys outside of Schroeder are gonna probably take more shots than Keegan Murray.
Yeah. I mean, and the fact is, Schroeder's going to be the guy with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
So it's possible he'll take more shots too.
So this is not, like I said, it's not even a DeMar DeRozan thing. It's just that this is where Keegan Murray is. This is his role on the team. I'm not going to sit here and go, I need Keegan to do more, because he's not going to. It's not him. It's not any specific player on the roster. It's just that's where it is. And this front office executive who talked to Keith Smith confirms it.
Yeah.
Okay, as a 4th or 5th option.
For right now. Like, I don't think that's his ceiling.
No.
That's just like who he is today.
What do you guys think his ceiling is, though? Like, say things worked out, Keegan Murray, there was no DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine in front of him.
Like, his ceiling?
Yeah, what do you think if, say, he was able to get his shots, do we think he could be a 20-plus point per game player?
Yeah.
I think 18 to 20 is wouldn't be that difficult.
No, I am right there with you. In fact, if he shoots the 3 at a better clip, he might get to 18 last year. So I'm
Well, I mean, he would have
Yeah, you're
had to
right.
have
You're
two
right. That
extra
was
shots.
too far. That was too
extra
far.
shots.
That was too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Math wasn't math in there. No, it's we've heard this name before in relation to Keegan, but if we're talking ceiling, everything went right for him. You're probably looking at somebody who is in the in not I don't think quite this caliber, but in the realm of a Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Like a first or second option, really awesome defender. Like I said, I don't think he would have been Kawhi specifically, just because I think Kawhi was so great at his peak.
Yeah.
But I think that's where you're talking ceiling wise, where he is that first or second option, and he's a lockdown wing defender.
I think like just right away, the player that I think he could be, and like even be a better rebounding version of Cam Johnson, like Cam Johnson season this year, where he averaged 18.8 points, 47.5% from the field, 39% from three.
Mm-hmm.
That's who I look at Keegan, and the fact that Cam averaged 3.4 assists per game this year.
Mm-hmm.
For the first 5 years of his career, he averaged around 1.3 assists per game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of Keegan would be able to expand his role if there was an ability to do that in Sacramento, but there isn't.
Yeah, not right now.
No, and the fact is,
probably not for a couple of years.
He's going to be in a starting lineup, and he'll be the best defender by a long shot in the starting lineup, and he'll get used to defend the most difficult person on the court the entire time.
That's it. And then can you knock down some threes?
Yeah. Do you have any legs left to hit the three? Yeah.
Yeah, an attack a closeout. That's it.
I think the interesting thing is, how much are you going to pay for that if you're the Kings?
Yes.
That is going to be the question. And, again, I think the Kings have limited his value slightly. They've knocked down his value by just like the opportunity that he's had. But that doesn't mean that his agent is going to be okay with that.
I just got a text from Kenny Caraway about our conversation, and I can't wait for the handoff coming up at 11:45. I'm in half an hour.
We always fight over the same thing.
I completely disagree, completely in all caps.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's talking to you, by the way.
He's talking to me.
Yeah, he's talking to you.
Yeah,
because I didn't get that text.
That's crazy. All right.
11:45, be here.
11:45, me and Kenny are going to box. Just me bleeding. All right. We'll have more on the Keith Smith article where he discusses his notes from talking to Kings executives and coaches. We've got more on the roster evolution. And then you have less of a problem, and we're going to talk about why with the non-Keon Ellis extension. But this quote from an executive on why Keon Ellis didn't get an extension really rubbed me the wrong way. We'll talk about that. We got some training camp stuff coming up, and me and Kenny are going to fight in half an hour. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. I don't have to do anything. That was great. Thanks, man.
Do I have time to go get coffee?
Yeah. Is there a way I can talk to you and not have the stream hear it? I can take myself out of the stream, right? Big fan of Seth, our lead engineer.
Seth will come into my studio from time to time when you're here. He'll just stuff you in a locker. He'll legit just stuff you in a locker and just walk out.
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
I'll be sitting here minding my business.
Seth is hella quiet, by the way, for the chatty house. Seth is just minds his business. Good, cool, nice guy or whatever.
Yep.
Quiet.
Yeah. Not like standoffish.
Yeah.
Like he'll say hi, but not I'll be sitting here working, just minding my business. And he'll come into Studio One, which when engineer walks in, it's kind of like, uh-oh, what happened? And he'll just look at me and be like, you're doing that wrong. You break anything today? Like, no.
And just walks out after that.
Yeah.
He'll be like, oh, what's up, Jesse? What's up, Seth? And just walks out after.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Just, hey, I know you have a problem. I'm not going to fix it. Why not? Because I don't like you. All right. Sick.
Shout out to the engineers, my favorite people here.
Hey, thanks, Rust Dog. Appreciate it. I'm all done with my drugs that I had to take for it. You're cutting what? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I guess everybody's at the baseball game, right? Hey,
Yeah, everyone's at
here's a
Audacy at the
random
ballpark.
question.
Would have been nice.
Huh?
Can you mute the mics for 2 seconds?
Sure. And I'm going to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just asking. Uh-oh.
I have a couple things. One, Bradley Davis is absolutely right. I think peripheral is the word I've been looking for, and I've been saying tertiary, which literally means third.
Oh, okay.
Bradley is, yes, correct. Shout out to you, Bradley Davis. He's absolutely right. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not even being a jerk. He's so right.
Shout out Bradley Davis to his nice spot. Like, it says like you're using it a little incorrectly. No, he's using it a lot incorrectly.
Yeah, like I'm
way
way
off.
off.
He threw the little to be nice.
He could have been a super jerk about it and didn't. He's like, hey, you know what? You're using this word wrong.
Hey, genius.
Salute. No, I appreciate that. Peripheral is the word. I'm like, over there.
Yes.
If DeMar DeRozan's the primary option, Zach LaVine's the secondary option, Domas would be the tertiary option. Yeah? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Very good. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Can we get... Hey, Jesse, I want to ask you this.
What's up, man?
Just because the Elk Grove Kid talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Have you heard from Mitch recently?
Yeah, yesterday or 2 days ago.
Okay, so it's
He
just our
called
show.
in yesterday. We didn't get to his call.
We have a proof of life on Mitch, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, he's good.
Okay.
He tweeted me. Like, Mitch is of Latin descent, East LA. He said.
Word?
Yeah, he said he's like me.
Oh,
Yeah, shout out Mitch.
Interesting. We just have our call screener board here.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
And it says Mitch and nothing else. And
Hey, to give you an
we
idea,
haven't heard from Mitch.
to
You
give
guys
everybody,
want Mitch to call in? I could send the bat signal out.
yeah. Oh, Mitch tweeted Kenny yesterday for his birthday. Okay, very good. Now we were just talking about. Hey, have you heard from Mitch? Like, is he doing okay?
Yeah, that's why
Hope he's
we
doing all right.
killed the mics, because when I came back in from getting coffee, I'm like,
Yeah,
wait,
no,
we haven't heard from Mitch.
yeah, and he's not banned. Like
Yeah.
Mitch has been banned from a different Audacy station. But he's not banned on this station. There's just times where I just don't get to the phone.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
have 2 hours. We got a lot to get to, and it's like, oh shoot, I forgot. Like our guy TC was on the line forever yesterday and hung up finally, because I didn't get to him.
Well, that was the
made me
day
feel
before.
bad.
Yesterday, I think
was a
he
couple days
did get through and complain
Oh
about
yeah, we talked
Kyle
about Kyle
Shanahan
Shanahan. That's right.
again.
Yeah. So to give everybody an idea, real quick, we're talking about Seth, our lead engineer, and we'll get to the King stuff here in a second. Me and Kenny going to argue in about 20 minutes in the handoff. So yeah, this is facts by Zabo in the Chatty House. So I asked Seth if we could get a call screen software, because what normally happens at a radio station, just peel the curtain back, producer answers the phone, says, what's your name, where are you calling from? And person says, this is Mitch, I'm in New Jersey, I want to talk about Domantas Sabonis and Maxime Reynaud playing together. Great, cool. That then gets typed into a screen on the producer's side, and I have that same software up so I can see the names and where they're from and what they want to talk about on my side.
So what you're saying is that there's a call screener, a producer, and then a host that would get something. Go ahead.
Well, usually producer is call screener, yes.
Okay, both. Okay.
Yes, but there's typically a technical director who runs the board. and then a producer who screens the calls, and then there's a tertiary person who hosts the show. But I wanted that software. I said, hey, because Joe texts us. Joe does a great job, but I will not see it.
Yeah, sometimes if I forget to take my phone out of my pocket, then I don't see it.
Yeah, or I don't look down at it or whatever. Like I just miss it. So I asked Seth, I said, hey, Seth, can we get this software? Should be pretty easy to install. Every computer has it. Every studio has it except ours. And he went, I don't really want to do that. And instead, we come in here the next day, I think. No, it was later that morning. And we have been given a whiteboard to write the names on.
Like I said, Seth just comes in here, will stuff you in a locker.
Just pulled me out of a locker to stuff me back in said locker. But this is why he's the best, because that call screen software was on our computers before the show started.
Yeah.
And I asked him that day.
That's funny.
Anyways. Shout out to Seth. And shout out to Keith Smith. This is the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia filling in for Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Keith Smith talked to Kings front office executives and coaches. And we talked about Dennis Schroeder, talked about the Keegan extension. He also talked with a front office executive about the Kings roster evolution.
Mm-hmm.
They're happy with the guys they added in the draft. They think Nick Clifford is one of the most versatile players in the class grade. Probably going to play a role right away. Then here's what he says about Maxime Reynaud, who the front office executive called a steal. Quote, he's kind of the perfect partner to Domas because he'll space the floor and we won't have to push him to play too many minutes too early. I want to pause there. Do you read that as he's the perfect partner to Domas insofar as he can be the backup, or a perfect partner to Domas insofar as they can play together?
That's a really, really fine line to walk, because
I read that as they play together.
After reading it multiple times and listening to you say it, I think it could mean one or the other. It could mean both.
Sure.
But, he's kind of the perfect partner to Domas because he'll space the floor. If I just stop there, it's like, oh, he's going to play alongside him.
Right.
Yeah. But then he said, and we don't have to push him to play too many minutes early.
Meaning Domas is going to play a ton of minutes.
And then he's going to scrape by whatever,
right.
So they're going to partner up on the position of center. So, look, I think, watching Reynaud play,
mm-hmm.
there is a potential power forward there. But it's going to take work. And
yes.
And I don't know how much work, and I don't know if he's going to be able to make the transition
mm-hmm.
and stay there, because again, he's young, but he's not that young. You know, what is he, 22 going on 23, right?
Yeah.
So there is potential for him to lean down, to work on his footwork, to work on his hips and his mobility
mm-hmm.
and lateral quickness. And what I saw at Summer League was a player that showed a lot of the signs of somebody who could stay on the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you need to make sure when you're developing a player like this, and you're a strength and conditioning department,
mm-hmm.
and you have kind of two models you're going to look at. You're going to go, okay, can we turn him into Vucevic?
Mm-hmm.
Because Vucevic looks physically a lot like him coming into the league at 19 at USC.
Yep.
Or can you turn him into Lauri Markkanen? And that's the question. Can you work with him?
That's interesting.
And convert him into a player? And I'm not saying the full Lauri Markkanen experience where he's going to be able to take guys off the dribble and all that stuff, but
sure.
certainly the 3-point shooting, the defensive acumen, a little bit of the rebounding, all that stuff. Can you convert him into a true stretch four, and a big stretch four
mm-hmm.
at that? And if you can, and he's the answer long term, and all of a sudden you move. I can map out where Domas with Reynaud starting alongside him in year 2, with Keegan Murray at the 3,
mm-hmm.
with Nick Clifford at the 2.
Mm-hmm.
You could see this team all of a sudden be a bigger,
yeah.
And again, maybe you look at Nick Clifford at that point and go, okay, could Nick Clifford be a Brandon Roy type player?
Sure.
And that's where you start to like, all right, you can see an outline of something that could be interesting. But the problem is, we're a year away from that, at least, maybe 2, from being able to try something like that. And can you get Domas to stick around long enough to be like, okay, I'm still here,
Right.
so it's just difficult. But I do like the idea here, and I like the idea that they mentioned Isaac Jones.
This was because we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm of the mind, when you look at the power forward position for the Kings, let's take Maxime Reynaud out of the conversation for a second. You have Keegan Murray's going to start there, and then
Sure.
Dario Saric is your most veteran option, but then there's Isaac Jones.
Yeah.
Who had some momentary flashes last year, but once Doug Christie took over, and you've chronicled this, did not play as much and did not get as much opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he played well enough in Summer League. Certainly had flashes, and then had the 2 monster games to close the Summer League session. To me, we talked about this yesterday. Isaac Jones has got to be your backup 4, at least to start. You got to give him a real runway to try and kind of take hold of that position. And the front office executive told Keith Smith, keeping Isaac Jones is a quote, keeping Isaac Jones was key for us too. He's got so much talent and he plays so hard. He'll be hard to keep off the floor.
Okay, so I love this, but I'm also going to remind everybody that we start Summer League every year by saying the same thing. It's Summer League. Please don't think too much.
Yep.
Right. And I know with Devin Carter, everyone has been like, okay, I don't know if he's a player or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think with Neat Clifford, everyone's like, oh my gosh, I think he could win Rookie of the Year. With Reynaud, they're like, oh my gosh, he's a starting back. He's a backup center. And then now we get to Isaac Jones, and like, oh my gosh, he could be this or that. And you're like, all right. So you have to take a step back and go, okay, it is Summer League. And Isaac Jones had a tremendous final 2 games. He was absolutely spectacular.
He was dominant.
Yeah. And I hope that is who we see all season long. But at the same time, like he's going to have to have opportunity. And I just don't know how that opportunity will come into play, because again, we've talked about this the whole time. They don't have another player who's 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", outside of like Dario Saric and Isaac Jones. And so, but we bring up Isaac Jones way late in that discussion, and proving that you're a guy who is going to be part of a rotation is really tough to do in Summer League. I realistically, I want to see what he looks like at the end of the 10 weeks.
Sure.
What does he look like on day 1 of training camp? Has he stayed healthy the entire time? Has he continued to grow? Has he continued to refine his body? And then, let's let him battle it out.
If he can't beat out Dario Saric,
yep,
we got problems.
Yeah.
But if it's even close, I'm giving Isaac Jones that early runway.
I hope so.
And because, what does playing Dario Saric do for you? That's kind of my question. And I think that's why so many people have latched on to Neat Clifford playing big minutes and Maxime Reynaud playing big minutes and Isaac Jones playing big minutes, is not because they dominated Summer League, but to me, it's because they showed in Summer League, they might, and you're right, training camp has to happen, and maybe Maxime gets into Summer League or Reynaud gets into Summer League, training camp, and it's a nightmare. Can't move his feet, can't take contact, isn't affecting shots at the rim, can't make anything. It's just like, oh my God, okay, this guy's got a ways to go. Okay, then we can alter our opinions then. But I think the reason people are getting so excited is because outside of this year, NBA guru Zach asked in the chat, give me something to be excited about except for aside from Neat Clifford.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I see it. You want to be excited about Maxime Reynaud. You want to be excited about Isaac Jones, and this possibility that Isaac Jones is an undrafted role player, and now you got Isaac Jones, Keon Ellis, and you got 2 legitimate rotation players who were undrafted. When you start looking at 2027, 2028, and beyond, that makes this season more palatable.
I'm with you.
So I think that's why people might be are at least that's why I think I am so bullish on those guys after just Summer League.
Okay, and I'm also going to add this. Like everyone in Sacramento heard about this potential Kuminga trade. Every single person heard about a potential Kuminga trade. And in that trade was, Dario Saric. Like, I don't believe, that's why I have taken the approach that I have, that like there is a potential for Dario Saric not to be on this roster at all, that they could easily buy him out, stretch provision him, and clear up $3 million. They could also wait until the deadline or wait until December. And when they're trying to pull off a deal, use Dario Saric's salary in that trade, right? So there are a lot of ways in which you can use Dario Saric, but it's with the understanding that he's more of, I don't even want to call him an asset as much as I want to call him just like a $5 million coupon that you can use later for something else.
Sure.
And so I would not be surprised if he's like in mothballs on the side, just kind of waiting, and or that they would buy him out and clear up the roster spot, clear up a little bit of salary cap space.
Yeah. That's the homie Dario Saric.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the homie plays. It's possible. Maybe the homie plays, and maybe he's this year's Nemanja Bjelica.
I gotta say, if Dario Saric is getting minutes this year, it really just tells you how bad the Kings roster building or just situation was going into the year. That's what it tells you. It's not like, oh, Dario could do something, or so and so's not ready. Just we're really just we're in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like Isaac Jones playing, or you're talking about Reynaud playing, realistically, what you're doing there is you're taking your car out of gear and you're putting it in neutral, right? The old stick shift.
Yeah.
You're like in neutral.
Yeah.
If you're putting Dario Saric in the game, that really does feel like it's like going full speed and trying to jam the car in reverse. And you're like, oh no, that hurt my transmission. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. We're like, ooh, that's not good. That's a bad noise that just got made.
If there's a weird injury, Keegan Murray rolls his ankle and has to leave the game for 5 minutes, and Dario Saric has to play, fine.
Yeah.
But if, I don't know, Isaac Jones would have to be a mess in training camp and in the preseason for me to be like, yeah, get those Dario minutes in instead. This is an experimental year. See what works, see what doesn't.
You know, it's funny. You remember we heard Mario Hezonja rumors early on? What if they had Super Mario and Super Dario? Same team.
Sure. Last thing, the Keon extension. This quote hit me the wrong way, man. On Keon Ellis and a possible extension, again, this is Keith Smith, talked to a Sacramento front office executive, quote, "That's the goal. We had a lot of discussions on the best way to handle things with Keon and the option we had for him, the team option. Ultimately, it's a show of trust that we picked up his option instead of making him a restricted free agent. That helped us add some talent this year that we might not have been able to get otherwise. Now we hope to get something done that keeps Keon in Sacramento because he's a really good player and different from all our other guards." So explain the money to me, because I got to tell you, the idea that you put Keon in limbo and potentially upset him to the point that he's like, I don't want to be here after this year. I don't know that that's worth the talent they added.
It's the ultimate roll of the dice. And like, look, the Kings can sit here and work an extension for him like ASAP. And that's what they should be doing. That would kick in next season, right? And you got to hope that he says yes. You got to hope that like you didn't burn a bridge. But when I read this, it's an ultimate show of trust. Like, I think it's the Kings saying like, look, please trust us. We will pay you.
Okay. I read that as them putting trust in Keon that he's not going to leave.
Well, maybe.
But anyways, you might be right. Go on. Sorry.
Well, but on top of that, the reason why like they had to do it this way, I explained this to you guys in the beginning. Like, there's this gray area between the salary cap and the luxury tax.
Right.
The Kings only had a certain amount of money in there. It's probably 18 to 20 million bucks to start. If you opted Keon Ellis out and then gave him that money, if you gave him, say, 14 million a year or 12 million a year, you had no ability to sign Dennis Schroeder. So what you've asked Keon to do is, we're gonna hit you in the pocketbook in this year, but we're hoping to give you a long-term deal that starts next season, and we'll take care of you. Like, we'll take care of you, but you have to understand that we will not be able to do anything this offseason if we opt you out and pay you. And I know people are, they're going to be frustrated. Like Keon himself, I guarantee you, he does not want to play for 2.3 million when the other opportunity is playing for 12 million or 14 million.
Sure.
Like, right? He wants the money, and rightfully so. I
Totally.
agree with him 100%.
Totally.
But at the same time, you now have Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, and I know that's not earth shattering, but having just one of them or having one versus the other would have been like your team would have been weaker.
Sure.
And by being able to add, Schroeder, the Kings at least brought in another player that's a rotational player that will help this team.
Yeah.
If they would have lost, if they would have paid Keon, you would have basically run it back and had to find a $2 or $3 million a year point guard to eat up that Keon Ellis salary. And it's tough, but I mean, I don't know. Like,
might have made sense if Malik Monk is going to start over Dennis Schroeder anyway.
We'll see.
Hey, real quick, salute to our guy Mitch. He's on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Mitch, we wanted proof of life, and he came through for us. How are you, man?
What's popping, guys? I just got back. Every time I had the dead zone Wi-Fi, so then last time I heard you were talking about football. And by the way, I just saw 2 days in a row you left me hanging. I can understand. Yeah, there's a lot in sports. There's always, and it's mostly good in sports, other than the bad news. So I guess I got to stop being so sensitive and grow a pair, right?
It's not. I promise it's not you, Mitch. I promise it's never you.
It's not you. It's Kyle.
It's me.
Well, I think it's me, not you. But Saturdays, with that station, I know you used to work there. You were great there too. They let me on Saturdays. Just don't tell him. Maybe he gave me a break, but I know I overdo it. And you mentioned about I sent him a happy birthday, Casey. He didn't acknowledge or respond, but everybody sees it. I don't understand this. I don't know if he received this, had seen it, or just ignore me. But everybody knows what I'm doing, especially with the stupid stuff. I know. You can't say pretty girl, pretty dog. I get a bunch of fakes and trouble.
All right. Thanks, Mitch.
We love you, Mitch.
What a legend. Thanks for calling the Elk Grove Kia talk.
We got to go to break, Mitch.
Yeah, we got to
go to break.
We got to go. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're going to argue with Kenny, apparently.
Oh.
Or just me?
Okay.
I got the text. Kenny completely disagrees with what we were talking about on Keegan Murray earlier. Excited to get into that with Kenny Caraway next on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Count, like that's not an unpopular opinion. I'm just gonna say that like they traded a $10.5 million Jonas Valanciunas for $5.5 million Dario Saric. They were just reducing their salary in order to do things like what we're talking about, where they had no money to sign Keon. This isn't about having Saric or Ben Simmons. And in fact, the Kings at this point could waive Dario Saric, stretch provision to him, and have plenty of money to go sign Ben Simmons right now. And maybe that's part of what they're doing. Maybe that's a plan. Maybe it's not. But, if the Kings are still interested in Ben Simmons, which we're hearing that is the case this morning, at least it's been reported that Ben Simmons is about to make a decision on what he's doing. And the Kings are still part of the teams that have been attached to him. I'm not sure that that's still the case, though. It's going to be complicated.
Has anyone ever just flamed out as much as Ben Simmons did, as far as just superstar and just cool after that? Just nothing. I don't even know if superstar is the right word, but he was all NBA, all defensive team, at least all-star teams. And then it was just over.
The one guy that comes two. Roy Hibbert.
That's a good one.
Roy
Hibbert was a moment.
Ooh.
He was a two-time All-Star and an All-Defensive team in 2013-14, and then just completely plummeted from there. And then the other one is Andre Drummond, who went from being like a $80+ million contract to playing for the league minimum the rest of his career, which is just wild.
And once the league basically said we want our centers to play outside on the perimeter a little bit more, he was cooked.
What's that? No. Well, it's like Jonas Valanciunas. Yeah. But he doesn't get to. It just doesn't happen though. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Hibbert was an all-star in 2013-14, and he was out of the league by 2016-17
What about Hassan Whiteside?
as a 30-year-old.
Got that deal from Pat Riley. That's when we should have knew Pat Riley was on the downside.
Whiteside kept putting up numbers.
Hassan Whiteside did the. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was DPO 15th, and this is in a 3-year stretch. So he was out of the league for 2 years after a couple years in Sacramento. Then he went 15th in DPOY voting and averaged 12 and 10. Then he was second team all defense, third in DPOY voting while averaging a league high 3.7 blocks with 14 points a game and 12 boards a game. Then fifth in DPOY voting, averaged 14.1 rebounds a game to lead the league, 2.1 blocks and 17 points. And then you're right. He's 14 and 11, 12 and 11.
Did he get hurt?
No.
No, he just kind of.
Rudy Gobert got a $200 million deal, and everyone realized, hey, you can't play him in the playoffs.
Dude, Whiteside learned the mathematical equation for PER and for like advanced stats.
I love that he did that. That's so funny. That's also the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. D-Lo and KC. No D-Lo, just KC. Today, KC and friends.
Yeah, well,
Casey and friends. Sarah Weasel and Sarah Hodges will not be here.
That's it.
Oh, word?
KC and friends.
Maybe just Casey and the crew, the 1320 crew.
You know what's interesting is I had a Wednesday all lined up, and one by one, the scheduling didn't work out.
Yeah.
And I'm just, I'm just going to knock on the table right now. Thursday might be overbooked.
Well,
but nobody could do Wednesday.
Yeah, I meant to tell you later on. I can't. No, I'm just.
I'm about to say,
Might have just shut it down.
I was like, dog, don't do that right now. Don't do that now.
We're going to be rehearsing lines from above the rim at 3 p.m. That's what we're going to be doing.
There'll be a lot of Casey and JT today.
He's going to do an entire hour in Jerry Jones's voice.
Jerry Jones was in the was on the show yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh, good booking, Jesse.
In the
nice
building
job.
and everything.
Yeah. How did what he did? In fact, you know what? Hang on. I don't know why I'm acting surprised. Theater of the mind. Like I knew he was in here. I cut some of the sound from that today. I'm going to play some of that sound right now. Here's Jerry Jones talking about dunking on Micah Parsons instead of giving him an extension.
Well, KC, I just want to thank you again for having me on the show. And before we do anything,
I thought I cut that part out. Sorry.
Before we do anything, I just want to give a shout out to my guy Stanley, because I know Stanley's always listening and he has my back when you and D-Lo try to throw me under the bus. So Stanley, if you're listening, we can go to Morton's anytime and have a nice little dinner. But KC, I just wanted to bring up Micah Parsons, and look, he only played 6 games, and why would I give him that money? And that reminds me of when I gave Dak Prescott money, and he missed 2/3 of the season.
I thought I cut all that first part out. That's crazy. The Morton's bit is I wait for it every time. Like, how is he going to get the Morton's reference in here? It's really good.
Going to Morton's.
Kevin Clark, friend of the program, said on First Take yesterday, and I want to see if you agree with this, and then we'll talk about Keegan Murray, but he said that if the football gods came down and said, Jerry Jones, you can win the next 3 Super Bowls, but the catch is you cannot do any media. He said that the problem is that Jerry Jones would turn that deal down.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I think
you can win the next 3 Super Bowls, but you get to be you get no public. You can't be out in the public flaunting it. I don't think he does
it. So even after he wins the Super Bowl, like you cannot
like, be
go
on
the podium and I think he'd do it. I think he'd take the Super Bowls because he wants to win a Super Bowl so bad.
Not that bad, Kenny.
All right, Kenny Caraway, D-Lo, and KC coming up here next in just a few minutes. But we were talking earlier about Keith Smith's article where he kind of just notebook dumped all of his conversations from Summer League. We're talking about Keegan Murray.
Mhm.
And if you missed it, the Kings front office executive that Keith Smith talked to basically said they're happy with Keegan and his development. Asked to shoot a lot more as a rookie. Last year is often the 4th or 5th option. That can be hard to adjust to as far as an extension goes. Knows how we feel about him. We're hopeful we can get something done. Blah, blah, blah. James and I were kind of the mind that, yeah, Keegan's probably going to do that again this year.
Mhm.
Like, that's going to be his role on this team. You disagree?
No, I do not disagree.
Okay.
Here's where I
Misread the text.
disagree. No, here's where I disagree.
Yeah.
And we great content you're having the show, but I don't necessarily want to fight about this.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's anything to fight about. It's just
You're like, because I'm right.
well, it's almost like when it's when people say like this is just kind of how you see the world. Like you
Sure.
this way. It's kind of how it is with Keegan Murray. What I disagree with, because the question was asked, I don't know if it was in the chatty house or you guys just asked yourself, but it was just like, what's his ceiling? What at the best?
Keegan got it. Okay, yeah.
And it wasn't just you. I think I disagree with James too, but I think you had said, I get what you're saying. You didn't say Kawhi, but like that type of player, defender, 3-and-D guy,
yes,
and all this other stuff could get up to like 20 points per game.
First or second option offensively, probably second. First or second option offensively, and a lockdown defender.
I completely disagree.
Okay,
and this is where me and the people who think I hate Keegan Murray, you guys aren't hearing me. I love Keegan Murray. I think he's a good basketball player. I want him on this team. He is a winning type of player. Like, you need a Keegan Murray if you're going to win. So I don't want him going anywhere. I just think Keegan is about where he's going to be at. I think others see Keegan. I accept Keegan for who he is and what he is. And I embrace that. And I think others look at, and James talks about, and others talk about too, he's being held back and he can do so much more. I don't think he can do so much more.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't. And this was what I brought up the other day. So you talk about a Kawhi-like player, or we'll even go like Mikal Bridges or something like that.
That's probably a better comp.
Yeah, I do think he can be closer to Mikal. I do, but I still think Mikal's a little better. This is why I brought up the Nick Clifford and that move and some of the things we've seen at Summer League. To me, it's not about Keegan necessarily being held back. There are things that I just don't believe he can do. He can't do it. Like the little half spin step back that Nick Clifford did in a basketball game, Keegan doesn't have that. He just can't do that. You look at somebody like Kuminga, for instance, and I'm not here to say one is better than the other, but if I told you, I don't know if you guys remember the move I'm talking about, but if I told you, hey, can Kuminga, can he execute that move? Can you see Kuminga averaging 20 a night? You'd be like, yeah, I can see it.
You're talking about in the semifinal?
It
was just below the left elbow?
I think left elbow. I think it was against the Cavs. So it was like still pull play or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But he does like the little, I'll show you when the show's over.
Yeah.
Okay. But he does that move. And I was just like, yeah, I ain't never seen Keegan do anything remotely close to that because I don't think he can. Now, once again, that doesn't mean he can't be a good player. Talking about Keegan Murray.
Sure.
That doesn't mean he can't be effective. I just don't think he has that in his game. And if you talk about a guy that can be a second option, you got to have that in your game.
Got to create. Yeah.
You got to be able to do that.
Okay. So my rebuttal would be this. Mikal Bridges, rookie season, 8.3 points per game. Second season, 9.1 points per game. Third season, got a little bit more burn, 13.5. Fourth season, 14.2 points per game. In his fifth NBA season, he was averaging 17 points per game for Phoenix. Got traded to Brooklyn, went from 17 to 26 points per game.
How many points? My bad.
He went from 17 to 26 points per game.
Dang.
Then dropped back down to 19.6 the next season when his team was horrible and they had they weren't going anywhere. And then 17.6 playing as the fourth option on the Knicks, right? Like I think that Keegan can be that player. I don't think he can be the 26 and I also don't think Mikal Bridges is a 26 point per game guy, but I can see Keegan being a 20. I can see him being a 19.6 or 17.6. I can see him being like one of the best fourth options in the game, like Mikal Bridges, because the defense is where he's going to sort of make his money. So I don't disagree with you completely that, like we talked about this the other day, that Nick Clifford has certain things in his bag that it doesn't look like Keegan Murray has.
Yeah.
But then we just have to rewind to the California Classic 2 years ago, and Keegan looked like the same. Actually, Keegan was a much better player than Nick Clifford was. Now, it was his second season versus, Nick's rookie season.
Right.
But I mean, the dude put up 30 a game for a couple of games and then bowed out. Like, there is more there. It's just the opportunity isn't.
But even real quick, even in those California Classic games, that like this is the crux of what I'm saying. If you go back, look at how he scored. It was catch the ball, one dribble, pull up. It was curl off of this, one dribble layup. It was never get the ball, twing, cross. Oh, I lost them. Getting to he can't do that. In my opinion, he can't do that. He doesn't have that ability.
The question I have, and this might be where I'll lean on you a little bit, having played at any kind of level, much less in college. That's where I think when I was talking ceiling, I think every year that Keegan's been in the league, his ceiling's come down a little bit because of just kind of his age and that development curve. And like at some point you just kind of are who you are. But I took that as what would his ceiling have been from the jump if he had gotten these different opportunities, if he had come into a different scenario, if he had been drafted to the Wizards where it's just like, hey, it's your show, dude. You're the fourth pick. You go get it.
Yeah.
I do think that we may have seen that handle improve a little bit, but I also think there's probably something innate to it.
Right. Yeah.
When it comes to shot creation.
Even at Iowa, like he wasn't.
Yeah.
Like that's
a lot of posts.
And once again, doesn't mean he can't be a good player, an effective player, or
we're just talking
like
his ceiling.
Yeah. It would, for him to get to, he doesn't get to the line. He doesn't create, so like for him to get to 18, 20 points per game, it would have to be damn near on him just shooting like 58% from the field.
Sure.
Like, you know what I mean? Because even 3-pointers, like, is he going to, has he pull up from beyond the arc? He don't really have that. He kind of got the ball on his right hand sidestep, but that's off a pump fake, sidestep, create space and hit it that way. But if he's asked to like create in the isolation thing, that's just not his game and not his ability. And then when you talk about like second option and stuff like that, second option got to carry the offense at times. Think about second options that we've seen in the Final Four of the NBA.
Yeah,
we're talking about J-Dub. We're talking about Julius Randle. We're talking about Cat,
Pascal
Siakam, or Tyrese, whoever you think is one or two. That's I love him. No, Keegan Murray is not that player.
Sure.
So that's where you talk about he's a fourth option. That's probably where he's at. Best case
you think that's his
scenario,
ceiling?
Third. His ceiling is probably third option. And then you got a
tertiary option.
Yeah. And then you got to ask yourself, like, what kind of team are you? Like, are you a championship contender with Keegan Murray as your third option? I don't know.
Well, it just depends on who the number one option is, because I'll tell you the player that he still comps as. He still comps as a player who could easily be Chris Middleton. And Chris Middleton,
he don't dribble well enough or create off the bounce enough. Chris Middleton.
Well, it's because he doesn't have the ball.
It's because he can't. I've never seen. Have you seen Keegan dribble for more than 3 times and make a move and shift somebody? That's what Chris would do.
Yeah, I just like watching assist numbers change in players over years. It really is about them getting opportunities, and then all of a sudden their numbers start jumping. Well, we talk about Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson averaged like 1.4 assists the first 5 years of his career, and all of a sudden last year he's at 4 something. Like it's because he has the ball in his hands and he's being asked to create. And as you create more for yourself, it opens opportunities to create more for others, which is why you see a guy like DeMar DeRozan average 4.5 assists for the Kings last year, 4.4 and 5.5 the year before, just because he draws a crowd and all of a sudden they're wide open dudes. It's just Keegan isn't given the usage rate that it would take to get to those assist numbers or to create for others. I don't think we've seen who Keegan is on the court. Like I think we've seen who he is on the defensive end, and we saw who like this stripped down version was as a rookie. Like you're just going to shoot from the corner.
Mm.
And he was great at that. But what we haven't been able to see is the next step and the next step. And it's because, to be honest, the Kings were good. Like in his first and second seasons, the Kings were a good team.
Mhm.
And year 3, they weren't nearly as good, but you added pieces that did not help foster like his growth. And that's why I really am surprised that you're going to walk into this season with a run it back for the most part, because the main pieces, like the shot distribution is not going to be all that much different than it was last year. If you just look at the pieces that are in place, you're going to lose a few because De'Aaron Fox isn't there and Dennis Schroeder is. But I'd also, Malik Monk took a huge step in shots per game last year. And unless they fully commit to giving him the opportunity to grow into that player, it's going to be really tough to do.
So, James, you asked the question, and we hadn't answered this yet, so we can do this all as a family here. What is that worth?
Real quick.
Go ahead.
ID we need to do.
Yeah, you know what? That's good. That's good producing by you. Where's my I got the new ID. I got it from Charlie. Here we go. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader, always on the free Audacy app. Anyways. I'm getting used to this. I'm getting used to this extended handoff. If you're listening right now and you're like, oh wow, they're gonna go away and then D'Lo and KC are gonna come back at some point afternoon. No. The way we do this now is we just yap for a while and then D'Lo and KC starts.
Just talk.
That's how we're gonna do it
today. So I might keep these guys here till about 1:15.
Hey, are they paying for that?
No, well, no. I didn't say.
I know you got it. No. What's that worth when you're talking extension for Keegan? Is it 25 million? Is it 4 and 100? Is it 4 and 80? 5 and 100?
I mean, me personally, I'd probably go 4 and 80. I'd probably be somewhere around there. The market might dictate. Who knows how people feel about Jabari Smith Jr. and the contract he was able to get. So that might change some things a little bit. But if all things are equal and we're doing this like what's right, I think 4 and 80 is good. Like it'd be kind of tough to give a guy that you look at who is a really good defender, but he's your fourth option, $25 million a year. That's a lot. And then and here's what I would say about the opportunity for Keegan. And once again, I'm not saying he has gotten the opportunity. I understand that argument, but I'll ask both of you guys this. Let's just go with and this isn't the end all be all, but let's just go with like Middleton with tween cross, Hezzy from 17 pull up. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't get the opportunity, doesn't get to play. But can you envision Jonathan Kuminga making that move and hitting that shot?
Yes. Watch him do it.
Yes. Can you envision Keegan Murray doing that? And after 3 years of watching, have you ever looked at Keegan Murray and be like, man, he got a lot more in his bag. They just not giving him an opportunity.
I feel like there's been, and this might be, Zach Lowe talked about this, how flashes don't really matter, because he was talking about Shaedon Sharpe, and I watched all of Shaedon Sharpe's drives, and there's flashes of him as a pick and roll creator, but not, it's 30 plays out of 500 or whatever. There's definitely been flashes where you watch Keegan attack a closeout and finish through contact. It's like, ooh, like, okay. There's been some stuff in the mid post where you're like, man, they should get him the ball there more. But to that point, I cannot think of a time where I was like, wow, Keegan put the ball on the deck and handled.
Okay.
And just blew by somebody and created his own space.
He just doesn't have that. Once again, that doesn't mean he's bad.
I think that, but I do think there's more in his bag. I just don't know if it's a creator off the dribble like that.
What do you think Kuminga's usage was last year?
It's hilarious. It's a comically high number. 32.7 or something insane.
27.4.
27.4.
Okay, so usage is how much you have the ball during the time you're on the court, right? Okay, what do you think Keegan's was?
18.
15. 15.
those are-
So
but once you-
basically, Kuminga had the ball, just to put it in, Kuminga had the ball as much as Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray combined.
But once again, these are two different arguments.
I would agree with that.
Opportunity and the ability to do something are two different things I'm talking about. Like you could,
Yeah,
if
I get you.
So if Keegan got the ball that many times, you think he's going to start dribbling and doing all this other stuff?
Well, if he was
No.
allowed to go do that and not be in an offense that was catching, and
But do you
let's
think
be
he
honest,
can?
let's be honest, nobody wanted Kuminga to do that in Golden State. He just did it, and it's why they don't want to bring him back because he won't play within a system.
I want to take the Kuminga thing out of this because I don't think it matters. To be totally frank,
I
think the argument what Kenny's trying to get at is does Keegan Murray have the skill set? Do you believe he has the skill set to do that?
I believe we don't know if he has the skill set or not.
Have you ever, was he at Iowa where he probably had a higher usage and was doing all this, was shifty, and then he got to Sacramento and they changed his role?
Well,
is that what like
at
we
Iowa,
never even saw it at Iowa?
No,
it was catch and shoot. It was in the post. It was
in the post.
1-2 dribbles. It was
Yeah.
like that's his skill set. Once again, it doesn't mean he's bad, but that's
Jonathan
who he
Kuminga
is.
back in play, by the way. I just wanted to get that ironed out because it felt like it was going the wrong way.
But that's his skill set. He does not. I've never seen, now watching 4 or 5 years of Keegan Murray, him have the skill set to be able to create in an isolation situation.
Yeah, I want to
I've
see it.
never seen it.
I want to see it because again, the Kings, they took a player who was in the 98th percentile in post ups in college and didn't let him post up at all in his first 2 years. At all.
I would like to see you want to know.
That is what I agree with. I think there's more in Keegan's bag, and it may not be. I might be way off saying he could be a secondary option. I might be off on that. But I do think what James said is spot on in that there are more ways he can score that they don't take enough advantage of, in my opinion.
You want to know? I don't know if you guys are like this. I don't know if you guys are ready for this.
Oh man.
You want to know where Keegan really needs to be and who he really needs to be looking at and who I really think he has a skill set that kind of resembles or could potentially when you talk about a ceiling?
This is a fun game. Okay. Active player?
Active player.
Okay. Is it Western Conference?
Yes.
Okay. Kings Division?
Yes.
Ooh. Nick Batum.
No.
Dang. Bradley Beal.
No.
Nah, Bradley Beal's too good.
Kamara?
Oh, Tumani Kamara is a good one.
No.
Who is it?
DeMar DeRozan.
You're right. I wasn't ready for that.
Because,
I wasn't ready.
and this is why I say that. Because what DeRozan does, and this would be an argument as to like stunting Keegan's growth or something like that.
Sure.
What DeMar
Sweet. He's going to be on our side, James.
What DeMar does is he gets the ball 15 to 17 feet away. He's in a triple threat position. 1-2 dribbles. I'm going to pull up on you.
Yes.
1-2 dribbles. I'm going to rip through and get to the bucket. DeMar doesn't do all the 20. He don't do all that a whole lot. He gets this is what I'm talking about with Keegan. Get that ball in a triple threat situation, be able to face up, and if you can get by somebody, get by him on one dribble. If you can't, pump fake, you're 15 feet away, you're 6'8", 6'9", shoot over the top of these guys.
I think
that would be where I think, and I agree with James as well, get him on the block as well, get him posting up. Who else posts up? DeMar DeRozan from time to time. If you could incorporate that type of game, like if he could study DeMar DeRozan's game and when DeMar leaves, incorporate those spots into his game, I think that's where you could see some of the best of Keegan Murray. And you incorporate that with the fact that he can already shoot the three. He's a catch and shoot guy, because that doesn't require a whole lot of shiftiness. That doesn't require a whole lot of super ball handling ability. That requires precision. That requires being able to pull up over somebody 15, 17 feet away.
So we've now circled back to you being on mine and James' side of this argument, where he could be a primary or secondary offensive option.
No,
he just has to be DeMar DeRozan while doing it.
No, but that I think that might be that type of
game.
Those type of areas where he's getting his offense. I think that's where you can maximize Keegan Murray.
And
What I
think
would love is for Keegan Murray to have a 25% usage rate and for us to see.
that's I
Let me-
think that's where we both kind of land in this big picture thing with Keegan. Is he's going to have the role he's going to have. But to your point, there are more ways he can be effective, I believe, than the role he has right now. And you just went over some of them.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is the shots just aren't going to be there. I don't think that's a Keegan problem. I don't think that's a DeMar problem. I don't think that's a Zach LaVine problem. I think it's just, hey, this is the roster. So we could want Keegan to post up more. We could want Keegan to operate out of the mid-range more. But like that's not on their list of offensive priorities.
Let me ask both of you guys this one. James, you talk about his usage rate and everything else like that. We compare it to Mikal Bridges. We compare it to Cam Johnson. When their usage rate was upped when they were in Brooklyn, was that a good team?
Ooh.
Well, no, but I mean, let's be honest. The Kings aren't really a good team either.
I know. So we're cool with that. Up his usage. They won't be any good. That's good.
Yeah, but we don't know because let's be honest. Like,
I mean,
Brooklyn has no other talent to go with that. Like
the Kings don't either, really. If you up his usage, what I'm saying is, and this is what I've said.
Yeah,
sure. You want him to be a third option.
Brooklyn didn't
How
have
good is your
Domas.
team going to be?
Brooklyn didn't have DeMar. Brooklyn didn't have Zach LaVine.
No, cool.
They had Dennis Schroeder. They didn't even have a Malik Monk.
I'm gonna ask you the question: is Keegan is your third option? How good is that team going to be?
We don't know.
Yeah, I would be interested. I know that's
his second season when Monk was out.
They were a 46-win team, and he was the third leading scorer.
No. When Monk was out, it was Fox, DeMontis, and me and Kyle had these discussions. We want to see Keegan up his FGAs a lot. He did that. I think they went 3-9 in that stretch. They struggled down the stretch.
That is, I think, my bigger question with Keegan than skill set, because I think James is right. We don't if they went into the offseason and said, hey, work on your handle, you're going to create a little more for us. Maybe he does that. And maybe he gets to a point where he's able to create a little more. We don't know. I think the problem is I lost my train of thought. That's a significant problem right now. No, I think there we go. I'm back. Here we go. We're back on track. I think the bigger problem is if they said, hey, Keegan, Malik's out tonight. DeMar's out tonight. Zach LaVine, he's going to play, but he's a little hobbled. He's got a little tight hamstring or something. So he's going to be 50%. We need you to go. I don't know that that's his mindset as a player. Where I think if you went, hey, you're the third option on this team, you might be right. That might not be a very good team, but I don't think it's because of Keegan's skill set. I think it's because of the way he approaches the game.
He was the third leading scorer in the starting lineup in not last season, the season before. He averaged 15.2 a game. Monk coming off the bench averaged 15.4. And just like, in all honesty, you can attest to this. You have said multiple times Malik Monk was the most important player on that team. So when Monk steps off the floor, I'm not going to ding Keegan Murray for a 3-9 record.
I'm not going to ding him for it either, but I'm saying that creates a problem. Remember that time where nobody could create outside of De'Aaron Fox. They were shooting 49 threes a night that allowed them to blow 20-point leads because they couldn't. This is part of the reason why DeMar DeRozan got here, because they looked at that stretch where they're like, we got nobody outside of Fox that can get to the foul line or can score inside the paint. We were shooting 45 threes a night because that was our only chance. And they said we needed something different. We needed more. We needed something to help Fox and Sabonis out in those situations. That's not Keegan Murray's fault, but we were all having those conversations at that time with Keegan Murray as the third option. And Keegan was aggressive. Keegan, me and Kyle talked about it regularly. He upped his FGAs during that time. He got to about 15 to 18 shots a night, and he probably averaged about 17, 18 points per game. So he played well. I don't have no issues with how he played during that time. What I'm saying is at that time, we all said it clearly wasn't enough. They need more. And that's all I'm saying.
They needed another creator without any question. And they needed another starting level forward, because that's when, again, Harrison Barnes decided that he just wasn't going to engage. and that was a problem.
Mhm.
So, I mean, hey, look, things could have been much different. You know, again, if they would have pulled off the Cam Johnson trade that they allegedly had set up on draft night, that would have been different. If they would have taken a different route other than DeMar DeRozan, we wouldn't have seen Keegan Murray go from 15.2 in year 2 to 12 in year 3.
12 a night, man.
We probably would have seen him go from 15 to 18 and be a legitimate third scorer on this team. And that's tough, but like the NBA is a game of opportunity. And hey, that opportunity may never come back around for him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tough. And like what you mentioned, he might have to wait 2 years to see if he can be that player
That's
again.
it.
And now we're looking at like a 27-year-old Keegan Murray, like, now he's got that in his back. It's like, but that's what the league is. It's about opportunity. It's about taking advantage of your opportunity and about, again, owning a role. And I think Keegan Murray's been asked to own a very specific role, and he's done pretty much the best he can in that role when you're the 5th option in the starting lineup.
Real quick,
Mhm.
on the Keegan Murray front, because I think this needs to end on this note, because I think we're all in agreement on this. The role Keegan Murray plays is valuable.
Mhm.
What he does on the court, let's remove ceiling for a second. What he does on the court matters.
Absolutely.
If the Kings in 2029 are competing for a title and Keegan Murray is the starting 3 or 4 and just kind of being Keegan Murray that we know now, you can win with that.
Mm-hmm.
You have better players around him. But I just want to make it clear, nobody thinks Keegan Murray's bad.
No. Once
It's
again,
just we're talking ceiling and
Yeah.
additional things to add to his game.
once again, the basis of this conversation that I routinely have with people about Keegan Murray is, and nobody wants to hear this. They'd be like, Casey thinks Keegan sucks. I think Keegan Murray is fine. I think he's fine.
He's a
I think
valuable NBA player.
I last year he struggled early. He bounced back. He got his numbers up where they were supposed to be. He's cool. Like, that's good. And this is where we differ. People say, oh man, Keegan being stunned, he could do more. I said, I don't think he could do more. And I like where he's at. I like where he's at. I think the pieces around him need to get better. Keegan Murray and what he brings to the table is cool. Like, he's doing his job for what I think his skill set is. The Kings need to get a point guard, or they need to figure out something. Sabonis needs to play better. All this other, like, the people around him need to step their game up. I think Keegan Murray is perfectly fine.
Sure.
But that's where we disagree, because people say, hey, he need to be doing more. He getting stunned. I said, nah, he's fine. He's doing perfectly fine.
Anything else?
No, I'm
We're
good.
good on this? All right, very good. D'Lo and Casey coming
Hey, where the hell you going? Where y'all going? We still got another hour.
Drag this out as long as possible.
We'll just do this for every player on the roster.
He's not there no more. What's it don't matter. It was one of the random Kings. I forgot his name.
Pujetter.
Shout out Pooh Jeter. I used to see him all the time at Hacks. He's got a shoe store now.
You know what?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
just name random Kings players the next 45 minutes for Canada.
Who is on the coaching staff with the Portland Trailblazers?
Oh, he's on the staff now?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
nice.
was
Oh,
their
that's
G
right.
League coach. Yeah, every time he comes into town, like, comes up, gives you a big hug. He's
good people.
one of the nicest people ever.
Really, really skilled at basketball. He's really, really good.
Yeah.
That and his sister was
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
fastest women alive.
Yeah, man.
He's one of those.
Carmeletta Jeter, I think that was his name.
Pujetter's a really good example of, like, NBA players are so good. NBA players are so much better than everyone else at basketball.
He was so
Pujetter
good.
could walk into any open gym right now and drop 50 on
Well, it's like
anybody.
Brian Scalabrine
That's
said once, that he's closer to Michael Jordan than we are to him.
Yes, which is facts. That's facts.
It's fat. Poole used to come into the training facility I used to work at and work out, and man, he was so good.
Salt of the earth.
Yeah.
One of the
Good
best
dude.
dudes
Good
ever.
dude.
Just a nice guy.
Were some of the best dudes ever as well. For James Ham and Jesse Toppy, who helped produce the show today, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Back tomorrow at 10. But don't go anywhere, because D'Lo and KC is starting right now on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Drink water, be nice to people, but also don't go anywhere, because D'Lo and KC is happening now.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey. D-Lo and KC in the building. Appreciate you, James, man, my guy. Yeah, Jesse, I was about to say something smart. My God, I was about to say something smart there. You know, we had to open.
Smart about what?
No, I ain't gonna do nothing, man. Cause
Say it.
No, I ain't
Say
gonna
it.
I was just gonna say, you know, you hear the open. You know what I'm saying? You hear the intro.
Oh, yeah, now I get it. I get
I
it.
ain't saying it. I ain't
Oh,
saying
yeah,
nothing,
yeah.
bro. You just hear the intro. You know
It's
the
called a
vibes.
subliminal, kids.
You know the vibes. You know what we've been doing out here for years now.
Shout out to everyone.
Stop playing
Whatever.
with us.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say because those are my people.
Yeah, no, it's all jokes.
And those are my people. D-Lo and KC on this July 23rd edition, the 23rd. Such a boring day, such a letdown of a day. You know, it is 23rd, just another day, bro. July 23rd is just kind of whatever. You know
It's actually my brother's birthday tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all July birthdays now, I realize.
Barry Bonds, birthday July 24th.
Shout out Barry Bonds. I fought so long the last couple years, like, no, Ohtani's better. And then eventually, like, let me throw in a couple Barry Bonds highlights, his stats. Let me get reintroduced or whatever. And it's just, nah, I just been stuck on, like, Barry Bonds is like, there you go. I don't care if you steroids, this is that. Like,
Bro,
it's insane.
I've never.
And the way he talks about just hitting and stuff like that is like, this is he's like got that Michael Jordan mentality. It was just, no.
He had I was watching something of his talking about hitting, like you said, and he was like, yeah, the way I approached it was, you know, hitting is easy. It's just like catching. You got a guy back there, a catcher who has the catcher's mitt, and he catches the ball every time, no matter how fast it is, no matter how much it curves, whatever, he catches it every time. I could do the same thing. My utensil just isn't a glove, it's a bat. So I just would catch the ball with my bat. He makes it sound so easy. Like, just like, oh, yeah, just catch the ball with your bat. Like, yeah. All right, Barry. All right, bro.
Everyone else is like, oh, I went 3 for 10 this week. Yeah, whatever, man.
Just catch the ball with your bat. But yeah, that's the goal. I'd be hard pressed to ever. I would even push back when people were talking about Trout. And Trout's numbers got crazy for a second. Trout was crazy with what he was doing, but I was like, nah, he's gonna have to do that for another decade to be bombed.
Real quick, PSA, because I'm seeing it all over the chatty house now. All right, just gonna pick Tyler's message. Look I have no issues with Rafael Devers. I'm happy he hit 2 home runs today. Fine, whatever. That's cool. He wants to play first base now. Great, whatever.
Well, look. Shout out to the Giants.
Shout out, Rafi.
Shout out to the Giants for allowing him to be a baseball player. You know, that's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He just wanted to be a baseball player.
Could have played first base at Fenway.
Well, after they tried to throw him in there and say, no, you're never. What they tell him, you ain't never going to touch a glove. You don't need that. Don't bring a glove.
Alex Cora told him in spring training, yeah, leave your glove at home.
After that, I'm like, oh, now you want me to play first base? Nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'll go in the batting cage.
No, like, he's playing first. Like, Joe Brazil came into the studio yesterday. He's like, you see Rafi's playing first. Like, how do you feel? Like, honestly, it's fine, whatever. Like, I get why it didn't work out. I don't know.
That situation.
I get it. Like, the GM, like, it was on both sides, but I get why Rafi felt so, I guess.
That situation became about the principality of the situation,
exactly,
as Big Worm would say on Friday. And Rafi was at the point of no return. He wasn't answering
both
David Ortiz phone calls, and text, and all this other.
I tell you what, when when Team A or whatever brings out Star A, like, to kind of do PR, it works. David Ortiz was out there. Hey guys, he didn't text me. He had the screenshots. It's like, what do you guys want me to do? He didn't text him. Like, I guess Rafi was this bad person.
That's what. Hey, they had to do what he had to do. They had to go get him. But yeah. By the way, Giants win 9-3. I think it is today. They've won 2 in a row. Rafael Devers, I think he played yesterday at first. I want to say he got 2 hits. I don't have my computer in front of me, but in the last 2 games, I think he's something like 5 for 8 in the first 2 games at first base, man, with 2 home runs, had a mammoth shot for the second home run. I just seen that right now.
Yeah, that second one he hit today was disgusting.
The first one was crazy because the way he swung at it, it felt like it should have been a pop up to short right, and it finds a way out in the right field. So the Giants get 2 in a row. The Giants are just going to do this. I'm fully mentally and emotionally prepared, and I don't know where this ends up. But they're going to do this thing where they lose 6 in a row or 5 of 6, and then they're going to win 4 of 6, 5 in a row, something like that. And they're going to do this all the way into September. Yesterday we had a plan to talk about it. We didn't get to it. I just don't. I don't know if they can get into the postseason playing that way. The 3 teams ahead of them in the wild card, obviously the Dodgers, who lost again. The Dodgers got some. I think they're still the favorites.
Damn near turned into the Los Angeles Angels with Ohtani. Brothers in 4 home runs or home run in the last 4 days or whatever, and it's like, yeah, no,
results
it's not.
they beat the Twins the other night to stop their. No, they didn't have a losing streak because they beat the Giants twice, but they had lost a lot of games in the last 10 or something like that. They had lost something like 7 of their last 9 or something like that, and they beat the Twins, but they almost blew that one. Carlos Correa almost tied it up in the 9th.
Weight room.
Yeah, well, morning track power, Shout out Carlos Correa. Should have been a Giant if Farhan would have done what he was supposed to do. You know what I mean? But I say all that to say the Dodgers are struggling, but I still think they're going to win the NL West. Worst case scenario, they're a wild card and the Padres win it. But when you talk about the Giants and their ability to get into the postseason, as things stand right now, they got to be better than the Cubs, the Padres, and the Mets. And playing the way the Giants play, I don't know.
So the good old baseball thing, trade deadline coming up. Are they buyers or sellers then? Are you going forward or is this let's wait?
I don't know who you're selling. I'm not sure if you should be a
money
buyer.
in your pocket at that point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you should be a buyer. I don't want to say that. But I don't what you selling Wilmer Flores, who had a monster home run last night? Maybe you're selling him.
Anyone you get team control over for the next few years, Dan, no, you're keeping it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Wilmer's contract situation's looking like, but
I feel like Wilmer has a year or 2 left. And he's been good. He's up there a little bit, but then you got this situation. Like, all right, they win today. They won 2 in a row. They were DOA for the last week and a half.
Wilmer Flores is on the last day of his deal. He had a player option this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a guy you
the
sell.
one.
Maybe. And Wilmer's also a guy that you don't really have a position for. So maybe you can use him to bring you back somebody else. But here's the thing though. Here's the killer. We talk about buyers or sellers. Just oh my goodness, almost broke this armchair. Jesse brought this up on Monday after the Giants got swept in Toronto and said buyers or sellers. I said, nah, not yet, because you still got the wild card. They lose the first 2 games, the first game in Atlanta, and I write in the rundown, yeah, I think it's about done. They're not going to move past the 3 teams that's ahead of them in the wild card. Now they've won 2 in a row, and they're a game and a half out of the wild card, and the Mets come to town this weekend. Yeah, the Mets come to town this weekend. You take 2 out of 3 from the Mets, who have a Francisco Lindor, who I was struggling right now mightily. Now all of a sudden you're in the wild card.
I think Lindor's 0 for his last 31.
Yeah, I didn't want to get Chatty House. So I didn't.
Now I'm hoping I didn't get Chatty House because you're hoping. I think that's
crazy.
legit. Yeah, that's legit. That's
Yeah,
the worst Hitler streak in his career. We're standing on that stat.
Okay, all right. It sounded so crazy. I was like, man, I didn't get a chance. I saw that. I didn't get a chance to double check. So I was like, I'm just gonna.
If I saw it and you saw it, I think that's 2 sources were good.
I was saying it's just it's tough. But he's coming to San Francisco this weekend, struggling. You get 2 out of 3 from the Mets, all of a sudden you are in the wild card. So yeah, I don't know if you can sell. And this is the frustrating thing about the Giants. This is what they're gonna do, I think, for the majority of the rest of the season till we get to mid-September. And then it's going to be about winning. You have to win to get in. So they win today, beat the Braves 9-3. Devers, he may be cooking again. he may be back. So we'll keep our eye on that. I think they got a travel day today, and then they start the 3-game series on Friday with the Mets, and the Dodgers are playing this afternoon too. Giants, after all that's said and done, I know it's not like 2 games away, but after all that's gone on, they might find themselves 5 games back of the Dodgers at the end of today. 1 game back, maybe 1.5 games back of the final wild card spot. So keep playing baseball, fellas. Let's go. Let's see what we got. We got a lot more. Usually, it's KC and friends. That's how we got to do it. But some people, they sick. It's dicey out here with the weather changing and all this other stuff. So we had to fill some things up. It's just gonna be me. We rocking. We talking. We're gonna talk some football today. 49ers training camp going on. I see there's already a little bit of issue in the wide receiver room again with an injury. And Jesse, it looks like it doesn't matter if they play summer league in the NFL or they go to training camp that's quote unquote more controlled.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just do the summer league.
No, that's the
Get a
whole
couple
point. That's the
extra
whole.
dollars.
No, it's the whole point.
Get a couple extra
I'm more
dollars.
right. I'm more right.
We'll talk about it. We'll break it all down. I'll tell you what we're talking about. It's D-Lo and KC. It's ESPN 1320. For sure. Let me get my computer. I don't want to do a sprite. This week, I'm going to figure out exactly how we going to set this Baker family wine situation up. Because people need to see these bottles. They need to see what's going on around here.
Dame was just lining them up behind him.
Yeah, maybe we'll just do that for today. But then what about KC? What KC gonna do? I ain't got no table behind me. I don't know what you could do over there. Let's get a couple of these. Oh, yeah. We'll book it. Yeah, we'll book it. Can you see that thing? I mean, I'm kind of in the way, but it's all right. It's all right. Where is, there you go. What's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing? Y'all good today?
Building's pretty empty today.
Oh, no, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'm saving that for the show. Daily segment where I complain about the place that I actually love.
Daily segment. Why does work hate us?
Where I complain about the place that I actually love working at. I like it here a lot.
Chris, I think so. If anyone's gonna trade you, I think it's Duran. They're really looking for starting pitching. And I think there's a lot of teams out there that want him.
They didn't work themselves back into a little playoff situation.
We're in the 3rd wild card spot right now.
Mm-hmm. It was good. It was good. I popped it after we had dinner. Shout out to my wife. Actually, we'll hold off because I'll talk about my night. Hold tight, Filthy McNasty. Tyler, appreciate you, big dog. Thank you, brother.
Had his best start of AAA yesterday. You laugh, but just wait. Don't make that face. You, Kyle Renata, any other Giants fan in the chatty house, whoever, I don't care. All right, Kyle Harrison will be the truth.
Kyle Harrison will
mark my words.
D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. I'm rocking solo for most of the show today. I forgot to mention this though. I don't even. Well, I put it in the rundown, but I gotta tell my boy Jesse, I'm not solo the entire time. James Ham coming up at 3 p.m.
I saw we got another guest today.
We do have another guest, Daryl Guru Johnson, my guy. He's gonna pull up on me, man. We're gonna pull up. We got him on the stream. We're gonna talk to my guy. So the only thing bad about Guru, and I'm about to text this to you, Jesse, is I was like, yo, can you do the stream? He's like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, all right, what's the email? Do you remember his email? Because when he
I might have it saved if Gmail has it saved, I guess.
When he shot it to me, I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. Like, I'm showing you right now. It's like, come on, man. What's this guy doing, bro? What's this guy doing?
Okay. Oh, okay. Hey, that's how it is sometimes.
I ain't gonna say it.
I don't want to read it.
I don't want to put the man's email out there, but
Nothing crazy, by the way.
Come on, man. No, it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
It's nothing crazy. It's just ridiculous. That's what it is. It's ridiculous.
Man, just loyal.
But look, we'll give him an opportunity to talk about that. He probably don't get a chance to talk about that so much being in the Bay Area. We're gonna give him a chance to talk about that a little bit. So we'll have a good time with my man Guru at about 2:15.
I wonder if he'll defend Jerry Jones. I wonder where Cowboys fans are at with that guy now.
I don't think Cowboy fans like Jerry Jones.
Yeah, because I feel like Stanley swears by him. I feel like Stanley's been around for a while watching this Cowboys. I feel like if you've been around for a while, like it's just I'm stuck with Jerry Jones. Like, hey, the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're just this new age Cowboys fan, it's like, oh my gosh, put him in a home already. like I said, we can ask Guru that and all that stuff.
I think the old school fans are tired of Jerry too. I think they treat him the way Raider fans treat Mark Davis and treated Al Davis.
Yeah, I was tough at the end too.
Yeah, they were kind of done with Al. They liked him for what he brought to the table, but it was like, yo, we ain't never winning with this dude. So we'll see what's going on with that. Two things that I want to talk about real quick before we get into the sports situations and talking about training camp, talking about football and everything that's going on there. Appreciate everybody who gave the well wishes yesterday for your boy's birthday, man. Had a great birthday, man. I appreciate you guys for that. Went home last night, had some Baker family wine. I had the white wine. I had that one right there. But I should have had it with dinner, but I ended up having it after dinner because I had a nice little steak last night, steak and potatoes, Caesar salad. The wife hooked it up. Steak
and potatoes is undefeated.
It absolutely is. She cooked up a steak that you probably pay $150 for.
Something you can't get at Morton's. Ruth Chris. Shout out D'Lo, huh?
Well,
or maybe you can. The steak at those places is good.
Yeah, well, yeah. Whose side are you on?
Yeah. Nah, Ruth Chris did me kind of dirty last time.
Well, what steak did you get?
Well, the steak was fine, but it's just my sides were.
Well, I'm not vouching for that. I'm not vouching for the sides. Morton's
treated as well that one time.
Morton's treat is good. And I just think, well, I don't know if Damien's ever gotten a steak from there, but I think he's gotten the wrong side. I'm telling you, the Cajun ribeye is the joint, or the Cajun, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the Cajun ribeye. That's the one. That's the one. They let that thing marinate and everything.
We'll get back to your night yesterday, but it's like also D'Lo had a bad night that one time. Maybe he hadn't been back since, so I get it. But how was your steak though?
Steak was fantastic. At Morton's and last night. But I capped it all off with some Baker family wines. My guy Filthy McNasty was asking me earlier, like, how was the wine that I had? Absolutely fantastic. Look, I got the white wine because that's the one I usually go with. That's the one I rock with. I think people say red wine goes with steak a little better. I like the red wine too. Like I'm not really picky. Like I'll have whatever wine is there for the most part. Like if you were like, oh, we don't have no white wine, we just got red. All right, put it in the glass. It's good. I'm good. It's all good. But I had the white wine last night. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And that was the second or third time I've had Baker family wines. It gets, for me at least, it gets better each time I have some. Smoother, smooth taste, all this other good stuff. I might double back. Have another bottle tonight. This is getting dangerous.
Why not?
Have another bottle tonight. So yeah, that's how that went down.
I got to get on my wine vibe, I guess, or whatever. I haven't really got into wine yet.
It'd be like LeBron. LeBron and Steve Nash.
Sophisticated.
Yeah, and circled around in the glass, all that other.
Have
good
you been
stuff.
seeing Kyrie and not even the spaces, but I guess him and KD talking about the time in Brooklyn?
KD? So
I think KD
haven't.
mentioned something about Steve Nash. Then Kyrie was just talking more about that.
Yeah, so I've vaguely seen it. I vaguely saw it. I know KD and Nash were talking pretty openly on the podcast with LeBron and Nash.
Yeah.
KD was a guest, and they were talking a little openly about just the time in Brooklyn, and Steve Nash was talking about it. I feel like Kyrie responded to that, and I don't know. Do you know like what?
No,
how he was saying it? Like,
no, I mean, I think he was just like no, I haven't even like really got into it, but I was just like, I think it's just more telling his side. I don't think it's like drama or anything like that, but it's just players don't really do that.
I'm gonna have to tap into it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna. I want to hear that whole episode because I've seen that episode came out maybe 2 weeks ago, and it still got clips circulating. So I got to check that out for sure. I did want to say this. I did want to talk about the place that I love. I love Audacy. I do. I love it here. But two things. Number one, I mean, look, they're trying. I think they're trying. I mean, and whoever's putting stuff in there, whether it's Joe, whether it's Jonathan, maybe Seth, maybe Vanessa.
I think that's been passed off from the engineers. I don't think they're doing that anymore.
Yeah, they probably said, I'm done with this crap. You guys have me building a whole nother stage somewhere. Like, I don't know.
Bro, they're building a room now. Did you see?
No.
Seth was on a ladder the other day, just drilling, just doing whatever the engineers do here. I was like, did you guys know how to do this going? It's like, nah, we just kind of learn on the fly.
Or did you see what's my guy? I'm sorry, the
Matt?
new
Matt.
Isn't he a salesman? Isn't he on the sales team?
No, he's engineer too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because
no,
I saw him like putting together a bench, and I thought he was on the sales team. I
Oh
was like,
no, that'd be hilarious if we had sales. Oh, hey,
crazy.
it might be time.
What's going on here? That's crazy. But whoever is in control of the snack shack, and I mean, it's literally the most random group of snacks, drinks, or whatever I've ever seen. And it's fallen. It's sad.
It's over with. It's done. It's done. Just call it as it's
sad.
done. Shout out to whoever still tries. We appreciate you, but it's over with. Just get the old snacks back. I'll get my debit card and we'll just go back to that. Whatever.
Bring back,
Fine. You guys
bring
won.
back
You
the
won.
vending machine, bro. Bring it back. I was spending like $70.
Yeah, it was
a week at that
horrible. It was
stupid
awful.
vending
Yeah, I was going back 3 times a day.
Look, bring it back, because that little refrigerator situation, my goodness, they got like 2 regular Dr. Peppers, 3 Diet Dr. Peppers, 2 Sprites, and a bubbly sparkling water.
Yeah, that's
with some fruit cups, like 4 fruit cups, 2 peaches, and a banana maybe.
And that's the thing too. Like, let's all keep it real. All right, the fruit is there because I'm sure people are like, oh yeah, we need to be healthier, yada yada yada, all that nonsense. Okay, what's gone, Kenny? The candy, the chips are gone. All right,
Fruit keeps going
all
back.
the juice and the sodas is gone. What's there? The sparkling water, the fruit. All of the fruit is still there. It's literally just there for you to look at.
Don't they have like kiwi in there or something like that?
They used to be, and then you know what? It went bad.
Jesus, let's not talk about
The oranges were a health hazard.
Oh my gosh, it's just
Bring back the bad snacks.
yeah.
That's
just,
like enough of the whole. Oh yeah,
bring
we
it
need
back,
fruit. We need
bro.
healthy stuff. No, you guys aren't gonna eat it because it's rotting in the fridge right now.
bring back the vending machine so I can get the Snickers and I can get the Twix. and the
Exactly. Yeah.
Doritos
Fine.
and
Take
all this
our
other
money.
stuff.
You
Yeah,
guys want.
just do this, because this isn't gonna get it done. How you gonna have no snacks and no vending machine? What are we supposed to do? We're here 9 hours.
No, Friday's gone.
Fridays, Wednesdays are gone.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
At least they try to do something on Thursday, although I get here and all the good donuts are gone.
What was the name of the hot dog Wednesday thing?
You tell me.
No, I have I forgot face right now. So you have to tell us.
No, I think you remember what it was called, bro.
No, I'm confused. Don't remember.
It was called Wiener Wednesday.
This show's so stupid. Hey, bring back the chili dogs for real though.
No, they can keep the chili dogs.
Oh, chili dogs were fine.
They keep the chili dogs. No, that's I don't just regular hot dogs. I don't need a chili dog. Or give me an option. Get 5 chili dogs, get 5 regular hot dogs. Don't force me to have the chili dog. This also came up because I said there was two things, and you said, building's pretty empty today. Oh, yeah, no. This was the company day at the baseball game.
Yeah, Audacy at the ballpark.
Yeah, Audacy at the ballpark. And, I got the emails from our guy, Bill. He's like, hey, everybody meet at this entrance. All right, we're going to be at this suite. It's going to be a
hot
good
dogs.
time. Yeah, good time. Nah, sports shows here. Sports shows here. Well, everybody else at the baseball game.
The weather's great, by the way.
No,
weather's
this is
great.
one of the great day baseball games you could ever have in Sacramento.
Is Bryce Eldridge playing?
I think so. Luciano might be playing too.
And what are we? Just two guys just doing a stupid sports show right now.
We're just here. So it's good though. I love my people. It's cool.
This is like going to like a pop culture event or some pop concert, not inviting the wake up call.
Right. We looking
The
like
hell is 1320 doing at the Ariana Grande concert?
we out here looking like Squidward looking out the window, looking at SpongeBob and Patrick having
exactly
a good time.
what it is.
Yeah, man. We'll come back though. We here to work. We here for you guys, man. We got you guys. And we're gonna dive into football. We're gonna dive into training camp. 49ers, they got underway. I'm right about having the 7-on-7 summer league, and we'll explain why I'm right, because these injuries could happen at any time. Why not make it a little bit more entertaining? We'll break it all down. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Let's come. It was one of my favorite, literally one of my favorite Giants of all time.
Was it big time Timmy Jim?
Big time Timmy Jim. He was a pretty big deal. A 2-time Cy Young Award winner, won a championship.
Who was better, him or Matt Cain?
Lincecum.
Okay.
Lincecum. What do you guys think though? I know we got some Giants fans in here. Who was better, Lincecum or Matt Cain? Matt Cain's situation was always the run support was crazy. So like his record and all this other stuff is just absolutely non-existent, because he would get like one run a game. But I say Timmy. Timmy was that dude.
All right, winner go home in the World Series. Who are you taking to start though? Lincecum, Cain, or Bumgarner?
All in their it has to be all in their
all in their
prime.
primes, all in the Giants' primes. This is Game 7 of the World Series.
Timmy was, damn, that's tough though, because Bumgarner went crazy.
Like Cousin Pete says Bumgarner, Ellie James says Bumgarner, Roddy says Bum. There's a lot of Mad Bum in there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of that is, we actually saw it from Mad Bum. Like the question that you asked.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Their stats, because he's not necessarily
Yeah.
someone you put in like the conversations with them. I guess just all around regular season, and everything encompasses or whatever. But if you throw all right, like
Yeah.
money time or whatever.
In that situation,
Not saying he was a bum or anything like that, but those guys have, yeah.
Nah, he literally did the situation you're talking about. But people really quick to say Mad Bum. Game 5, 2010 in Texas, World Series right there for the taking. I think Tim Lincecum went 8 innings. He went 7 or 8 innings with like 14 strikeouts, a hit or two. He was dominant. They did not touch that man.
I always like to see what fans say too.
Mad Bum is like you said, we saw it. We saw it. Mad Bum was crazy in 2010 too. He was a young boy at that time.
Hey, shout out Lionel Messi skipping the MLS All-Star game. Said you guys aren't going to make me play 5 games in a row, make me play this meaningless soccer game.
Hey man, is that phenomenon kind of over? Not Messi, but like him being in MLS. I mean, he's still drawing.
Yeah, it's gonna
crowds
end with
and
him
stuff.
retiring, and we're gonna go back to what we're used to.
Okay. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. There's some interesting things going on in a positive way at 49ers camp. We're getting into that. But I do want to address something that kind of had the chatty house buzzing during the break. In the studio, there's something playing about the Giants. I think this is maybe the 2012 team or something like that. Maybe 2014. I don't know. Maybe even 2010. But Tim Lincecum is up there, and I was just like, yo, that's one of my favorite Giants of all time, of absolutely all time. And Jesse asked the question, in their prime, you got Game 7, you got a championship on the line. Who do you want to take the mound, Lincecum, Kane, or Bumgarner? Almost everybody said Bumgarner. I said Lincecum, but I'm not going to argue anybody that says Bumgarner. And part of that is we saw Mad Bum in that exact scenario. It's one of the great performances in sports history, what he did in Game 7 against the Royals on the road. I just always remind people, Tim Lincecum in his prime of 2010, and to be honest with you, 2010 wasn't even his prime. Like 2020, Mad Bum, I know he's a playoff performer, and what he did in the playoff, he elevated his game and all this other stuff. Mad Bum may never won one Cy Young, let alone two. I think Lincecum's was back-to-back. That's literally saying for 2 years straight, you were the best pitcher in baseball in the National League, at least. He was unhittable in his prime. I'm not going to argue anybody that says Mad Bum. I'm just going to say, let's not be so quick to dismiss Tim Lincecum and what he was able to do.
Yeah, you look at Bumgarner's like accolades on Baseball Reference, and like he's got the 4 All-Stars or whatever, but all of his other ones are all postseason stuff.
Yeah,
NLCS MVP, World Series MVP, 3-time World Series winner.
He
2-time Silver Slugger, if you're into that.
Now, shout out to him. Shout out Ohtani before Ohtani. You know, he just didn't get the opportunity.
All right, relax.
Keegan Murray. You know, he's like Keegan Murray. He just didn't get the opportunity. He could have been Ohtani.
But they tell me.
Tim Lincecum, our boy was nasty. 08, 09, our boy was something else. And Bumgarner, he elevated his game in the playoffs, but in the regular season, he was never on the level of Tim Lincecum as far as being the best player. So just an interesting question. Good job by Jesse. But one of the people that answered the question, he says, Timmy won back-to-back Cy Youngs for a reason. He also said Mad Bum is one of the greatest World Series pitchers of all time, ERA under 1, all this other stuff. This is from our guy, Drew the Local Guy, who will be on D-Lo and KC tomorrow afternoon. Drew the Local Guy pulling up on us. It's something that I wanted to do.
It's a 1320 debut, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's something that I wanted to do because a lot of these people that we have and we love on King's Twitter, you know, sometimes I want to hear from them. Sometimes they may disagree with what I say or what D-Lo says or anything else like that. And I say, oh, we don't have to tweet about it. Come talk. Come talk. Let's have a conversation. So
he's going to pull up like, yeah, I don't agree with nothing that goes on here.
Right. So Drew the Local Guy, man, he's going to pull up on us. I got another one coming up on Friday that I haven't been able to confirm, and I'm trying to make that happen. So, you know, I'm just trying to get some of my people from King's Twitter, man, to pull up on the show, man, and sit down and have a conversation. This is the time of the year to do something like that. So we're going to have a good time tomorrow. We're going to have a good time right now as we go into the phone lines, the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Got my guy Buddha. Buddha, what's up, baby? You know what I'm saying? Delaware, stand up, man. Shout out Jersey, man. Shout out Philly. You know what it is.
Here, what's up, Brody, man? It's good to talk to you, man.
Yes, sir, man. What's good with you, bro?
Hey, happy birthday to you, family.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
I hope you enjoyed yourself and had the time of your life.
Hey, man, I'm here. I'm breathing. I got my family. I got my health, man. I'm blessed.
In a good state. Man, Yeah, you can't beat that. Real talk.
Straight up, man. Straight up. What's on your mind, bro?
Shoot, man, it's windowing down, so let me hurry up and get my quick little taste. And I don't know what's going on with free agency and the trades. I heard trade season over, but let me hurry up and try to get one more trade.
You good? You good?
So, yeah, I mean, James always said you don't trade Keegan Murray because you always need more Keegan Murrays, right?
Uh-huh.
So why not go ahead and get Chris, man?
Chris who?
Murray.
Chris Murray.
Oh, Chris Murray.
He got defense just like Keegan. The body's the same for real. The shooting a little off, but I feel like he got lost in the mix over there in Portland. They got a lot of a lot of wings over there. We got a lot of guards.
I mean,
so I feel like it would be a good little switch off.
It could be that he got lost in the mix. I don't think that's the case. Like, if you want to go get Chris Murray and you trade Saric for Chris Murray, like, sure, that is literally taking a flyer. Sure, I'll take a flyer on Chris Murray. Like, cool. But I ain't giving up anything of significance for Chris Murray.
Going
a
off of that,
rotational
not
player.
Chris Murray, but just more so bringing in a young player. I saw something the other day on NBA Central. It was one of the Lakers beat writers, I believe. I have to go back and double check it. I can pull it up, but they're not too hot on Dalton Connect over there. It seems like he doesn't have too much value around the league.
Somebody else was talking about that. I got some texts about, can we go get Dalton Connect?
Like I saw, you're not necessarily going to be able to get a first-round pick for Dalton Connect anymore. Maybe it's time for the rivals to go work real quick. Maybe you offer them Devin Carter. I don't know if it's straight up or how that even works. I don't know how the Lakers exactly feel about Connect too. Like, if JJ Redick thinks he can work with him, I'm only just familiar with over here and stuff. But maybe that's something where it's like, because the Lakers need a guard too as well. I think I've seen Drew Holiday linked to them. I'm sure they're probably looking for guys who are like can help more now, because obviously with the LeBron stuff and all that. But I mean, if not, and you can't find anything for Connect, maybe you could find something here.
I'm thinking about it from the Kings side. From the Kings,
Roddy says, "Give me Rui Hachimura instead." Sure, but that's not happening.
Yeah, give me Luka instead. Yes, we don't.
Like, I would love Rui Hachimura as well, but
yes, give me that guy instead. No, you're not getting that for a second rounder. But don't Connect.
Kind of the change of scenery I was talking about too the other day was like, it's not working for him over here. It's not working for our guy over here. Let's switch him.
I take and Roddy talking about for Malik. For Dalton, I'm talking. You just laid it out, Jesse. I'm talking like second rounder or Devin Carter.
Yeah, my idea is Devin Carter. Like, Devin Carter doesn't fit here. Kings need wings, so you go and see if they want to take Devin Carter for Dalton Connect.
Yeah, I'd absolutely.
Maybe he fits better over there than he does here.
Now, looking on the Lakers aspect of it, they just got Marcus Smart. So
true.
I don't know if there's any place for Devin Carter right now. Their backup point guard is Gabe Vincent, who
they don't even like Gabe Vincent
because he can't stay healthy.
Yeah,
he's had a rough couple of years as far as trying to stay healthy out there. I don't know. I mean, I'd try it.
I think you at least make the call.
Okay, Dalton Connect. Yes, that's who I would like. But I'm going to help somebody out right here as I look at the roster. I'm going to help people out. I know people might be saying this and all this other. All right, cool. You guys know how I feel about this guy. What if you offered to take Jared Vanderbilt back for Devin Carter? That's a guy that kind of fits a need here for the Kings. Now, you guys know how I feel about Jared Vanderbilt. The guy can't shoot. He's a liability on the offensive end. He's top flight, as a defender on the wing. I don't take that away from him at all. But at some point, you're going to be playing 4-on-5 on the offensive end.
I would do that.
You would?
Yeah. You can try to make it work with Vanderbilt. He's 6'8". Like, you need size and all that stuff. He's a great defender. I think so. Yeah, I'd do that.
Will Z in the chat says he did a Sark for Vanderbilt trade, basically a salary dump for the Lakers.
Say less.
And that might even be even better. Because now you still have that piece of Devin Carter that you can use in another trade. Vanderbilt, like, he's cool. Like, I'm not, you guys know how I am. I'm not crazy about guys that bring zero to the offensive end. I'm not saying he got to be Trae Young on the offensive end, but you can't be a liability on the offensive end because once again, now you're playing 4-on-5. You have guys that already can't create their own shot. When you talk about Sabonis and Keegan Murray, like guys just gonna be sitting in their lap when they have the ball in the post, or or Keegan's got it on the perimeter because they're not guarding Jared Vanderbilt. And look, we're also talking when we talk about Jared Vanderbilt, we're not talking about 40 minutes a night. We're talking about 15 minutes. So maybe you can get by in those situations with him. You definitely can in the regular season. I'm thinking about a potential postseason situation, but maybe that's the cart before the horse when you talk about the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I mean, either one I like Jared Vanderbilt, like the Kings need defense and all that, so I think you could take a flyer on him. But ultimately, it's kind of just looking around the league to see what is out there for Devin Carter. That's all that thing with the Lakers. Like, all right, maybe there's something where they can work together.
Yeah. No, I like that. You're cooking on that one. Reminder, like I said, we've got Guru coming up at about 2:15. We're open the whole rest of the time, man. As Damian likes to say, you are part of the show. Call into the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Want to hear from you on anything we're talking about. Or in this situation, on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320 once again. Or in the chatty house. Come on, man. Ask KC anything, man. Hit me up. What you want to know? What you want to talk to good old KC about, man? What questions you have, man? I'm going to answer almost anything. So call in, text, whatever you want to do. I also want to give a shout out to my guy, Mitch. Mitch, if you're listening, I saw the happy birthday.
Why'd you leave him hanging, man?
No, well, so look.
Mitch.
All right, this is going to sound some type of way, man. I don't want it to, man. I don't want
We'll let you know if it does. Don't worry. We got you back.
I don't want it to sound some type of way.
No, go ahead. Say it.
Because I'm appreciative. Man, I was flooded with happy birthday wishes yesterday, man. It was a lot. It was overwhelming. I didn't even get to Facebook yet. You know what I'm saying? I gotta respond. I responded back to as many people as I could yesterday while still trying to enjoy the day, So Mitch, it just kind of got lost in the shuffle. I saw you. I was doing something on 102.5. I was like, oh man, I gotta tell my man thank you. And
nah, Mitch, when he gets to it, he'll get to it. All right? Stop complaining. When he gets to it, he'll get to it.
Yeah, man. Look, Drew talking about Facebook with question marks. Yes. Yeah, I still got the Facebook, and they was hitting your boy up. It's crazy. My mom posted. She had about 95 comments of happy birthday. I got to, let the people appreciate that. And then you get the notification of like, yo, it's your birthday. People just, hey, happy birthday, Casey. Happy birthday, Kenny. All this other stuff. Lisa, our girl Lisa here. She hit me up. I appreciate it. It was a lot. And I'm trying to get back to everybody. So, Mitch, I saw you yesterday, Mitch. I apologize, big dog. I appreciate you. Shout out to my guy, Mitch. It's always love, man.
Take a ticket, get in line.
Man, I heard Mitch call me out on the insiders like, oh, man, I wish him happy birthday. He didn't even hit me up.
It was distraught.
Sorry, Mitch. I apologize. Mitch, you can call in right now if you want to. I know it'd be the second time in about an hour and a half, but look, that's my peace offering for not being able to respond. I apologize to you. But, yeah, the 49ers.
Second day of camp. They're back at it. They're on the field. You see who else was on the field?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Jauan Jennings on the field, involved, taking reps, part of the action on the first on-field day of 49ers training camp. And look, if I'm John Lynch, if I'm Parag Marate, this is how you do it, Jauan. Come on, man. Hey, when you're done with practice, Jauan, let's talk, man.
I got $15 million for you right here.
Yeah, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Matter of fact, you don't even worry about that. I'm going to call your agent, and we're going to talk. This is how we get it done. We ain't doing the holdouts. We're not doing the hold in. You come in, good faith participant in training camp. We're going to be a good faith negotiator right here. We're going to get this deal done. I heard Jacob Cowan left with a hamstring injury, so
that's scary because those hamstrings I don't think ever really get better.
Well, that's what they're dealing with Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall still dealing with the hamstring situation. So
I'm Jauan Jennings. I'm going to start grabbing my hamstring as well.
Oh, we'll see now. Well, all right.
I don't know. Like I'm not sitting out, but hey, I feel kind of weird. John, it feels kind of weird. I don't know.
I might have to hang up now. I might have to hang up. I like the way Jauan Jennings is doing this. I know it's risky. Because if he gets hurt or something happens, he don't get his money. But I think
he's 28 years old. He's got to play this about as perfectly as he can with his agent. Because there's an opportunity, I think, after this season where if Jauan Jennings has another big season as the number one receiver, and maybe he's able to eclipse 1,000 yards, because I don't think he did last year, did he?
No.
Yeah.
Did you see it? What happened with that one?
I think he got ejected, right?
He got ejected when he was like at 982 or something.
Yeah, so we missed out last year, but if he's able to just have another year where it's like, okay, Jauan Jennings stepped up again as the number one receiver. I'm not saying he's going to get $30 million a year next year, but maybe you can get like a 3-year, $60 million deal from some team out there where it's like, all right, Jauan Jennings finally got his bag.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity with a big time season this year to establish himself in this league as like a 1 or 2 type receiver. He was at 975.
Gotcha.
He got ejected like in the first quarter of that game. That's crazy. Bonuses and everything would have come into play and all that other stuff.
Yeah, like maybe he can get like a Gabe Davis type of deal. I think when Gabe Davis went to Jacksonville, where it's like you're not going to pay him to be your number one, but it's like you give him a decent chunk and change to be like a productive player on this offense.
Yeah,
like maybe he's able to go that route if he's productive this year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, and on the flip side, RIP, if I'm the 49ers, like this is just like you did with Kittle, just like you did with Fred Warner, just like you did with McCaffrey and all these other guys. They handled the situation that was best for everybody involved, and you took care of them. I would remember that if I was talking about this deal with Jauan Jennings. He handled it like we want to handle it here. He showed up. He participated. I don't know if he said it or I know John Lynch said it, but I don't know if Jennings came out and said, or his representation said, and he's like, I have not requested a trade.
Kyle Shanahan said that Jauan Jennings hasn't requested a trade, I think, yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. So they had a conversation and all this other stuff. Hey, all right. He's handling it the way you would want to, 49ers. Take care of him. Take care of him. If that's something that's on the table and you are faced with him wanting a new deal and you understand the dynamics. And I think with the way it's set up right now, with what he wants and the guarantees and all this other stuff, they can get it done. The Purdy money hasn't even taken effect this year. You know what I mean? So you can get that done.
Yeah, if it's not something where he's like, oh, I see how bad a wide receiver room is, and he's trying to hold you hostage for like $25 million this year or whatever.
Right.
Like, yeah, that's crazy. But if he's looking for 14 to 18 million or whatever just on guarantees this year, like, yeah, you give him that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I love to see that. Real quick before we talk more about the 49ers and their training camp and some of the aspirations they may have, let's get to.
I really hope this is TC because I didn't screen it, so we'll see. I really hope this is TC.
Let's see. Caller, who are you?
Yeah, that's TC.
Oh,
Hey, you never
know.
What's up, TC?
Yeah, that's your boy. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, look, so, hey, I'm calling in, right? I'm calling in. Hey, what was the homie talking about with that trade with LA before I throw mine out there?
Buddha wasn't.
Buddha, yeah, the homie Buddha.
No, he was talking about trading for Chris Murray.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, I've been said that about Chris Murray. Hey, everybody don't get caught up on a twin and trying to have a brother. Bro, I think that'd be a beautiful move. He'd be another wing. But my trade is I'm going back to Miami. I know the boys over there are crazy, right? But we keep trying to find spots for Devin. If we ain't going to keep him, right, I believe we can keep him. If we can't find a trade partner, we going to need his – listen, we going to need what he bring, the rebounding, his hustle, his tenacity. We going to need that. But if we move him, bro, hey, what's up with Jaime, man? Hey, listen, Pat, you're not doing nothing with Jaime. We got Devin right here. Y'all like the combo guards defense? We could swap the guys, and they work, bro. It wouldn't nobody lose. It's like a win-win for both situations. We get our wing help. We also get the playmaking that Jaime got. His upside on defense could be good, bro. So I think that'd be a smooth move. All right, and I'm also with you on the Dalton Connect, Jesse. And my boy, what you think?
Oh yeah, no, I'm with it, TC. I'm with it.
Yeah, we was
I thought you had another point.
Yeah, we was letting you cook.
Yeah, I thought you had another point. TC's out of there, but
okay, yeah. I mean, so look, I don't have anything snarky to say about that TC trade proposal.
Trade Machine says it works. I just ran it through right now. It says it works.
You can. I was gonna say something. It was gonna sound a little harsh. I don't want to say that. You can. Let's just say you can sell Devin Carter on the Miami Heat.
Well, it's a Miami Heat type of player, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like TC said. Hey, Pat, this is the kind of guy that you like. You got that kind of guy in Davion. He did well for you. You can get that same type of guy in Devin Carter, and this is a guy that you like. You're not using Jaime Jaquez. You don't like him. Bring him this
Yeah.
way.
Also about that, the not liking Jaime Jaquez. Do we know why he fell out of the rotation?
No, there's rumors.
Yeah. Do we know?
Well, there's
Maybe
rumors.
I'm calling like, hey, I'm not gonna name names, but hey, person, hey, redacted. How true are those rumors?
I mean,
Like, is that why he wasn't playing? Like, and again, we're half joking, but like he did have a good rookie year, and it was just was unplayable for them. I feel like at the end of the year,
that was crazy that a team
kind of felt like it happened at the same time too.
You know, I mean,
It was kind of like, no, that's crazy. I would never have. Like, wait,
Little
Jaime Hawkins is not playing basketball for the Heat anymore.
those rumors are rumors. I don't know. Like you said, a phone call needs to be made and say, hey, is this really how it went down, or do you not like his the way he closed out on defense?
Yeah, what is it here?
Yeah, what's the real deal? So yeah, I mean, I like that, TC. I like that. Like I said, I don't have nothing snarky to say about that. Shout out to him for that.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just kind of like we've been talking about, just Jaime Jaquez maybe fell out of favor in Miami for defense or whatever. It's just all right.
Yeah,
maybe it'll work here. I like Jaime Jaquez. I think he's a good player.
I do too, man. Plus, it's a type of, when you look at Devin Carter, it's a situation where, man, I feel bad because I don't want to just give up on a kid or a young man.
It's not giving up. It's just being real with what the situation is. Like, he got drafted to a team that didn't need him at that position, and like you needed a guy who can come in and help game one or whatever, at least try to as a rookie. He was hurt most of the year, and now you're trying to get him to play at a position he's not comfortable at. It's not about Devin Carter, the basketball player. It's about the fact that the last guy drafted someone who just didn't work, and now it's like, all right, why don't we just try to make the best of a bad situation?
Yeah.
I don't know if Devin Carter's going to be able to develop the way you'd like him to behind Malik Monk or Keon Ellis.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's exactly
so
what
it's not
it
about
is.
Devin Carter the way he plays. It's more so it just doesn't work right now. It doesn't work here, and I'm not sure it's going to this season either. So you're going to waste another year, and maybe Malik's gone or something else happens or whatever. It's like, all right, now we're going to see if Devin Carter can play in year 3. I think it's best to just move on now if you're able to.
I agree 100%. I think Devin Carter, I've said it before, I'll continue to say it, I think he's an NBA player. Like, I think he's on a roster, but I don't know how good he actually is. Like I said, I wasn't impressed with much of anything that he did in Summer League. In Summer League. And now you're looking at him as a 6'2" guard who is just the defender.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a shot that we've seen yet. Like, it's kind of, we can shoot the ball. It's like, we have yet to see it.
He can't consistently get by people off the bounce.
You kind of said it yesterday, too. What you're kind of hoping he'll be is what Keon Ellis is right now.
And Keon Ellis is, right now, for sure, he's a better version of Devin Carter. He's just, so that goes back to what we have said a number of different times. How does Devin get on the floor? How does he play?
Does in a different jersey.
Yeah.
That's just where I'm at with it.
Malik is better. Keon is better. And once again, I'm not going to disrespect Devin. I'll just say I'd rather see Neek.
Well, Neek Clifford is about 6'6", 6'8", I think. And he can handle the basketball now, so he's versatile enough where it's like, all right, Neek, handle the basketball with us. We're gonna play a little bit bigger right here, and like Devin Carter's kind of left out because you got more versatility with Neek Clifford now.
Yeah. So,
which they've been lacking for a little while.
Yeah, and I think that at the very least you should open up those conversations. And Scott Perry, every time he talks about Devin Carter, he's done a good job of kind of making sure that people feel like he still believes in him. But you have holes on this roster, specifically at the wing position. You have too many guards. Why not move on from? Hell, to be honest with you, you can move on from Devin for picks. If you can't get a player back, for picks, assets, so you can use those assets and maybe acquire somebody else that will better fit the roster. But I guess you can say I'm ready to move on from Devin Carter.
Yeah, like I've seen some people on Kingsford be like, oh no, you got to give him a chance to develop and stuff. But it's just I don't see that avenue for him here. I don't see how it's beneficial for Devin Carter to be on the Kings anymore.
I agree 100%. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit more about the 49ers and what they've got going on, going into camp, some of the questions that they have, and where are they at as an organization right now, as a football team, this roster. The question was asked this morning, are they rebuilding or are they contenders? There ain't no in between. Pick one. Are they rebuilding or are they contenders? We'll talk about that. And we'll also talk about the Raiders, man. They opened up training camp as well. They made a big time signing. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna do that to you. In what are we in 2025? In 2017, it might have been a big time signing, but they just made a signing yesterday. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about what we feel about the Raiders going into their training camp. And like I said, you're part of the show today. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Hit me up. You want to talk about what we're talking about right now? Cool. You want to ask me a question? Anything that you want to ask me? Cool. You want to ask Jesse a question? He might say I'm not answering it.
Yeah, we'll see, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to have a good time. We got Guru coming up at 2:15. We got James Ham coming up at 3. It's ESPN 1320. It's D-Lo and KC, not Sacramento's #1 sports station. I ask this question often, and I guess I'm just going to always ask the question. Why do Raider fans hate the Niners so
No, you
much?
can't do that. You know why? It's a Bay Area thing. It's not like that's why. It's a Bay Area thing. It's kind of, and it's probably it's probably the biggest rivalry out of all the Bay Area ones too. I'd say, like between just the cities. You could even throw, I'm not gonna throw Kings Warriors in there, but just kind of like just the local regional type stuff.
Well, maybe the reason why I'm so perplexed is
You're not from the Bay either. Maybe that's just why.
Yeah.
Like maybe you never got
But
that.
there's
I know Raider fans
there's
like
a lot of
from
it
like San
here.
Jose that hate Niner fans, stuff like that.
There's a lot of it here. It trickles down into Sacramento, and I've been around Raider fans my whole life as a Niner fan. I don't feel that passionately about the Raiders the way Raider fans do about the Niners. I know some that do. I know Niner fans, and really, I think it stems from.
Well, there is
if we talking shit, then let's talk shit. Like that's where it come from.
There's the little brother syndrome too. The Raiders haven't really been too successful, and like, oh no, I hate this person, but like the Niners, what am I worrying about the Raiders for? Went to the playoffs every year, that yada yada. Not every year, just more times than not. Maybe it's kind of like, I don't want to be rude, but just kind of how you guys feel about the Lakers.
Maybe,
the Lakers, I don't think Laker fans really like. Sarah Hodges said it whenever she was on. It's like they don't really, she don't really think about you guys.
Yeah, she did, and that may be the situation. Filthy McNasty, I think that was him who said it. Sorry if I lost it, but he's like, a lot of Niner fans that be talking great. There you go, Niner fans always talking. I think it's more of a situation where we're only talking because we're being talked to. Like I may take a jab at the Raiders and Raider fans.
You sneak this a little bit where it's kind of
that's
like,
because they be talking crazy.
And you run away like, what did I do? That's what you do.
It's literally because they be talking crazy. If they wouldn't, I wouldn't have nothing to say about the Raiders.
Filthy McNasty says Raider fans don't care about the Niners.
Oh,
I don't know about that one. Like, hey, Filthy, like I love talking to you at the live shows. This is not. I don't know about that one though, bro.
Hell no.
Like I can't do that one.
Hell no, man.
18-9 says, I don't hate the Niners. I hate the bandwagon fans. Yeah, I think it's more of like a fan rivalry.
Shout out to my guy, J2 Nice. I mean, all right, man. Who's really, I'll put it to you like this. Football and the Niners and everybody, who do you really know that's a bandwagon fan of a football team? Like, I feel like people are kind of locked in and have been locked in for a long time now with who they like.
I mean, I figure when the team is bad, the stadium's always going to be empty.
But that don't even mean bandwagon fans. I mean, okay, we good. We're going to show up to the game. Like, all right.
We'll just bring conversation from the break. Is bandwagon fan the same as a fair weather fan? Because Miami sports fans are fair weather, where they'll just show up if the team's doing well, and they don't really care if not.
No, it's not. To me, a bandwagon fan is
it like probably someone jumping on the Chiefs bandwagon the last couple of years,
right? Like, and before that, you were rocking with somebody else, or maybe you did. I'm not even going to say a bandwagon is somebody like if you didn't have a team and you start rocking with the Chiefs, because the real question is, what are you going to do afterward?
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you didn't have a team going into the Mahomes era and you're like, oh man, I like this, they winning and everything, I'm rocking with the Chiefs. Cool. 10 years from now, if you still with the Chiefs, cool. But if you like, oh, back with the Niners 10 years from now, like, nah, we ain't, that's a bandwagon fan.
I got you.
Yeah, that's a bandwagon. The question all stemmed from the conversation we were having over the break. We were talking about the NFL and
Whoa. This was like a shot from Drew Down. I don't know. This hasn't happened here.
what's this guy talking about, bro?
Said bandwagon is KC jumping on the Aces when they started winning.
What? No, see, Drew
When
Down,
did you start being an Aces fan? Do we need to bring the committee up for you?
No, because what did I just say? Drew Down is 100% false. He's 100% wrong in this situation because I didn't have a team.
This is true.
I didn't have a WNBA
true.
team because the Monarchs weren't here.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a WNBA team. And then I saw my girl Chelsea Gray. I saw my girl Asia Wilson. And, I was like, yo, I rock with
South Carolina fan.
South Carolina. And they were winning. They were good. So I was like, yo,
they just happened to be
I like
good.
Las Vegas. I like Las Vegas. I'm like, I'm rocking with the Aces.
All right, you're good.
I'm with the Aces for life now. The Aces are struggling. I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still strong. Got a good win last night against the Atlanta Dream. Shout out to the Aces. Hey, second half, we about to turn up. But no. It would be, a bandwagon would be, I'm an Aces fan. And then all of a sudden, oh, I like the Liberty, though. I'm down with the Liberty.
Yeah. Makes sense.
See, Drew Down just be stay hating on your boy.
There's a little bit of an instigating thing right there, but I feel like we cleared some things up.
But this all came about because we were talking about we're going football and we're talking about some football training camp and all this other stuff and the Raiders and the Niners. And I just asked the question that I ask once a year, maybe even twice a year. I know I've said
it comes up a few times at least.
Why do Raider fans hate the 49ers so much? I don't understand it. And I don't understand it because I don't feel that way about the Niners. I think there are 49er fans that feel that way about the Raiders. Excuse me, I said I don't feel that way about the Raiders. I think there are 49er fans who feel that way about the Raiders, but it comes from the fact that Raider fans are always talking crazy. They're always talking crazy. And then we got to spank them real quick. Like, hey, settle down. We wasn't even talking to you. Spank them real quick. You know what I mean? But in my heart of hearts, I don't have no problem with the Raiders. I want to see them succeed. I will say this. I was the biggest hater in 2002. I did not want the Raiders winning that Super Bowl.
Okay, hold on. We need to talk about that then. Why? Because then you've just been kind of hibernating with the Raiders hate then.
No, because they was talking crazy. That Raiders were good.
Yeah,
Raiders
shout
were
out
good.
Rich Ganna,
And they was talking crazy. They
Rich
was
Ganna
talking
MVP
crazy
was
about T.O. They were talking crazy about Jeff Garcia and all my boys over there, Julian Peterson. They were talking crazy.
Shout
So
out
it
Tim
was-
Brown, Jerry Rice, Raiders legend.
That one hurt me. I'm not gonna lie, and I don't have a problem with the Raiders, but that one did hurt me. I didn't want to see him go there. It didn't hurt. It was about equal to when he went to the Seahawks. That was tough.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, that was tough. But outside of that moment, honestly, I ain't been tripping on the Raiders. Like, I want to see them succeed. I want to see the Raiders succeed. I say it all the time. When the Raiders were coming back, I think it was 94, 95, when the Raiders were coming back to Oakland from Los Angeles, I remember I was in Oakland, not living there, but I remember when I got the news and I was out there and I'd see the billboards, they talking about Raiders are back, Coors Light, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, this is going to be dope. Like, bro, welcome back, Raiders. Let's go. I wanted to see them do well. And it was just met with people talking crazy.
See, I think
Raider
that's
fans
back.
talking
No, I think that's
crazy.
backhanded though. I think, oh yeah, look at the little guy trying to do well.
See,
Like, look at little brother. Look at little brother.
Did
Hey,
I
everyone,
say
look
little
at.
bro?
Oh yeah, look at everyone. Cheer him on. His controller's unplugged, but cheer him on. That's kind of the vibes that you're on, and you act like you're not. But I see it.
Computers unplugged. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I hope the Raiders do well this year. I don't have no problem with the Raiders. I don't know. But see, what happens is you see where I stand. And this is why we have this conversation yearly. You see where I stand. I hope they do well. And then I bring up Brock Purdy and John Poles or Uncle Loon start talking crazy about every 40. I was like, yo, Relax. You got Geno's.
Well, shout out
Relax.
Donovan in the chat out says, I don't hate the 49ers. I just pray on their downfall.
See what I'm saying? And that's when I gotta be like, all right, man, relax.
See,
Relax.
I
You got
think-
the worst winning percentage of any team in professional
There it
sports.
is. See, no,
in the
that's
last-
hate.
See
That's
what I'm
hate.
saying?
That's hate.
See what I'm saying? That's where I had to go there. I had to go there. I wasn't trying to.
I think that is just you haven't had a reason to hate them since 2002. Like they were good back then. There was just reasons to hate, and since then it's like, what am I gonna hate the Raiders for? And now they've been so bad, where it's like, oh yeah, like come on, finally, like look at you, like finally. I think that's what it is. The Raiders have been good for just normal. I think you
Yeah.
hate them a lot more. I think that's what it is.
Now this
And I
is
think the Raider fans hate the Niner fans because the Niner fans have they've had it well, and I mean it's a fan versus fan type of thing
Right.
too. But
well, see, this is also what I say, and I talk about this all the time. I say, you guys have heard me say it, because when people be like, "Oh, you just hate so and so," I said a number of different times. And we talk about sports hate too. I said it a number of different times. If I don't like somebody, I'll tell you. What, you think I'm afraid to tell you I don't like somebody or I don't like a team? You think I'm trying to hide?
Yeah, you hate
I
the
don't-
Dallas Mavericks.
I don't like the Dallas Mavericks. I don't like Seattle, the city. I didn't forget what happened, a couple years ago. I'll tell you if I don't like somebody. I'm not hiding behind that. I don't feel that way about the Raiders.
You just haven't had a reason to though.
I'm at the point now where if the Raiders are good, I want to see them continue to be good.
Did you dislike the Warriors before that King series?
Was
there any hate there?
Yeah.
Before the round one, I mean, not the play and stuff like recently, just
Yeah.
before that when it really got really heated.
Yeah, I didn't like the Warriors since 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't like them. Then it just turned up, in 2022, 2023.
See, that's what I'm saying. You had a reason to hate them. They're starting to win now. Like before then, you had no reason to hate the Warriors, right?
No, and I had love for the Warriors. I had love. Like I say all the time. People talk about, and I'm not saying Oracle. People have been there. People talk about it. Oracle was dope. They had it popping in Oracle. And this is what I always talk about with the Warrior fans. And I feel like I can talk about it because I lived it. I was at Oracle as a struggling college student at Cal State Hayward, now Cal State East Bay, given tickets.
You got them at the local library too?
Anywhere you get. I was given tickets number of different times to take my girlfriend, now my wife, on a date. We were sitting in section like 103, 104, not row SS, like row H. I was there. The tickets were there. I was looking around the arena. And yeah, they had people there. But I was there. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like how you guys are trying to romanticize and say Warrior fans have always been here. We always been dedicated. Bro, I was there. You guys have not always been there. Some of you, maybe. But I was there in 06, 07, 05, 06, 07, getting them free tickets because they were readily available. Come on, man. Don't do that. I'm not just saying anything. And that's the difference between, to your question, bandwagon and fair weather fan. Once Steph got there, and understandably it's Steph Curry, once Steph got there, oh yeah, now we popping. Now you got a great team. You're gonna sell it out, it's gonna be popping. That's just common nature. That's common knowledge. It's all good. But once again, I was there 05, 06, 07. I was there for the Thunder years, and I'm not talking about Thunder in OKC. I'm talking about Thunder. Drew Down. You know what I'm talking about when I say Thunder. I was there when Thunder was running up and down the aisles. I was there for Speedy Claxton. I was there for Troy Murphy. I was there for Mike Dunleavy Jr. playing. And I was in section 103, 104, row H, easily available. Not too many people around me. I was there. Come on.
I was
man.
there. There's also a sneaky, no one talks about, Kobe Bryant fan to Warrior fan pipeline during that time. Well, the Lakers weren't doing too hot.
Yeah. They're sneaky.
Yeah, that's like I said, that one, those ones. Those ones get off pretty easy.
They are sneaky. I can tell you.
I know a few of those. I was a Kobe fan. That's all it was.
They were sneaky. But yeah, I'm sure, this is training camp, so I'm sure there'll be another opportunity when I'm going to ask the question. But yeah, I just don't know why. You hit me up if you got an answer. If you got a Raider fan, I'd like to hear from you. I want to hear from you, Raider.
Yeah, why
fan.
do you hate the opposing fan?
Yeah, why do you hate the 49ers? Why are the 49ers look to you as the ops? Oak Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. I want to know from you guys how you feel about that. Now, here's the thing about it as a 49er fan, at least for me. Like I said, now we've had years of talking and going back and forth. There are 49er fans that despise the Raiders because we've just been talking for a generation now. So, yeah, you pray for their downfall, too. I don't want to act like Niner fans. There aren't Niner fans who are there. But it's more about the Seahawks for us. It's more about the Cowboys for us. It's more about the Packers for us. It's more about even maybe the Rams right now for us. That's what we're worried about.
I think that's time for Raider fans too. I don't think you guys are top 3.
No, we're top 3.
You think so?
I agree. I
know the Chiefs are top 2, if not 1, for Raider fans.
No.
Maybe Broncos are up there too.
No, hell no.
No?
Hell no. I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm gonna express right now why we might be number 1.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna express right now, and Raider fans, if you're listening right now, call in and tell me I'm wrong. I don't think you'll be able to, but call in and tell me I'm wrong. No, Marcus, you're lying. You're not telling the truth. No, Patrick, who says all 3 division teams are ahead of the
Raider fans, by the way, saying their thoughts.
No, they're lying. They are lying. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, let Kenny tell you, Raider fan, why you're wrong.
I'm going to tell you why. Because what was it? 4 or 5 years ago, when the Chiefs were playing the 49ers in the Super Bowl, there was not one Raider fan that wanted the Niners to win. Not one. They were all rooting for the Chiefs to win. Not one. I didn't run in one Raider fan that said, I want the Niners to win because I hate the Chiefs more. Not one. So don't give me that. Don't try and act, we don't even think about the Niners. Don't play that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Even Jason Jones.
Yeah.
I was talking to him at the time.
Yeah.
He was not going for the Niners to beat the Chiefs.
Hold on, Patrick. Ha, ha, ha. That's how you know. That's how you know.
Yeah. So we had the test. We had the ultimate test. The Niners are number 1 on the Raiders hit list.
Damn. I can't argue against that. Raider fans, you guys, I don't know. You guys deal with that. I can't, he's right, too. I remember. He's right.
I didn't run into not one Niner fan because I was trying to figure out. I was trying to know. I was like, I know the Chiefs are the ops. I know you guys don't like the Niners. You don't want to see them win. But in this situation, come on, man, who you rolling with? You got to roll with the Niners, man, because I know the Chiefs are your number 1 team that you hate. Hell no. Hell no. I'd rather see the Chiefs before I see the 49ers win.
Yeah, real quick. Filthy McNasty tries to hit a rebuttal. Says, just like KC didn't want the Raiders to beat Tampa, that one doesn't count because Tampa is not in the same division of the Niners. If it was like Raiders versus Seahawks or something like that, he was like, yeah, go Seahawks or something like that. That's where it works. But
I'm going to tell you right now, if the Raiders played the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, if the Raiders played the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going for the Raiders. Ain't no question.
I think you won right now.
Thank you.
Low key, I can't even argue that. I remember, I was there. Chris Ochoa in the chat house asks Jesse, who's the Dolphins' biggest rival? Me being a Dolphins fan, competence. That's the rival.
No,
competence.
Oh no.
And Tua sliding.
Well, Tua said Tyreek Hill got a.
Who would have thought the guy who quit on his team to end the season last year still has to rebuild his relationship with the guys, the brotherhood and all that stuff this year? Who would have thought? Maybe you would have thought to trade that guy or something.
Let me ask you a question, man. Where are we at, man? Where are we at with the Dolphins? Is this it? Is this it? Like this incarnation of the Dolphins? Is this it? Like if something doesn't happen this year, which I mean,
fire Mike, but they don't make the playoffs. Fire Mike McDaniel. I don't want to get. I still believe in Tua. I do. I believe in Tua.
Well, if they don't make the playoffs, Tua got to go.
Yeah, we'll talk about it after the year. We'll see what the realistic options are after this season, and we will discuss moving on from Tua if they don't make playoffs. But Mike McDaniel's got to go. Like, that's cool, bro. Like, you run this cool offense. They put 2 safeties 20 yards back, and now nothing happens. Maybe it'd be nice too if you ran the ball in December rather than trying to throw the football and all that stuff. But
I think this one's over. Big
I'm
guy.
not even fighting you on it. Like, I think they're gonna go like 8-9. What are we doing? Why are we talking Dolphins? Why are you making me sad? I got a stupid hoodie on right now.
Well, I don't know if you go 8-9. You might compete.
My dad's all, son, what do you think? How do you think? Dad, don't talk to me about no stupid Dolphins.
You're right. This segment was focused on Raider fan and their hate.
Yeah, I think they go 8-9. I don't know. 2 was good. We'll see. Prove me wrong.
So we got Tua, Waddle, Tyreek.
Devon Achan's really good.
Achan is the truth.
No corners.
You don't
Artie
have
Barnes
Raheem
just-
Mostert no more though, huh?
No, he's somewhere.
Yeah.
Shout out Raheem. He was pretty mad about how the Dolphins did him, but
Oh,
yeah, Raheem, you're a little older now.
Didn't when Raheem hurt last year too? Or did he play the whole year?
I don't know if he was hurt, but he was a little bit slower, it seemed, and just 2 key fumbles in 2 games that they could have won. I was like, Raheem, if you didn't fumble, maybe we would have won those games.
Mostert on the Raiders.
Oh, he's on the Raiders. Yikes.
All right, that's cool too.
We just had a cornerback tear his ACL today during OTAs.
Oh, was this during summer league? Did he tear his ACL in summer
During
league?
OTAs, but like I said, this happened.
It's
No,
not controlled in OTA though. That's not gonna happen there.
All right, listen. That's not the point. The whole point is like, not that. Let me figure out my point real quick because that kind of threw a wrench in things.
I'm 2-0 today.
No, you're not.
Count it.
No, you're not.
Count
Well,
it.
no, you're not because like you'd rather it, like OTAs is for something though. Like OTAs is essentially what like Ricky minicamp and all that stuff. Like that's what essentially your summer league would be for. You just want to put it on TV so you can sell it.
Yeah,
I'm saying you don't need to do all that.
you can, and you can go up against other teams.
No,
You can go up against other teams.
like there's a purpose to OTAs. That's my point. There's a purpose to OTAs and all that stuff. Like if you tear your ACL, like that's tough and obviously unfortunate, but it's like there was a purpose to why you were there. If you're there at summer league, that's because the NFL wanted to make an extra buck.
I'll ask you this, but it's better entertainment. It's fine. Like let's.
But that's
go.
the
I
thing
wanna
though.
see
You're
these
getting
guys.
hurt for money rather than
You're getting
OTAs.
hurt working out. You can
But there's a purpose to that. Not getting hurt, but just more so you're there to learn the playbook. You're there to get familiar with all your teammates and things like that, coaches and stuff like that. It's not about making money. It's just more so you're there to work.
That's the same thing you're doing at summer league.
No, come on, bro. Summer league brought to you by Kia. That's what we're doing.
Well, the NFL could do the same thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The summer league, NFL summer league brought to you by so and so company. Like that's what it's for.
NFL, it would be NFL spring league, I guess, because I want them to do it a little bit after the draft.
Just
is
do
in,
my
like,
idea.
April?
Yeah, April,
Yeah.
End of April. Do my idea. All right, for the washed out NFL players who can't make the practice squad
No,
anymore.
that's too dangerous, Jesse. No,
No, throw them big 3 the version of 7-on-7.
no,
Dalvin
that's
Cook.
too much running.
No, just do half the field then or something.
That's too much running.
Like imagine T.O. instead of like going on the Bills at the end, he was playing big 3 football.
That's dangerous.
What do you
Big
mean?
three-
It's dangerous to have the
Big
actual
3
NFL players
basketball,
play.
Big 3 basketball is
And it's just
half
flag
court.
football 7-on-7.
They're not even running. They got to run routes in 7-on-7.
How are we more worried about the old guys and not the guys playing right now?
Because the guys playing right now, they have more. They're healthier. They're younger. They're more spry. They're less.
Now you're still playing for contracts and careers and stuff. Like you get hurt 1 year and one guy takes your spot and that's cooked.
The chance of injury is less with the young guys.
I'm not saying we need full-fledged football here with Michael Vick and them, but I think that'd be a lot more. It's a little bit compromised here if you want entertainment and just spring league type stuff.
Here's another. Okay, and I know you're gonna say this is controlled, but bro, they have these guys at the combine.
Yeah, but like I said, the whole thing is there's a purpose to it. You're evaluating, developing, interviewing, things like that. There's just a purpose to it.
NFL need to holler at me, man. I got the right idea. I'm 2-0 here.
You're corporate Caraway. You know that? You're corporate Caraway. I'm trying to save these players and just get them healthy and just make sure they get their money. And you're like, no, throw them out there spring league.
They're already doing something. They're already out there working.
Something meaningful.
I even think they do like inter squad, like scrimmages, controlled scrimmages during the rookie OTAs. So why not just do it against another team? You can control it that way too. Like you don't have to go up and down the field. You could you could have, like they have these joint practices.
Yeah.
You could have spring league joint rookie practices controlled.
Okay.
Let's see it.
Brother, no one's gonna want to watch OTAs.
Okay, let me. All right.
No one's gonna want to watch. Hey,
he's
doing the 3-cone drill. Hey, everyone, 3-cone drill at 3:30. Tap in.
No, it's the not the 3-cone, but it's the joint practices. So you got the scrimmage.
Just when they're lining up.
Yeah.
Throw it on the
Niners versus Raiders. Niners versus Raiders, spring league.
Niners versus Raiders, 1-on-1.
You tell me that ain't gonna do some numbers?
It's not. No, it's not.
Bro, people are crazy about the NFL. I think it'll do. It ain't gonna go crazy. It's not gonna do like historic numbers, but people will watch. I think more people. I think more people will watch that.
Well, I don't know. I guess Tyler Jennings messing up my point says I'd watch it. Well, thanks a lot, Tyler.
Count it.
It's the second shot Tyler's taking at me for Devers earlier.
I'm on fire. You and it's not necessarily. Well, actually, I would tune in. I would watch this, but I love baseball too. But you think more people are going to watch spring league 7-on-7 rookie football or Giants Astros on a Tuesday? They watching the spring.
Well, not everyone has NBC Bay Area, Kenny. A lot of people have NFL Network.
Look, locally. They'll just go locally.
Yeah, locally, no. You're going to watch the Giants game over there.
Locally, 49ers versus Raiders in
football
spring
sales.
league.
I don't know.
49ers versus Raiders in spring
league. I'll go with the Giants because the what you're talking about, it'll have a combine feel to it. It'll feel like practice-ish. It'll have a combine feel to it. It won't work. I'm not giving you the win there. Nah. Shout out Tony Oldham. Union Jesse versus Corporate KC. I'm with the people. JT Low, can you imagine Price Picks on the 3-cone drill?
Oh, bro. I gotta get back. I ain't done Price Picks in a while. I have season long tickets out there with good old Prize Picks. Let me see where it stands right now.
Yeah, I'm with Roddy too. People don't even watch preseason. Why are they going to watch practice?
They do watch preseason. They watch that stupid Hall of Fame game. I'm not a fan.
People talk about watching. I don't think anyone ever ends up watching it. All good, Tyler. All good.
Yeah. So I have WNBA season long ticket for Prize Picks. It's only $5 to win $50. But Camila Cardoso, 10.5 points per game. She's at 12.8. I think she's going to get that. Angel Reese at 14.1 points per game. I went more. She's at 13.6 right now. I think she gets over 14. I think I get that. Asia Wilson, she needs to pick it up. Shout out to my aces. 10.6 rebounds a night. She's at 9.1. I don't know if she's going to make it. And Brittany Griner at 17.2 points per game. I went less. She's at 10. That's a lock.
This is real, by the way. I don't think anyone's getting paid for this.
Yeah. No, this is
love of the game right here.
Yeah, we just did love of the game. I'm like Jordan playing pickup right now. Just let me play,
Jordan running quarters against the wall or whatever that game was playing.
But yeah, man. Yeah, I'm curious about Raider fans and why they don't like the 49ers. And we'll talk about that more throughout the season because more hate will come. I promise.
I don't know we got next coming up, but
we're gonna stay with football. Okay. We haven't talked about the training camp.
I got my eyes on the Raiders.
A word?
I'm watching them this year.
I mean, what you got a lazy eye? What's going on?
No, not a lazy eye. This is damn.
You got a lazy eye?
What's not a lazy? No,
you need an eye on the Raiders.
I guess you got an eye on the Raiders. I got an eye. I don't know if it's a good eye, side eye, or whatever. But there's an eye. There's an eye.
I wasn't gonna say that. I'm gonna say that on the break because that's
fair enough. Usually when you do this, like, oh yeah, Kenny was right. I should have saved it for the break. Not when you're telling the stories, but when you got something to say, it's like, I don't know if this is good enough for radio.
Well, it is, but you know the show we're on. You know the audience.
Oh, I got you.
So yeah, man.
No, you can't do that. If it's a flag, it's a flag. Hey, we got a minute. We can't go to break.
No, we're gonna talk more about the Raiders and the Niners when we return. We're here on. We're gonna talk about
a minute to kill,
training
pal.
camp. We gonna talk about. So I did see something that's interesting about the 49ers, and I think I know where you're gonna stand. I think I know where everybody else is gonna stand. They asked the question on First Take: are the Niners rebuilding or are they contenders?
I got an interesting take for that.
Okay, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the Raiders. Jesse says he has his lazy eye. He doesn't have a lazy eye, to be honest.
Got
with you.
AI.
Yeah, he's got AI.
Could be a good eye,
on
could
the
be a glass
Raiders.
eye. I don't know. There's an eye on them.
On the Raiders. And look, you may not be alone. I got some thoughts on the Raiders as well, man. So we'll talk about all that, man. It's D-Lo and Casey, Jesse Tapia rocking with your boy right now. We got Guru. He's coming up at 2:15. James Ham coming up at 3. ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Ronnie G, that's tough. Shout out Forrest Whitaker, though.
Godfather of Harlem. Have you seen that show?
No, I have not. I'm looking for a show right now. Me and Crystal just started Untamed on Netflix yesterday. It's a limited series.
Untamed.
It's based in Yosemite.
Yes, I just saw the end of
Just
that.
saw the first episode right now.
Wifey was watching that. She just went through the season in one day, and I saw like the last 3 episodes. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. For sure. Gregor Blanco almost gave me a heart attack. They're showing Game 7 right now when Gregor misplayed that ball out in left center field and it went to the wall. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? Who was that? Moustakis who hit that? If he wasn't so damn slow, that would have been inside the Parker. That's crazy. That was crazy. That's good knowledge, Zabo. There he is from deep third. Got him! And it's a perfect game. Oh, it was Gordon. I thought it was Moustakis. It was Gordon. Gregor Blanco. Aldrin, appreciate you, big dog. Thank you. You're right. I did enjoy my 30th birthday. Yo, it's Stephen Brown. What the hell? I know I saw that. I don't know. We're still able to do it, but I don't know. I hating. Tyler, people do watch the combine. They're a little ridiculous for that. I'm not watching the combine. Stephen Brown a fool, man. Come on, man. Let's see. If DeRozan is okay to come off the bench, would you be okay starting 5 of Dennis Levine, Max, or back here on D-Lo and KC? We're talking football. Training camp gets underway. I do want to address this though, because Russ Dog asked. No, you know what? I'm gonna hold off. When we talk more about basketball, because I got a thought. About that. We'll talk about it. I want to make sure we talk about football, man, and talk about the prospects of some of these teams. Let's start with the 49ers. Training camp got underway. Well, they reported yesterday. They actually had reps and everything today. Jauan Jennings on the field, active participant with the first team. Loved seeing that. Love having him out there. I think it's time for the 49ers front office to, make sure he's taken care of. He's handling things the right way. Make sure he's good. But they got some issues. They got some real issues with that wide receiver room. I heard Jacob Cowing left practice today with a hamstring situation. We don't know how serious it is, but I mean, that's a guy that I look at. That's a guy that I'm looking at as like, hey, this guy can potentially be productive. And if he's already gone down after Ricky Pearsall's already gone down, that wide receiver room is getting pretty thin. So the question that I'll ask Jesse, I'll ask you guys out there in the chatty house and the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Are the 49ers rebuilding or are they contenders? What'd you think?
They're rebuilding right now, but it's not like there's much that needs to happen for them to jump into that other side. The way I see it is like Super Bowl window's closed, but they could sneak out if some things kind of roll their way. Because you look at, like, you have Brock Purdy. He's got his deal. As far as, like, I feel like people are like out on Brock Purdy, or just less have faith in him than I guess I do. I think Brock is a near top 10 quarterback, kind of 10 to 12, maybe 8 to 12 type quarterback on his best day or whatever. Like, now I'm expecting the Niners, no matter how bad the wide receiver room is, to at least be an 8-win team, like, as your floor. Like, at bare minimum, things go wrong, like, you still need to be an 8-win team with Brock Purdy there. Yeah. And I think you got a guy like CMC, if he's able to stay healthy. We all know what George Kittle is, Hall of Famer and all that stuff. Fred Warner, man in the defense. Nick Bosa probably needs to get back to what he was, but I think they have things where it's like some things go their way. Yeah, maybe they could find themselves back into being contenders.
They're in an interesting situation, and I really look down south to what the Rams kind of just did.
Like, I wouldn't call them contenders right now, by the way. Like I said, rebuild, but like I see a path again.
Yeah, no, look, what the Rams just did was, after their Super Bowl and Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey and all this other stuff, you would say they were in a rebuilding mode.
Yep.
But they drafted well. They made some savvy moves.
Drafted damn near perfect.
Yeah. And they flipped that on its head real quick. Like, within a year, they flipped that. And I think off the top of my head, I think the Rams had a really bad year. 1 year, I think they won, like, I could be wrong. I'm gonna double check this. But I thought they won like maybe 5 or 6 games 1 year, which actually is what the Niners did last year. But they did that, and then they were right back. And that could be what the Niners are doing this year.
2021, they went 12-5. 2022, they went 5-12, and then back-to-back 10-7 seasons.
There we go.
Last year won the division.
There we go. And the Rams 5-12 in what, 2022? You said?
Yeah.
That 5-12, that could have been what the Niners had last year in that 6-11 season. And now you bounce back. You're a 10-11 win team after that. So technically, to answer the question, I agree with you. They are rebuilding, but they could be ascending right now. They could be on their way back up.
Real quick, more context on that Rams stat. Like, 2021 was there. They won the Super Bowl, and then they have a down year. And then, like I said, like you said, they're back to it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, same. I agree with it too. Like, I don't think the Niners are at this point where it's like, probably gonna have to rebuild a little bit more, take another step back to go forward, this and that. Like, no, they've got their foundation still. Now you want to figure out what to do at wide receiver, because we'll see how Brandon Ayuk looks as the wide receiver one when he's back, but I'm not really holding my breath there. You're going to need to find another. I don't know if Ricky Pearsall is ever going to become that for you, just given he can't even stay on the field right now. Jauan Jennings is 28, so that's not someone you're building your wide receiver room around. So you're probably going to need to add to that, whether it be in the draft next year. I don't think you do it through a trade. So yeah, you kind of stuck with this year, but that's kind of what gives me pause as far as them being like a Super Bowl contender. I don't think you can really be in that level right now, just given what that's looking like.
And to be honest with you, you guys know I'm a lot of the times I'll even give a sneak preview. You guys can remember this. And if I do something different, you can be like, oh, okay, see, I remember you said something different before. You guys know, since this show has started, I've picked the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl out of NFC.
It's been basically Ravens versus 49ers
It really
four out of the last
has.
5 years.
It really has. Today, as things stand, I don't have to put my official prediction out there just yet. We'll do that in September. But today, no, the Niners aren't going to the Super Bowl. That's not how I look at them. That's not the type of team I think they have. I think they're a good team. And I think when you talk about the team and the roster that they have combined with potentially, and I always say potentially because you never know what it's looking like. It can look 100% different in August than it actually is once you get into November. But the schedule looks very favorable.
Yeah, it's looking pretty weak for them, where they can get a lot of games if they play the way we've seen them.
Yeah, it looks very favorable. So you combine those two things. I think that I don't have them as a championship contender, but I will say right now, and I'll dive into it a little bit more moving forward. But today, I got them winning the division.
That's where I'll fight you on then, I guess. I'll give that one to the Rams. I see the Niners as a wild card team right now, a team who I think they're still in this season as a wild card and could miss the playoffs if like you go 9-8 or whatever. But I think they're a wild card team right now. I think that like the Rams are back right now, so I'll give that to them.
That's 100% fair. The Rams have earned that and they deserve that. But they're playing a first place schedule, and it could come down to a game or two. If we think that the Niners are playing a soft schedule and they're going to get 10 or 11 wins, some of the X factor games, like I know they both play the AFC South, they both play NFC South as well, being part of that division. But one of the X factors is the Niners play the Browns, right?
Yeah,
they got the Browns. The Niners play the Bears as opposed to the Rams playing the Lions, maybe, or the Packers or something like that. So it could come down to one of those two games.
I'm looking at it right now. Like we can all agree, the Niners' toughest game this year is going to come against the Rams. Both of those games. After that, you can argue whether you think it's the Texans. It probably is the Texans, but maybe the Jags. Who knows how you feel about the Falcons, maybe. But there's an argument on who the second best team that they're facing all season is, and that's kind of indicative on their schedule. It's pretty weak.
I haven't really tapped into the schedule since it came out.
They open.
This is one of my first times. This schedule.
They open on the road. They open on the road in Seattle, in New Orleans week 2, and then you got the Cardinals and Jags first 4 weeks of the season. I think the toughest team there is probably the Jags.
And look, one of the things that I'm looking at, and this is how I used to always look at the 49ers, going up against the 49ers and what they may be able to do when they had a super top flight defense. And I think they're going to work on getting back to that. Robert Saleh's back in a role that he's more comfortable in. Is who are the quarterbacks you're going up against? And I look at the first 4 or 5 games. Sam Darnold, who's cool.
Sam Darnold, and the Saints quarterback is that rookie.
Who is the Saints quarterback?
Honestly, I have no clue who's in line to be their starter right now.
I have no idea. Then you've got Kyler, who he gives the Niners fits. He's always a guy that you got to worry about. I think but he's cool. He's cool. And then you got Marvin Harrison Jr. That's going to be something that you got to watch out for.
Then it's Trevor still eating off Clemson Lawrence.
I'll light him up. Then you got Baker.
Travis Hunter coming to town.
I'm going to that game.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to that game. I want to go see Travis Hunter. Plus, almost like a homecoming game. I want to make sure I'm there for a 49ers win. That's how I'm looking at that. But they're not going up against like a bunch of great quarterbacks this year.
Yeah, and then you get after that for 4-week stretch, then you got the tough game Thursday night against the Rams, and that's probably an L right there.
I'll take for sure.
Just given it's on the road against the Rams.
I'll take that. And then you got to go to Tampa Bay after that, but you're going to have 10 days rest going to Tampa Bay. So I say all that in the context of them winning the division potentially. They may have a situation where their schedule allows them to get 10, 11, or let's see the common part of the schedule, the common part of the Rams and 49ers schedule, the AFC South, the NFC South, allows them to both have 8, 9 wins. But then you've got the first place versus fourth place aspect to it. And that's where the Niners can get the game or two to end up winning that division.
What do we do if they don't handle business with this schedule this year? What if it looks like we've talked about them being a wild card team? You've talked about them winning the division and all that stuff. What if it's kind of just just kind of meddling, and like, ooh, they kind of just got to 8 wins, or they got to 7 wins with that schedule.
That would be.
Like, what are we talking about after that season? Do you think
We're talking about if they get to 7 or 8 wins with this roster, because I still think the roster is good.
Yeah,
Like,
with
I
that
think people
roster and
kinda
with that
overlook
schedule.
with the roster and with the schedule, and you get to 7, 8 wins, Kyle Shanahan's got to be on the hot seat. The clock is ticking. I'm not going to say he gets fired right then and there, although TC probably would say that. But if they're not able to be, for sure, if they're not able to be above 500, I would even say, yeah, man, you got to have more than 9 wins with this roster and this schedule. And if Kyle Shanahan is who I believe he is, a double-digit win total is Mando.
This is
It's
a team.
Mando.
It's a team with Hall of Fame pillars still.
Mm-hmm.
Some Kittle's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I might be a little bit tough. 2 Hall of Fame pillars. You got Warner, I think, will eventually get in there, and then Kittle and all that. Brock's really good. CMC has Hall of Fame talent.
Go rewind that. Who's the fringe Hall of Famer?
Well, I guess CMC would be fringe. He's got Hall of Fame talent, but he's not going to get in. He just doesn't have the numbers or the accolades to get in.
See, now you got me. Oh.
There's nothing to argue. We've done this before. There's nothing to argue. There's nothing. He's not Hall of Fame talent, but he's just not happening.
Okay. We'll
Trent Williams.
That.
Trent Williams retired, right?
No, he's still there.
He's still there, or you still got Trent Williams there. So the 3 of them there. Yeah.
He said he's rejuvenated. He wants to play football.
I always forget what that guy. But yeah, you got 3 Hall of Fame pillars there still, or whatever. So it's not like you got junk this season.
Well, you're talking about just on the offensive end. I mean, you've got.
I threw Fred Warner in there too.
Oh, you said Fred Warner.
Yeah, Fred Warner.
I think Nick
Bosa's got the talent, but
he's got a Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yeah, he's really eating off that one season still.
Look, he is, but
he's
to
not.
defend him a little bit. He had like a 10.5 sack season the next year, and we were like, "Yo, that was terrible." 10.5 sack season, like, it's still really good.
Yeah, but if you've been in conversations with the Miles Garretts of the world and all that stuff, that's not good enough.
Understandable.
And if that's the standard we're going to try to hold you to, we're just kind of hope you like hover around, then it's got to be better.
Understandable, but I agree. And he absolutely has to be better. Hell, I was the one that said, like, think about trading him this offseason, getting him off the books. But yeah, man, if it goes left, if it goes bad, yeah, Kyle Shanahan got to be on the hot seat. He's absolutely got to be on the hot seat.
I agree with that.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't expect anything less than 10 wins this year. I don't expect anything less than 10-7. 10-7 for once again, the roster and the schedule and who I think Kyle Shanahan is. I've always talked about Mike Tomlin and how, regardless of the roster, I know we talk about the 500 record and all this other stuff, but his teams they clear 500 by 2 or 3 games more times than not because his coach.
Yeah, usually the only reason why the Niners have these catastrophic years is because like everyone was injured that year, at least from how it seemed the last few seasons.
Everyone was injured. Last year they went 6-11. They had, let me pull up the schedule to make sure I know. 4 games last year that they just blew. They just gave the game away.
Yeah.
They had it as a win. And I mean, even if I'll just play devil's advocate and say you take 2 of those games, now you're looking at an 8-9 team. The Rams game, the first one, they should have won. They had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. The Arizona Cardinals game, which I was at, I thought that was going to be a homecoming game. They had a 13-point lead, 13-point lead in the fourth quarter, ended up losing that one. The second Seattle game where Geno Smith runs it in with under a minute to go in the fourth quarter, they should have had that one. The Rams game, 12-6 at home. Brock Purdy throws an interception in the end zone with an opportunity to win that game. Detroit was a game that they could have won. So they had a number of different opportunities last year with everything going wrong. You get a little bit better health this year, plus the talent level is at a certain level, and you've got a schedule that's favorable. Yeah, 10 wins. I'm expecting nothing less than that from this group.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with an 8-win floor this season. I don't know what I expect them to reach. I'm gonna go 8-win floor. The wide receiver room scares me, and I think Brock Purdy, if he's able to be as good as he is, and if that receivers, if they don't like really step up or whatever, now he's just not him. I think you can get him to 8 wins, but after that, we'll see.
And that's the other thing too. You brought him up, Brock Purdy. I agree with you. Now you're getting paid like one of the big boys. I need you to.
Yeah, there's
produce
no
like one of the
excuses
big
at this
boys.
point. Like I know Ayuk's coming off the ACL, and
Yeah.
just we don't really know what Pearsall is, and Jennings is a wide receiver 3-1 on whatever given day.
Yeah.
You got to make them better, and you got to get wins here. Like you're
I-
the quarterback, you're paid to do that. Unfair or not, that's just what the game is now.
And I believe in Brock. I believe that Brock can be that type of quarterback where he helps elevate others around him. I know they were talking earlier today on the morning roast to my guys over there on the morning roast. Shout out to Spadoni, shout out to Butcher Boy. And they were asking, you know, at the end of the season, will Brock Purdy be the unquestioned best quarterback in the division? And a lot of people were like, no, Brock isn't that good. I know somebody was like, yeah, Brock, outside of pre-snap reads, what does he do really well? Like, just kind of like,
He's the second best quarterback in the division for me right now.
yeah, Brock Purdy.
I love
is
Kyler, but
really
Kyler's just
good.
been a lot of our imagination at this point.
Kyler.
Where like he's good, but it just hasn't amounted at anything yet.
He's super talented. He's a good quarterback, but I would say best case scenario, he's even with Brock Purdy right now. And Brock Purdy, they talk about what does he do? I've said a number of different times, his accuracy, his pinpoint accuracy with where his ball placement is on some of these throws, you can't walk it up any better. What he lacks in arm strength and physical abilities, he makes up for with his anticipation and his ball placement and his pre-snap reads.
Yeah, there's other ways to play the quarterback position. I'm sorry, not everyone needs to be a 6'10", throw it 90 yards down the field type quarterback.
Right.
Like Josh Allen and those guys that can do it, yes, that's why they're elite of the elite, but it doesn't always work for everyone else. And for the Brock Purdy's of the world, yeah, you need to be more accurate and stuff because you're not, arm strength isn't great or whatever. Like that's a plus.
Yeah, Drew Down
Not
in the
necessarily a
chat.
downside.
You know, I think he got hacked by TC. Drew Down's YouTube got hacked by TC. He says Kyle needs to just stay out of the way, stay out of Brock's way this year.
Yeah, TC actually called in. I think it might have been, I think it was this show last week with D-Lo. And he's like, oh yeah, Kings this, Kings that. Oh, so excited. Yeah. 49ers, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Kyle sucks, blah, blah, blah. And we were kind of like, what's going on? Like, why are you so optimistic about the Kings who have done nothing and the so down the Niners who have won a lot or whatever? But he called back the next day. He's like, yeah, it's Kyle. He's out on Kyle Shanahan. He's just not a Kyle Shanahan. Doesn't matter what happens. He's just out on Kyle.
He's out on Kyle. I saw something the other day or yesterday, excuse me, that, and I think Vontae had tweeted it out and he responded the same way that I'm about to say, but there was some NFL question, you know, on one of those shows, and they were like, yeah, Kyle Shanahan has to prove that he can win the big game. He's lost in the overtime to the Kansas City Chiefs. He's lost them twice in the Super Bowl. He lost to the Patriots when he blew a 28-3 lead against when he was with the Falcons.
It was Chris Broussard, I believe. And that tells you all you need to know about that.
Why is this? I don't understand how that goes on his permanent record.
The funniest
He was
part,
not the head coach.
Well, the funniest part about the Falcons thing is that Kyle Shanahan's an offensive guy. Dan Quinn's a defensive guy. The Falcons put up 28 points.
On Bill Belichick. That should
Yes.
be good enough to win.
The defense gave up 31 or however many it was after they gave up that 3. I think it was like 34-28, the final score. Like, Dan Quinn should catch the heat. Like, the defense lost that game.
Dan Quinn, don't nobody say nothing. They just, he's a great coach here in Washington. This is great. This is a great guy. He's got Washington cooking.
And asking, and maybe I'm being too nice about it or whatever, but asking an NFL team to go score 40 points in the Super Bowl against one of the greatest defensive coaches of all time. Like, you don't think the Patriots are going to figure some things out? It's just don't be historically bad or catastrophically bad on defense. You already got the 28.
Bro, get one stop.
Exactly.
Get one stop and you win. Yeah, that one always gets me. Aldrin in the chat, he asked the question in the chatty house, is Brock better than Dak Prescott? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Now, I don't say that to say Dak is a bum. Dak is cool, but Brock is better than Dak.
Are we sure?
Yes.
Like, Dak was in MVP conversations until that was last season, right? When they lost to Miami, I think. Like, up until that
2 years
game.
ago. The same year Brock was in it.
Okay, yeah. Like, Dak's really good. It's just playoffs. He just fumbles.
I'll say
not
this.
Actually, but just when it's go time, he just does not show up.
I'll say this.
He's got all the talent in the world. It's just like Jerry Jones said.
Well, we have the clip. He said, well, we paid him, and he only played 2/3 of the season.
Also, I'm disappointed too that Stanley has not called him once. Every time you do that voice, I look at the caller ID to wait and see if it'll be him. Like, Stanley, it's a pretty big guess.
Well, look, Stanley knows. I've talked to Stanley. I've had conversations with him, and he knows I've got this handled. Just like he requested a couple of months back, I'm in the talks to buy KIFM and buy ESPN 1320 and make sure D'Lo and KC work for me. And when D'Lo comes back, we're going to have a celebratory dinner at Morton's. That's for sure.
That guy stinks.
I'll say this about Dak and Brock Purdy. I think they're on the same tier.
That's fair enough.
So it's not like Brock is like just leaps and bounds better than him. I think they're same type of quarterback for sure. I didn't want to let this time go by without talking about this Raiders, man. You said you had your eye on the Raiders.
I think they might be good. I think they might be a
playoff.
Maybe.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna say win. I'm not gonna say they're gonna win the division. I wouldn't be shocked if it's week 18 or whatever the NFL has us watching at this point. The Raiders are in the hunt, and not even in the hunt where it's like, oh, they need 4 teams to lose today and win by 30 or whatever. Like, they're going to have a high I don't even love this because it's the Raiders, but I think they could have a high floor this year where it's like Geno is going to keep the offense just a little bit at bay. And, like, Pete Carroll, I guess I believe in coaching more than you do. Pete Carroll's one of the greatest coaches of all time. I think that counts for something.
I'm a believer in Pete
I think that's going to get you wins. You look at the Chargers last year with Jim Harbaugh. I think a lot of us were talking about, oh, yeah, cupboard's kind of bare. Running backs don't look great. Wide receivers don't look great. But he just had them playing sound football, just fundamental football. Got them into the playoffs. They got waxed when they got there. But I think I could see that type of year for the Raiders potentially. I'm not willing to guarantee it or anything like that. But, like, maybe Christian Wilkins stays healthy on the defensive line. You got Max Crosby. Linebackers look a little solid. I like Landon Roberts in the run game and all that, run defensive game, but I got my eye on them. So I can see some things. Wide receiver room is also not great there. You got Brock Bowers, but Jacoby Myers as your wide receiver one, I don't love.
Let me ask you 2 things real quick. So were you on the fence? And then yesterday when they signed Jamal Adams, did that one take you over the top?
No, that kind of sent me the other way. We're signing linebackers again at safety. Like, all right, but
see, that's why people think
that's Pete Carroll's guy.
Raiders.
Well, Jamal Adams, that's a universal joke. That's a linebacker playing safety. What are you doing, bro? And if anything, that's an edge rusher playing safety. But like Tyler Jennings throws in a rookie running back. I like Ashton Jeanty. I think he's got superstar potential. I think he can be a guy where, like, he'll have an impact just all season for the Raiders. And if he's able to do that, then it's going to make things a lot easier for Geno and co. I see the vision at least.
I see a lot of the things that you're talking about with this Raiders team.
Yeah, I'm not willing to guarantee anything or just put it on wax just yet or anything, but I see it. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm watching with an eye.
This is why my expectations for the Raiders never reach potentially a certain height this season. For them to even think about the playoffs, I'd have to say that they're going to be better than one of the Broncos, Chargers, or Chiefs. And I just don't see that right now. I don't see it. I don't think 4 teams get into the playoffs from the AFC West.
Like I said, I think they'll be in the hunt, in the mix. I think they can be. I don't know if they will be. I can see them being better than the Chargers. It's a lot of I'm not going to go out and say the Raiders are the second best team in the division right now. Put them at 4. That's fine. It's a lot of we need to see it happen. Like I said, just with the parts that they got, I see the vision, Loki. I can see them 8 and 9 this year or something like that. 9 and 8. I'm not even necessarily saying they'll be the Niners, 10 wins or anything like that, but I think they're going to surprise some people this year.
I do like some of the pieces that they've been able to put together. They had so much that they had to do with that roster. I don't think you can do the majority of it in one off season. So going out and getting Geno's an okay quarterback. He has some really good moments with Seattle, but when it started to get a little tight, like when people started to get a little bit more of a book on what was going on with Geno in Seattle, they started to shut all that down. So I wonder if that's going to be what potentially happens with the Raiders. Yeah, I like Jeanty. I like Bowers, obviously. I like Pete Carroll.
You see
I'm a
Chip-
believer in Pete Carroll.
You see Chip Kelly telling Ginty not to do his stance in the backfield?
No.
Yeah, that's not even a story, but just a little note. He wants him, I guess, just not doing his little signature thing or whatever, which I hate. I don't know why Chip Kelly's trying to switch things up, but more traditional running back stance, I guess. But
Chip Kelly hasn't done much of anything since Oregon.
yeah, Chip, just call the plays, bro.
Yeah, that's it. You're lucky you're getting
There's
this
a reason why you
opportunity.
drafted me here.
Yeah. You're lucky.
Yeah, not a story, just a note I saw.
Yeah, you're lucky we didn't leave your ass in Columbus. You know, that
It's
might
tough.
have been where you should have been. So settle down, Chip. But I think the Raiders, and I'm interested to see them in training camp, see if there's some other rookies, some other young guys that jump out and leap off the page and see if they can be somebody that can help this team immediately, because they do need some help at the wide receiver position. They do need some help in the secondary. So if there's some rookies, some young players, some guys that they found that might be able to help them immediately that we're not taking account for, I could up that floor a little bit more. But that division just a little too tough for me.
Yeah, I get it. Like I said, it's just an eye right now. I'm gonna say it's a good eye or anything like that. Could be a lazy eye at the end of the season. It's like, oh yeah, look at the Raiders falling off again.
I forgot.
We'll see.
I was supposed to say it during.
Yeah, don't even say it right now. We're going to break. We're
during-
good. Don't even mess it up. I don't even know what you were gonna say. Could be fine, but like I said, let's just go to break.
We gonna go to break. We got my man Daryl Guru Johnson at 95.7 The Game. He's gonna rock in with us, man, and we're gonna have a good time talking about the Cowboys, talking about the Warriors, talking about the 49ers, and maybe talking about R&B. Maybe we'll talk about a little R&B with my man Guru. It's coming up next on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I was gonna say, is it a cockeye that you're looking at the Raiders?
That would have been fun on the radio, but we would have had some fun with that one. Yeah, Chris, that's Guru. Shout out Guru. He's funny. Zabo, I'm down. Jags are pretty irrelevant. Honestly, we need to get rid of the AFC South and just throw the Texans in someone else's division.
Oh my gosh, we're combining the.
Yeah, we're not even moving teams. We're just taking those teams away from those people in those cities. It's like Tennessee Titans. Sorry, no team for you.
Jacksonville about to get dope little stadium though.
Still in Jacksonville, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like Jacksonville, I low-key probably feel now that we talk about same about Cleveland.
Oh my gosh.
It's like what is Jacksonville? What is Duval? Like what is that?
Jacksonville. It is criminal that Jacksonville hosted a Super Bowl one time. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. They had no business hosting a Super Bowl.
Like your mascot's name is Jacksonville. That's stupid.
Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Having a good time on this Wednesday afternoon. We've been talking about the weather and stuff the last couple of days. How it's a little cooler and stuff. I think next week it's about to get back up there. Get back up there the way it's supposed to be on a summer day. Oh, that also reminds me too, Jesse. I don't know if you saw the email. Or,
I'm looking at him right now. I'm literally looking at him right now.
Yeah, it's a great time. Audacy had a great time at the game today. This was, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to see everybody enjoyed themselves. It was a rousing success. Oh, it's good stuff.
22 of our I just counted the damn picture. 22 of our coworkers there, not us.
Come on, man. Oh, look at that. I didn't even see pictures. Look at this.
Yeah, there's pictures.
They got pictures out there.
Had a great time.
Champagning and campaigning. Is that Jonathan?
Yeah, Jonathan. Engineers was out there.
Was here. Yo, this is. I'm glad everybody had a great time, man. Look at. Yeah. Okay. Looks like a beautiful day. Nobody looks hot. Anything. Just
no. Everyone. Like, what do you want? You want me to be sad, Audacy?
Should I be a jerk and take a picture of myself in the studio and say
having the greatest day of my life?
Because I don't know if they understand. I hope they understand when like we're joking and I'm having a good time.
Are we joking? Oh, I forget. The camera can't even see me. Yeah, we're joking.
Oh, well. I talked about Guru coming on to the show.
Oh, not happening? All right, let me jump back out the bullpen then. YouTube can wait. Hopefully we get running back up later.
That's all. I text Guru.
Here we go.
I text Guru earlier. I was like, yo, man, would you come on the show, man? Come out, let me for a second. He goes, yeah, I got you, big dog. He said, can you do the stream? I said, can you do the stream? He goes, yeah, it's nothing. I said, all right, man, my dog, appreciate you. So, it's about 3:15 or so. I don't see him backstage. I said, hey, go, what's up, big dog? You get the link? And he goes, yeah, it's tomorrow, right? I'm on my way to LA.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Casey?
I don't know. We can talk about anything at this point. We can talk. Oh, okay. I do know what I want to talk about. Shout out to Guru. He just got our signals crossed a little bit. We got our signals crossed, but it's all good. Tomorrow probably not gonna work for Guru, so I'll have him on at some point in the near future. That's my dog, man. I got to talk to Guru. It's been a minute. Russ Dog asked a question during one of the breaks, and he said, "KC, if DeRozan was okay coming off the bench, would you be okay starting with the starting five of Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, Keegan at the 3, Max at the 4, and Domas at the 5?" And Russ Dog is, no pun intended, that's my dog. That's my guy. That's my guy. We rock. And he always shows love. You know what I mean? So this isn't directed towards him. This is more in general. Why is everyone so eager to put DeMar DeRozan on the bench?
So you can play Max, I guess, but that's another thing.
DeMar DeRozan is...
And that's not happening too.
It's not happening. People, we talk about like, oh, it's not happening because of vets and all this other stuff, and people don't like that. It's also not happening because he's probably your second best player. I could make the argument he's your best player.
He's going to be your leading scorer, I think. Maybe Levine steps it up, but
I could make the argument that's your best player. And everybody looks at him like he's the problem.
can I say something as well?
Sure.
I think we got to dial it down on Max a bit. I don't think he doesn't need to be in your starting lineups, nothing like that. There's potential there, but also like, all right, fine. Like maybe he wanted to go to the Kings, yada yada. It's still a second round pick. I think we got to let him develop a little bit more and see what it's looking like before it's like, oh yeah, throw Max. Like I'm not even saying to be bad or anything like that,
Right.
but I don't think he's gonna have an immediate impact or anything like that.
I think
like me, Clifford might.
Yeah.
I guess I don't see. I don't see it. Like Drew Eubanks, I know people don't want to see him play and all that. That's fine. But if Maxine's better and all that, play him. But I just think it was more about like starting Max at the 4. That's dial it back. I think.
I hear you. I definitely hear you on the starting aspect. Like because
I wonder defensively he's gonna be able to stay on the court, like how raw he is there and stuff like that. He's going up against actual like NBA players now instead of these summer league guys.
He actually defended a little bit better than maybe I had heard or thought of. Actually, one of the things that was talked about pre-draft was he was pretty good at protecting the rim for being, 7 foot, 7'2", whatever. And he was a little bit of a problem guarding on the perimeter, pick and rolls and things of that nature. And what I saw in the summer league was actually the exact opposite. I thought he did a better job than advertised at guarding people on the perimeter and doing that type of stuff. And there was damn near no rim protection from him. And I was like, that's odd. I didn't expect to see that. But I'm with you. Like, I don't see him starting or should be in a conversation about starting.
Oh yeah, like I'm not even sure how much of like how
he
many
should,
minutes
he should play.
He'll play, but like, I just don't know how much we'll see of him to start.
He's the rotation. He's in the rotation for me, and I would not have Eubanks over him in the rotation. Where Eubanks might get some tick is backup center situation, or flip it. If Reynald is the backup center, Eubanks is backup 4 or something like that. That may be like I'm not just throwing Eubanks out completely. He doesn't play, but yeah, starting. I'm not with that. And like I said, Russ Dog. That's the homie. That's my guy. But I agree with you on that one, Max. I wouldn't even consider him starting at the 4 right now. And DeMar DeRozan, he's not going to the bench, and he shouldn't go to the bench. Special Ed in the chat says, because bro is old and not going to be here. Also, the Kings are already lightweight tanking. He's going to win them a few games they probably should lose. They're not tanking.
Yeah, they're not lightweight tanking. They're not super tanking. None of that.
No, like tanking is, if they're just bad, then they're just bad. It's not it's at least at the start of the season. Who knows what happens down the stretch? But at the start of the season, if they're bad, they're just a bad team. It's not on purpose. It's not because that's what the plan was or what they're trying to do. Real quick, because I want to talk about this. Let's flip this just a little bit. Do you have the clip of Zach Lowe?
Yeah, let me pull that up on
talking about the Kings.
Zach Lowe had a couple things on the Kings.
Yeah, he's been talking about the Kings a little bit lately. We'll play it for you so you guys can hear it, get the gist of what he's talking about, and also, I got feelings about it. I got feelings about what he's got to say. But when you talk about DeMar DeRozan, going back to that situation, the guy's arguably your best player, one of your top 2 players. He's not going to the bench. I continue to ask this question often, and I'll ask it with James too, because I know James has been a detractor of DeMar, not necessarily the basketball player, but DeMar on this team. The offense wasn't a problem. Offensively, I don't think the Kings were an issue. It may not look exactly how you want it to look, or it could be better for sure. Like you want to improve all the time, but offense wasn't a problem. They were top 10 in scoring last year. The offensive rating, I don't remember that off the top of my head, but it wasn't in the dumps. That wasn't the issue. The issue was they weren't very good on the defensive end. I think they turned the ball over a lot once the De'Aaron Fox trade happened, and that was the lack of the point guard situation. But Yeah, I don't they talk about the ball stopping and the way he plays on the offensive end and all this other stuff. The top 10 offense, least points per game in the league. So here's Zach Lowe.
Shout out to the local guy for this clip.
Yeah, shout out to the local guy, man. See him tomorrow. But here's Zach Lowe talking about the Kings. Is this the one when he said
talking about Summer League?
Yeah.
Dallas and or Minnesota. They have a 2031 swap with the freaking Kings. Any draft, and by the way, one of the talks of Vegas, we're going to get to another depressing team in a second, is just like, what happened to the Kings? Yeah. Just a complete disaster across the board. And they have an unprotected swap with the Kings that they got for facilitating the DeMar DeRozan trade from Chicago to Sacramento. And I think they were very smart.
Pretty much it right there.
Who was he talking about again? That got the pick from the DeMar DeRozan trade? Was it was it San Antonio?
San Antonio's got this. Yeah, the Spurs got that pick because we were making fun of that for however long.
But they don't. That's
the 2031, the pick swap. Yeah, I think that's the whole point. Though they got the Kings pick swap. I think he's just expecting the Kings to just be horrible by then or something.
Well, I'm not gonna let him off the hook, and I'm not trying to. But he was wrong. Like he's dead wrong, and I don't think that's a slip up, and that doesn't make the Kings situation better or nothing like that. But he's wrong. He says the Kings gave up an unprotected pick swap, or you mean an unprotected pick to the Spurs. That's not what they gave up. They gave up a pick swap, I believe, in that deal.
Yeah, it's a pick swap. Yeah,
yeah, and he's talking about to facilitate DeMar DeRozan trade. Yeah, if that's what he's talking about, he's wrong about that. But all right, whatever. I'm of the belief that whatever executives say about the Kings, and they're trying to figure out what went wrong, and they're laughing at the Kings. They talk about they're a disaster. What Zach Lowe says about the Kings, he talked about they're a disaster and all this other stuff. It's all perfectly fair. It's all perfectly fair. It is what they've earned. It's where they're at. Now you have a situation where Monty McNair kind of put them in a tough spot. You don't have him here making the decisions. You got a guy like Scott Perry who's making the decisions, where I'm not saying he's the second coming, but he's better. And I believe he's better than what they've had over the last decade. And we're going to see if he can work out all this stuff. But whatever Zach Lowe is talking about, outside of just the false information about the unprotected pick, but what the circles in the NBA are saying and all this other stuff, it's fair, it's warranted. That's what they get. That's what they deserve.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and we're not gonna sit here and lie to you about oh yeah, the Kings are in a good spot. Like, no, they're not. But also, I'm not sure how much of this is like Scott Perry's doing going into the season with this roster. I think Dennis Schroeder's kind of like a make good of what we have here right now. But I mean, how long do we talk about there being no market for these guys?
Right.
You can want to trade whoever, but if you're just getting pennies on the dollars, there's nothing. Then what are you doing then?
I don't even know if people are picking up the phone anymore.
Exactly.
Right now for anybody, not just Devin Carter or Malik Monk or anybody. Like, they're closed for business, it feels like right now. Maybe it's a situation where a lot of these guys, they'll start talking about it and revisiting these potential trade scenarios once training camp gets closer and you see, okay, well, this is what the team looks like on the court. Maybe it's something like that. But right now, it doesn't even feel like phones are ringing or calls are being picked up. But yeah, man, it's like this is the situation that they're in. I know a lot of people look at it as a doom and gloom situation with the Kings. I don't necessarily look at it like that. I mean, situations and fortunes change in a heartbeat in this league. And while people aren't seeing a direction for this team right now, or seeing a future for this team right now, or a path for them to be successful, that could all change in one off season. That could all change in 1 year. So one thing that I've learned about the NBA, especially this current NBA, is you got to make sure you give things time to develop. And when you talk about a Scott Perry and him inheriting the situation he did here in Sacramento that wasn't his doing, you got to give him an opportunity to work out of that. So
this is the thing too, because there was an ESPN article. It was like every team's worst decision in the last 5 years, and I thought it was Zach. It was actually Zach Cram, or how do you pronounce his last name? And had the Kings at number 5 out of all the teams. They had, but he put like having Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox, and then losing both of them within 3 years. Like, last regime did a lot of damage here that Scott Perry is essentially not going to be able to fix right now.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
he said, they got set back a lot because like when you think about it that way, just having those two guys and just more so, like they did nothing
right.
for 5 years or whatever besides Beam Team 1,
and
and now you have nothing. You're kind of stuck with Zach LaVine, where it's like he doesn't have trade value now, and now you're hoping maybe he builds it up. Otherwise, you let him play out the final year of his deal. Now you got flexibility and stuff like that. Waiting to see what happens with DeRozan. They're in a tough spot.
you're in a tough spot, and there was a few different times when I would genuinely, it wasn't trying to be a contrarian or nothing like that, genuinely look at what that previous front office did and say, hey, they did do some good things. And also looking back at the situation when it was like, hey, you got to do something, move on from, go get Pascal or OG, and just being honest with that conversation. It was, at the time, the things we were hearing, it was going to cost you Keegan Murray. Would you still be rather to do that? So there were certain situations where they didn't make moves, and I attempted to look at the other side of it or look at the whole situation. But they did horrible. They did horrible. And where I think they did a really bad job is in the draft. That draft, the trade for Herter, messing up your potential for trading with having the pick protections and all that other stuff. It was bad.
It was supposed to be his bag too.
It was awful.
I don't mean to pile on, but like I said, it was just really bad.
It was awful. It set this team back a few years and put them in a hole and in a deficit that they're trying to work out of today.
That they didn't even need to be in either. Like this all could have been avoidable, I feel. Like if you went the De'Aaron Fox route, trade Tyrese, that's fine. Whether we think De'Aaron Fox is a number 1 or 2 is one thing, but I do think there was playoff wins to be had with Fox and Sabonis if you built around them the right way. And how many times do we talk about he keeps drafting guards? They keep drafting guards. Why are they not bringing in wings? Why are they not signing wings? Mm-hmm. Like the team was just never built to the standard of what a normal, successful NBA team is now.
Mm-hmm. It brings up a question.
That's why you just left a lot of meat on the bone. Pause.
Well, all right. I don't have
whatever. Yeah, you don't have a flag. I said pause.
I'm throw my hat.
It's a sad moment.
I'm throwing my hat. That's what they do when they're out of flags. They throw the hat. I'll ask you this question. It's been asked before. I'll continue to ask it. And I'll ask it to James when he comes on at 3:00. At least that's what I hope James.
James, please. We're really counting on you. And I got to cut videos. I got to do work.
That's what I hope is going to happen at 3:00. And I know what James may say, and I know what others are going to say. Like, well, if you would have done your job before, you would have handled business before, you wouldn't have been in this situation. But the reality of the situation is last summer, apparently there were players that were done with Mike Brown. They were not fooling with Mike Brown. And I think some coaches were done with Mike Brown. And you had a situation where you could do a couple of different things. You could stick with Mike Brown, bring him back because De'Aaron Fox wanted Mike Brown around. Then you would have kept De'Aaron Fox and said, hey, this is Fox's guy. We'll keep him around. We'll do whatever. But you potentially, if you aren't able to handle it in a correct way, Domantas Sabonis is still upset. Malik Monk is still upset with Mike Brown. What do you do in that situation if you're Monty McNair?
We've talked about it before. I would have just moved on from them both in the offseason, I think.
You would have moved on from Sabonis?
From Monty and Fox, I mean.
From
Mike and Fox. If I'm Monty, I'm moving on from Mike and Fox. Like we've talked about before. Like if half my locker room is out and I got one guy, like I'm gonna keep if that was the situation, then it was over right then and there. Before you traded, before you fired anyone, like it was over right then and there, and it wasn't gonna be salvaged then. Like I think you have to be real with yourself. It's like, yeah, it was over then. There was no going back from that.
Right.
I don't think. Like you can try to trade whoever, whatever player, but ultimately it was supposed to be Mike, Fox, and Sabonis. Once it wasn't, and it was one or the other, or just two or the three, or just whatever you want to throw out, it was done. You were not going to make this successful without those guys.
And I wonder, man,
because then that's where you find yourself kind of just falling down. Like, oh no, like get Zach LaVine, or like doing like these little things. Was like, oh no, try to fix it on the fly. Meanwhile, like no, it's done, it's cooked.
I wonder what happened in that situation. I wonder, and this is where, like I said, it always feels like I'm defending Vivek Ranadive, but
And maybe you could keep Fox and Mike, but also then fine, trade whatever players aren't with Mike and all that stuff and start the rebuild that way. But ultimately, there was no, oh, yeah, we're going to still accomplish the same goals. It was over at that point.
so because of that, man, they made the wrong decision, however they chose to go about it.
Yeah.
But everybody talking about, man, you had so much going on and you were moving in such a good way. What happened? It feels like none of it was going to work. None of it was going to work. It feels like Beam Team 1 was a mirage.
It was a fluke. It's like I said, it seemed like the Kings, like just they were out of the dysfunction that one year because they were winning. And then time passes and we see what's happened. It's like, no, they were still dysfunctional. It's just that team worked that year.
Were they dysfunctional? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how to
not in
word
the
this.
sense where it's like, oh, it's so bad, but more so like we talked about Mike Brown and Monty McNair. Like, hey, this seems like they're not on the same page as far as the teams they're trying to build and all that. Like, I mean that. Like, they were never on the same page, I feel. I don't think there was ever a cohesive unit where they were able to build off of something.
And they couldn't get past it to work together.
Yeah.
And one of the things, and this is where I will blame Vivek Ranadive, that group lacked leadership. And I know people don't want to hear this. I know people are always like, hey, get out the way and let these guys, do the basketball stuff. And if I'm reading it correctly, that seems to be what Vivek did. And he did too much of that. There should have been somebody in that situation once you got to the summer after Beam Team 1, where the front office and Mike weren't on the same page with getting Sasha, with playing Sasha, with getting Duarte, with Kevin Huerter starting and all this other stuff. And people were just doing like weird stuff here and there. There had to be somebody that said, hey, everybody cut this out, get together on the same page so we can get back to winning, or else all you guys can leave. That seems to be the or they maybe not fire
Does
everybody.
Vivek got that in him?
Maybe not, which is actually contradictory to what all the reports always are about him. They say he meddles too much and he does too much. And the people who may be a little closer to the situation may feel that way and I'm not challenging that. But to me, two things can't be equally true. He can't be meddling. What was he meddling in that offseason?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy into the Vivek meddling stuff too. I don't know about before or whatever, but as far as Monty and stuff, like recently, like I don't think that was happening. I think the issue is that Vivek created this dynamic though. If you want to put some heat on him, like he created the dynamic where it's Monty and West and just
that was a fail.
Like
that was an absolute fail.
That I think is all part of Vivek's creation and what he saw for this front office. I think it all kind of connects in one way. But I mean, I don't like you brought up the whole like the basketball guys didn't do their job and then he steps in and trades for Zach LaVine. Like I don't necessarily fault him for stepping in, but just more so he made a bad situation just like worse. Just infinitely worse, like stepping in, and if he wanted Zach LaVine or whoever.
Well, even with that, wanting Zach LaVine, I don't think it's a problem. Like people always talk about that like it's a problem, and like Zach LaVine set this whole thing back. I disagree with that. The trade package.
I think it cut off your flexibility.
But
I would have took lesser players, role players, and I think you could have got picks and all that stuff for De'Aaron Fox, just so I can have the opportunity to make more moves this year, just not be so handcuffed to where it's like, oh yeah, 2027. Because I think there'll be a playing team this year and they'll be competitive and all that. But we're just, like I said, there's no light at the end of this tunnel. It's just 2027. Or if they're able to just make something happen out of none.
The thing with LaVine, and maybe you could have gotten different role players and stuff like that. Maybe you could have got like what you would have gotten, in my opinion.
I would have took them being worse with like lesser players than what the season looks like it's gonna be.
Yeah, but this is what I see, and maybe there's we go through it and there's different contracts and stuff like that. But I'm looking at like Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell. Devin Vassell's like on the second year of a 4 or 5 year deal. He wasn't going nowhere. You're making $28 million a year. Like, because you also got to get if you're going to trade Fox, which probably the mistake was if you weren't going to keep Monty McNair around, having him execute the trade.
Yeah.
That was a mistake as well, because you should have, I don't know what you would have done in that situation, but he executed a poor trade. He got a situation where you couldn't even get no picks from Chicago. You didn't get no picks from San Antonio. You didn't get nothing back. Like, he did a terrible job. He did a terrible job of orchestrating that trade with things that didn't even have to do with the cap. Like Zach LaVine, getting him back and all this. Okay, you need the salaries to match up. There ain't nothing salary wise with saying getting a second rounder or getting a first rounder or getting a pick swap or something like that. That's just you not negotiating well.
Yeah, like I don't know who was in there, but also you look at it and it's kind of like damn, I just lost my point.
Oh,
hold on, talk for a second. I'm gonna get it back right now. I literally just lost my point.
But so what my thought with the De'Aaron Fox situation is, I don't know how much you are really going to get back in that situation, and if you are going to trade him, which now you're dealing with a person who you fired Mike Brown, and De'Aaron Fox doesn't even want to talk through it and wants out.
Okay, no, my point is I can't give them the benefit of the doubt for the LaVine stuff if that was the only deal you looked for. Like, we can talk about you couldn't get Vassell and Keldon Johnson and those guys, but did you even look for that, or was it just tunnel vision on Zach LaVine and that's it? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I can't give you the benefit of the doubt of nothing else being there. If you didn't look for it, it's like, yeah, we want Zach LaVine, then yeah, like that's pretty bad.
That's fair, but
that's where the issue stands for me. Like, if you looked around and the Spurs weren't giving you nothing, the Rockets didn't want to give you nothing because he wasn't going to sign a long-term deal, this and that. Oh, now we're just stuck with Zach LaVine. This is what we can do. Then fine. I didn't love the idea of holding on to Fox through the end of the season. At that time, hindsight maybe a little bit different, but I'm gonna stick to that take. So if like Zach LaVine was the last option, fine. But if he was the first and only option for you, that's a mistake. And whoever was leading that has to wear that, I guess. That's where the problem comes from me, I guess.
That's fair. We'll talk a little bit more about this, man. We got James Ham coming up at 3:00. We'll ask him the situation and just kind of rehash this thing again, man, because ESPN opening up old wounds, and where did this actually start? I know a lot of people think it started with Zach LaVine and asking for Zach LaVine, but I feel like it started way before that with the decision that was made or the decision that was not made with Monty McNair, Mike Brown, and everything that went on that summer. So we'll get into all that, man. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that point right there and just immediately slipped my mind. I was like, what the hell was I going to say right now? And it comes back like a legit light bulb.
Morgan, they got Minnesota's first round pick, I think in 2031. And I think a San Antonio second rounder. I think they got that in the deal.
Okay, so I don't think we need to stay on topic. We'll talk about Vivek's best routes.
That's what he do.
Is Vivek a run route player? Can he play the rest of the field?
Is he a possession receiver?
Appreciate you, Russ. I didn't watch this fight, but shout out Timsy. Go ahead and retire.
Yeah, I missed it too, man. I heard about it. Damn. Yeah. Fondora, though. Fondora, he back after getting knocked out a few years ago. He back. Oh, look, I'm just in time for the Devers home run, the first one.
I don't know if that was a shot at me. Like, good for Devers. Like, good for him. What do you want me? Like, what do you want me to do? Red Sox got the Phillies at 4. Need a win.
I'm tapping in. I want to see that. Here's the other thing. How do we put this? This is just a thought by me. Did the Kings firing Mike Brown give De'Aaron Fox an out to something he already wanted to do?
I wouldn't know. Like, I guess you need more of into the mind of De'Aaron and his team and stuff. But
what I mean by that is he already wanted to leave.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna act like things were roses and stuff, or like the Kings, like they missed the playoffs the year after and all that stuff. I don't know. It's just I don't know. You'd have to be more just in tune with what they were thinking.
Yeah. It is impossible to know.
Because if you're here for like 8 years, like he was or whatever, like he's seen some things where it's like, all right, like this is enough, blah blah blah, and then maybe he gets to a point where it's like, all right, we're back to it. I'm not dealing with this anymore. Mike's here or I'm gone, and like that was just his final straw. Like it wasn't like he wasn't just here for 3 years or anything. Like he's been here for a while too.
So but I would add, I was like, okay, well, if he
Maybe
was
both things are
involved,
true, but like, yeah, he was ready to go, and that was also like just the final straw that broke the camel's back or whatever.
if he was ready to have a conversation with somebody, which it seems like he wasn't, I'd ask, I'd be like, okay, well, what do you, even before you fire Mike, what do you suggest we do? Like, obviously, you see this isn't working. These people don't like each other. They do not want to work with each other. Do we trade DeMontis Sabonis? Do we trade Malik Monk?
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, it was just over as soon as you had those conversations or thought about it. Like, there was no fixing this. But, I mean, it doesn't make sense also to, like, fire Mike Brown. The team's playing well now, and you still want out.
Yeah, that's it. So,
like, this is a team game as well, and it's like, if the team is responding and everyone's playing a little bit better, I figure that's a good thing. Like I said, I don't know.
So that's a great point because
it wasn't like, oh, the Kings are so awful now. Like, no, they started winning some ball games after that.
Yeah, they played really well, and it was like, yeah, I forgot about that part. It was like,
yeah, that always didn't make sense to me. I'll say that
they're playing well. GM, okay. So back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, we got James Ham coming up in a little bit. And what we do from time to time, and especially on a day like July 23rd, okay, when the Giants have already played, we talked about the Giants. Training camp started. 49ers are back at it. Jauan Jennings is on the field. Raiders training camp started. We talked about them a little bit. We rehashed some of the old disasters of the Kings. And we've been trying to figure out, like, get into the minutia of the situation a little bit more. And I asked during the break, I asked the question, did De'Aaron Fox use the Mike Brown firing as an excuse to do something he wanted to do anyway, which was leave Sacramento? And it's impossible without actually talking to Fox. And even if you talk to Fox, who knows if he's going to be completely honest with you. Not that I'm not calling him a liar or nothing like that, but maybe
you have to know, be in his team to know.
Yeah, like I wasn't with him, Rich Paul, and the rest of his team, and months before to figure out, hey, this is what you really want to do, and this we need to look at. But it was two things that we do know, three things that we know. De'Aaron Fox told the Kings during that offseason when I think there was an issue with Mike Brown wanting a contract extension. Somehow, some way, I don't know if they talked to, I don't know how that word got back, but De'Aaron Fox let it be known he don't want to play for another coach. If Mike Brown is fired, he's going to want out. So they fire Mike Brown in the middle of the season when things are going all bad.
All right, gave him an extension. He didn't want to either.
Gave him an extension. Yeah, he didn't want to do that either. So they try to, from my understanding, they try to have a conversation with Fox and his team after Mike Brown is fired. This is something that I've said a number of different times. I said, once Mike Brown is fired, you got to have a conversation with Fox and be like, hey, I know this is the situation. I know what you said, but let's revisit this. This was the thought process behind it. We still want you here, all this other stuff. From my understanding, they reached out to have that conversation, and Fox said, no, I don't even want to have this conversation. Okay. All right. For me personally, I want to be, there's nothing wrong if he wants to leave Sacramento. I want to be perfectly clear with that. There's nothing wrong. That's his prerogative. He's been here for a while. Maybe he's got other things that he wants to do. Maybe he doesn't believe in the organization or whatever. That is perfectly fine. He could have felt that way a year and a half before. But if they're saying, hey, we weren't winning, we had to make a move, but we want you. Let's sit down and talk and figure out if there's something that we can work through. I know what you said in the summer, but we really want you here. Let's talk about this. And he's like, no, we don't even need to. I don't even need to hear from you. I don't even need to hear from you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's kind of odd.
Yeah, but also I understand being fed up at work. And just sometimes you just get to a point where it's like, all right, I'm over it, blah, blah, blah. Like, try to make, like I said, he was there for 8-7 years or however long it was. He wasn't just there for a short time. Like, he's been there for Vlade and all that stuff or whatever. And it's kind of like, maybe he just got to a point where he finally reaches breaking point. It's like, I'm with Mike. That's fine. The rest of the team don't like it, but just we need to stick with the guy finally. Then do that. And he's like, all right, I'm cool. Like, you guys do what you're gonna do, but I'm pretty fed up and just done with what this is. Like, I get that too, I guess.
And
maybe that's what it is. I don't necessarily think he was on his way out or just had his mind out before Mike got fired.
Well,
and I mean before like this, like before there was like before I guess people realized that Mike didn't necessarily have the locker room. Like, I don't think Fox was aiming his way out before that. Like, once the stuff was going down, like, minds changed, things like that. But that's ultimately what I think.
So then you brought up a good point of they start, and here's where the whole aspect of he potentially used the Mike Brown situation as a way out to do something that he wanted to do anyway. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the potential.
Yeah, I'm talking hypotheticals.
Kings start winning. Kings win like 10 of 11 games. And the guy that you wanted to express that, hey, we still want you here. Can we talk about what's going down? Because we still want to make this work. And he says, no, I don't want to talk to you. All right, he doesn't want to talk to us. All right, man, I don't know who initiated the call or whatever, but let's take the phone call and let's see. Okay, well, I'm just throwing out a team. All right, Milwaukee, are you interested in De'Aaron Fox? And that's like the tenor of the conversation. And then all of a sudden, oh, what? Hey.
Yeah, it got messy. I didn't say it didn't get messy.
Well, get me the hell out of here then. Get me the hell out of here. If you're going to trade me, I don't want to be here. Fine, get me out of here. Wait, I didn't say all that. I didn't say all that. It has vibes of
Look, bro, plays were ran here. All right, we know that plays were ran here. I don't know whatever, but plays were ran here. Obviously,
and I'm just giving
both
a scenario.
by both.
As I'm not giving a scenario.
Yeah,
I'm not saying this is De'Aaron Fox. We're on the conversation. I've been talking for 4 hours straight.
Yeah,
we're gonna continue to talk.
Hypotheticals and stuff.
It has the vibes of somebody who's in a relationship and they're like, man, I'm kind of over this relationship. I'm gonna look like a jerk if I break up with this person though. Just kind of for no reason. Like, they're really trying. They're trying to be a good partner, and I'm gonna look like a jerk.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
well, look, check this out. I'm gonna look like a jerk, and I don't know how to get out of this. And then the partner comes in and says, hey, look, it's been 3 days and you left the sink full of dishes. Like, are you gonna wash the dishes? Like, I'd like for you to wash the dishes. Oh, so you think I'm a slob? You think I'm a slob? Why don't you just break up with me then? Why don't we just break up? All right, why don't we just end this? If you think I'm such a slob, why are you with me? Let's just end this right now. I just asked you to wash the dishes.
This is the Kings versus De'Aaron Fox on Lifetime.
But that's how this kind of came up. Like, I already wanted to leave. You just gave me a reason, and I just kind of magnified and like catapulted off that reason to do what I wanted to do anyway.
Like I said, it's just that's just the game of it though. Like, Giannis doing the little things like, oh, if we don't win, you're gonna have to trade me, stuff like this. There's little plays you run and stuff like that. And that's just the way it goes. I feel I don't follow anyone for it.
So
And like I said, there's like we talked about, they fired Mike and started winning after that. Everything should be fine. But if there's also the aspect of, De'Aaron's just fed up with everything that's gone on with the Sacramento Kings and just anyone who runs and just everything going on, there's not really much that's going to fix it. And also for him, it could be, we're winning games. It's seeing eye single for me. Like maybe he just wasn't bought into what was happening. Maybe it was just fool's gold for him.
Yeah, potentially. The whole reason we got on this conversation was, because the ESPN article talking about, them trading Fox and Halliburton. And
I had that as one of the top 5 worst moves the last 5 years.
The reason why we went down this road is like, Halliburton, you had to do what you had to do because you wanted to get better. How salvageable was the Fox thing?
Like at what point?
After Beam Team 1.
Oh, pretty salvageable. All Monty had to do was make some moves. I think.
But half the roster, and I'm exaggerating.
Well, I don't know exactly.
Half the roster didn't like the coach no more.
Yeah, but I don't know when. That's the whole thing. We don't have like a timeline in front of us of when they turned on Mike or just soured on Mike and stuff. But after Beam Team 1, maybe if you get some wings in here and just you build off of that, and everyone's just kind of, you're winning after that too. That's the thing. You're winning. Yeah. Mike's got the guys he wants. Fox is happy because there's stability and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it could have been fixed that way.
I think I don't know, but I think
I don't know if things just got cooked after Beam Team 1. It was like, oh yeah, I don't know truly.
I would judging. I'm just hypothesizing here, just off some of the quotes and thinking back. Sabonis was at the very least agitated with Mike Brown the summer after Beam Team 1.
After they lost to the Warriors in round 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He was agitated with it then. This is before we're talking about, hey, make a deal and, get better. Like seeds have already begun to sprout that at least one of your best players does not like the coach.
Okay, well, I will say this. I don't think like the moment a problem arises is just cooked. Like I think there are ways to fix things or whatever, but I just don't think they ever did that. And I got to a point where it's just beyond fixing. Where it's just now you've gone another year with Mike, didn't make the playoffs. I'm sure guys that weren't fond of him or whatever, like, see, look what happened or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now it's like, are you going to give him a contract extension? So I see both sides of it, I guess.
So let me ask you this. And like I said, I don't want to.
I don't think everyone
a little bit, but what if Mike Brown let it be known he wanted to move on from Domantas Sabonis after Beam Team 1, and Sabonis found out, and that relationship is done that summer?
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, you gotta probably move off of Mike Brown.
So then it's cooked. Then
it's cooked.
That's what I'm saying.
Because if that's why I don't know when it became an ultimatum for Fox, where it's like, yeah, I'm only playing for Mike Brown or nobody else. If that was the whole thing or whatever. But if Mike was out on Sabonis or whatever after that first round series, like look what Kevon Looney did to him, we did something better. Then yeah, maybe it was just cooked after that. Like I've talked about over the last couple of weeks how Mike Brown has not had a good head coaching job since he left LeBron the first time. He's lost locker rooms. He's had one and done jobs and all that stuff. Maybe it just came down to it. Hey, Mike Brown wasn't the right guy here as well. I think both things can be true where like the front office, the GMs didn't do their job either and build the best team. And maybe Mike didn't do his best coaching job or whatever. Like now that we talked, like we've been talking through this for months. It was just a big mess that just the dynamic wasn't going to work. And it just seems it was never going to work.
And
because if Monty believes in Fox and Sabonis and Mike doesn't, then you're just fighting the whole time.
And I would also say basketball wise, I'm not even here to say Mike Brown was wrong.
Yeah.
Like he could have seen what was on the horizon. Like this ain't enough.
We saw the playing game against the Mavericks. Like we can talk truthful about what we said.
He could have easily been like, this ain't enough. We gotta, that's the position where we got to get better. You know what I mean? But when Sabonis finds out about that and that relationship is cooked, you're in a tough spot.
Well, yeah, if that's the case, then that's the case, and all that stuff. But like also, there needed to be more give and take with everyone in this organization.
Well, I agree. And we'll bring James Ham in right now of the Insiders. of the Kings beat. And James, guess what we're doing? We are rehashing where things went wrong with the Kings again.
Every time we try to talk about the current situation, we always just find ourselves talking about the last one and how we got here.
This is where we're at. A lot of it stemmed from Zach Lowe talking about how the rest of the league is, just bewildered with what the Kings are doing or not doing, don't know what's going on. ESPN had an article said that one of the top 5 worst moves in the last 5 years, was it, Jesse?
They did an article, every team's worst move over the last 5 years. The Kings were ranked 5th out of all the teams, with having Tyrese and Fox on the team and losing them both within 3 years.
And all of it is fair and correct. Like I'm not disparaging that, but what we're trying to figure out is where did this stuff, where could it have been salvaged? And that's what we're trying to figure out, like when it started, when was an issue. Now, I know I have an idea of what a lot of people are saying. What you might say is like, yeah, you make the right move, then, the team's better and winning cures all. Maybe that's the case. But I threw out the situation in a scenario where it could have been accurate. It could be hypothetical. After the first round series loss to the Warriors, Mike Brown looks at this team and says, Sabonis is not it. Like, that is not how we're going to advance. That is where we need to upgrade. And we may need to trade him. And that's his outlook on it. Sabonis finds out that is what's going on, and he's finished with Mike. I don't rock with that dude no more. At that point, there is this is before we talk about, hey, you should have made this trade, all this other stuff. There is a distinct fracture in that team. Do you think that's realistic? That's a possibility, and that could have been salvaged?
Okay, so we're doing a hypothetical here.
Hypothetical or it's real. It's no secret that Sabonis wasn't feeling Mike Brown. We're trying to figure out when the origins of that took place, and if the origins were at a certain time, could have everything been salvaged?
First of all, I've never heard that there was any sort of issue at that point between the two of those guys. After year 2, there's certainly okay. So after year 1, I will say, Sabonis wasn't on board with the 2-hour practices and practicing every single available day to practicing. And he wasn't the only one. There were plenty of players who were like, what are we doing? We got to the playoffs and we started to run out of gas. And part of that is because look, as players, you didn't come in good enough shape to make it through that season and to continue on. And that's where you build up during the summer and you get ready for another year. But there weren't fractures in everything that was happening after the first year that I know of. And to be honest with you, I think that's the summer where Sabonis renegotiated and extended his contract. So there wasn't an issue going into that season. The next season, again, they started having a tough go. Mike definitely reined in the practices. He cut back on the amount of practice. He cut back on the length of practices in year 2, which I thought was totally noticeable. And look, that team was, we've talked about it so many times. The second year of this team, they went out and they lost to the 5 worst teams in the NBA. And they also lost another 5 games because they couldn't hit free throws at the end of a game. There was enough there where that team could have won 50, could have won 52, 53 games. And I don't think they really took a step back as much as you just realize that rolling it back and doing the same thing again wasn't going to be good enough. You needed to go out and get the players that you should have got at the first trade deadline. You should have, when they acquired Kessler Edwards in a 2nd-round pick, and that was the only thing they did. The second trade deadline, they went out and they got Robin Lopez and waived him, and that's all they did. We kept getting to these moments where you could have improved this team and kept pushing forward. And then, if you're dealing with the same group of guys, the same exact coaching staff, the same exact voices all around, that does get tiresome. And, just by not mixing it up, they probably, allowing things to get stagnant, they hurt themselves. And so I don't think that there's an alleged incident before the start of last season where where there was a falling out or a confrontation that we've heard like some murmurs about between Mike and Sabonis's general party, like his people. And I'm going to say that like there's more. I'm not going to get into specifics because some of the specifics are like outlandish and weird. And so I don't want to dig into that, but there definitely was like some going into last season, some trepidation between like Sabonis' side and Mike Brown's side, but nothing that couldn't be like worked through that I could tell. The problem was that, there were players on that team that went to management and wanted to go in a different direction before the start of last season. And I don't think that, like, again, Mike practices people hard. He works you hard. But Sabonis is a warrior and he goes out there and he plays every minute that he can. And I don't know. There are definitely ways in which this thing went sideways, but I don't think that there was some moment after, the loss, a Game 7 loss to a team that was coming off a championship in the Golden State Warriors. I don't think that there was some massive falling out. If anything, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, there was like a falling out over a couple of years where, certain players just didn't want to practice that much. Not that they don't want to practice. They don't want to practice as much as Mike wanted to practice and as long as Mike wanted to practice. I mean, again, Malik Monk was extremely vocal about it all the time. And again, for media members, I said it during the first season, the first Beam Team season. I've covered this team forever, and I've never had to go to so many practices. Like, that's all we did was go to practice every single day. And there was, anytime you have practice, by league rules, you're supposed to have media availability. And so they end up talking to us every day, and then they get sick of us because they don't want to talk to us anymore and get asked the same questions every single day. But certainly as we get to the next season and then we get to this last season, there was enough, meat on the bones going into last season where we knew that there were certain players that would have liked to have gone in a different direction than Mike. And instead, Mike got a 2-year contract extension and a pay raise. And then he got paid out on that. So, it's I wish the cooler heads would have prevailed, but also, I kind of wish that there weren't ultimatums by everybody by different groups of people around the team. Like there weren't ultimatums by people looking to maybe switch the head coach, or there weren't ultimatums by people who clearly wanted Mike Brown to be the head coach and told the team they wouldn't play for another head coach. And so, there became certainly fractures. But again, I think a lot of this, it came down to complacency. It came down to the fact that no one mixed anything up, that you're literally with the same 10 or 12 guys for 2.5 years, 3 years before things really started to unwind. Just kind of a weird way. Like, to be honest, it was very immature of a group to have that kind of take that early. It's one thing if a guy can't get you over the hump and get you to win a championship or something, but Mike Brown's a hell of a coach. I mean, he is. He was a very good coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He was part of 5 championships? No, not 5, 3 championships with the Golden State Warriors. Like, he's a very, very good coach. He came in with a 613 win percentage and left with like a 600 win percentage. And now he's running a team that very well could be the favorite to represent the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals. So I just think it's weird that we get to a point where a team just kind of splintered so quickly. But, that happens sometimes. And it also happens when that's kind of what some of those players were trained to do. When you sit there and you switch coaches every 2 years, or you switch coaches every year, or you go through a year where you have 2 coaches or 3 coaches, you're kind of trained to like be like, okay, what's next? And that's not a good way to sort of handle your business.
Man, a lot of different things there, man. A lot of good stuff, James. A lot of different things. Number one, one of the reasons why I equate potentially right after Game 7 as in sometime during that summer or something like that to a possible splintering with him and Sabonis is we're just going through the timeline. And I know you remember this. I think you were there. I know you were on the air, but I think you were there. It was like 4-5 games into this season. They had got beat up by Houston, and Sabonis got pissed off at one of the media things. Or it came out that Sabonis was pissed off. Like, we had all this stuff that we ran last year that worked, and we're not doing none of it anymore. I don't know why we're not doing this. And he was a little grouchy and all this other stuff. I think that might have been around the same time he snapped at Jake Gayden at one of the practices. And my thought was, all right, if he's got, and then you hear things later on about him having an issue with Mike Brown. It seems a little 0 to 100-ish. Like, we're only 4 or 5 games into the season. So all of a sudden you're that upset or you're that frustrated 5 games into the season after everything was all good. Like, we're all good and we're friends. We're working together. You know, we got great camaraderie and everything. And then 5 games into the season, you're upset. You're frustrated. You're that frustrated. That's why I said it feels like maybe it was something even before that moment that had things brewing. That's the only reason why I bring up that summer.
No, I'm with you. I mean, like, look, things went wrong here all over the place. That's for sure. I'll tell you this, like, watching opening night last year and what they lost to Minnesota by 2, like, Vivek was not happy at that point. Like, Vivek sat in his seat at half court while the arena emptied out and had his hands in his head in his hands, and his daughter was sitting there consoling him after game 1. And it's like, man, I get expectations, I do, but you have to also like be patient and realistic and all that stuff. Like, I think so many people wanted so much so quickly, and what they didn't do is, you know, like the necessary tweaks. And I know we get to certain points in this story where, you know, it gets out that, you know, Mike Brown didn't want a player like John Collins, or that, you know, somebody didn't want Brandon Ingram. Like we've seen those points where it's like, hey, you know, why didn't this happen or why didn't this happen? But at the same time, Mike Brown has never been someone who would say, hey, I don't want John Collins, and if you trade for him, I'm going to quit, or I'm just not going to play him. That's not what we're talking about. We're saying there's general conversation where they said, hey, what do you think about this player? Or what do you think about that player? And as a coach who's been in the league, who has ties all around the league, who knows half of the coaches in the league, you know, you should go to your head coach and say, hey, what do you think about this player and how do you think he'd fit? And that coach is going to have in his head, or by making 3 phone calls, like a little dossier in his head about a specific player. And it's okay for a coach to say, hey, I've done my research and that's not the type of player that I'm really hoping that we add. That's okay. Coaches do it all the time. We just don't always hear about it. And so I'm going to say 2 things. Number 1, that's not the only time that happened. And number 2, like, why are we finding that out? Why are we finding that out? And it's like people trying to put blame after the fact. It's like, look, you had Domantas Sabonis walked into that season not happy. I can guarantee you, because we went to his basketball camp during the season, during the summer, and he was so clear that they had that they had deals worked out that they just couldn't get done. And yeah, thanks. We're really glad we got the DeMar DeRozan situation taken care of, because they'd already missed out on 2 other players. And it was like, whoa, like, what is going on here? And that team wanted to improve. They wanted to take the next step. They wanted to be a championship contender. And when they clearly realized that that's not the direction that this franchise was going, whether it was De'Aaron Fox or it's Domantas Sabonis or it's other players that were in that locker room, that's when you start to see fractures, and that's when you start to see things fall apart very quickly, and sort of a disconnect between what should be an ultimate goal of everybody pulling the right way and trying to get to the championship or trying to get to Western Conference Finals or trying to better yourself in the playoffs, to like, hey, like, this is just a mess. And like, I don't think I want to be a part of this anymore. And, Wheezy brings up here in the chat, King's almost making a deal. You know how much pressure that puts on players when your name is mentioned on day one that you're going to get traded at any time, and then you don't get traded, and then you don't get traded for another season, and then all of a sudden you do get traded. And like, it's just like, there's so much pressure that goes on, and like the instability, the stress that these guys are under. Like, to be honest with you, they didn't deal with it well.
Yeah, I look at the situation, and I don't know if we'll agree on this one at all, but the factions and the ultimatums that were given from multiple different camps, the opinions, the ego to a certain degree from multiple different camps. And I know what a lot of people like to believe, and I'm not trying to go against the reporting, or because people, maybe know more than what I do in these situations. But the thought process that Vivek is too involved and needs to let the basketball people do basketball things. I think in this situation, he was too lax. I think this situation, talking about from I don't know a time period, but let's just say the middle of Beam Team 2 year, the second year, there needed to be somebody in there to show some leadership and calm everything down. Because to me, it was clear multiple people were not on the same page, whether it was Monty in the front office and Mike Brown and some of those players, De'Aaron Fox in the front office, De'Aaron Fox. It was all over the place. It was all encompassing. And they needed some leadership there to say, hey, Monty, you got an idea of how you want this team, this roster to be. Mike Brown, you have an idea of it. Maybe it doesn't always see eye to eye, but you guys better figure it out. Whatever players are here, figure it out. Period. De'Aaron Fox, you're talking about you don't want to play for a different coach, or Domantas Sabonis or Malik Monk. You got a problem with practice and all this other stuff. Figure it out. Because the way that we're playing right now, the record, the cohesion, it's not good enough. And just sitting back there, this is how I feel it went down. This is just my personal opinion. It's just like, oh, well, Mike and Monty, they don't see eye to eye. Monty and Wes, you guys deal with it. You've got final say on it. Go ahead. That didn't help nothing out. That didn't help anything out. I think there was a lack of leadership, and this is where I will point the finger at the owner. This is your team. This is your operation. I think he was a little too lax when things were going haywire with all these players, front office, and the coach.
Okay. I mean, it's possible, but I'll just say this. Just because you don't hear his name all the time does not mean that Vivek Ranadive stepped back and took like a lesser role.
So real quick, I'll pause you right there real quick. I'm going to lay out a specific scenario. Last summer, there are players, Sabonis, Monk, and maybe others, who don't want Mike Brown. Mike Brown wants an extension. De'Aaron Fox says, I won't play for another coach outside of Mike Brown. Like, somebody should, hey, stop all this. Cut it out. Cut it out. Domantas Sabonis, I'm going to ask you straight up. This is make a decision, Vivek. Make a decision. Stop listening to everybody. I want Mike Brown to be the coach. Domantas Sabonis, he's going to be the coach. Malik Monk, he's going to be the coach. You have a problem with that. If you do, you will leave. I will get you somewhere else. Or Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, I understand what you're saying. Mike Brown, you're not going to be the coach anymore. De'Aaron Fox, do you have a problem with that? Do you not want to be here? If not, I will make that move right now. There was a bunch of indecision. Like, they signed him. People didn't want him here. And they brought him back. One guy said, if you fire him, I'm going to leave. That should have all been handled right there. And we just let it happen. And then we signed him and we hope for the best. That's what I'm talking about.
I agree with you. Like there should have been a coming to Jesus moment with this team where they got everybody in the room and like tried to clear the air and tried to get everybody on the same page.
And if
And
they couldn't, people would leave.
well, and you know what? They may have got guys together and they may have said, "Yeah, we're in." But they weren't really in because that's what we know now.
fair.
They weren't really in, and that's a problem. And it's a problem that's going to resonate with this franchise until you do have a group of people who are in that are all in. And I think the first year Beam Team won, it was the T-shirt said all in, right? They signed a contract. Year 2, they signed a contract. There were clearly early in season 3, there were people that were half in and half out. And Mike talked about it. Mike talked about it openly in front of the media that everybody has to be all in. And if you're not, the thing's going to fall apart. And that's exactly what happened. The thing fell apart. And again, you got to get on the same page. And not only that, but you have to make a definitive statement that Mike Brown is the coach, that Monty McNair is the GM, that you guys, first of all, as GM and coach, you need to get on the same page. And I think for a lot of time they were on the same page. But again, it's the inactivity. It's the coach asking for like not even names, not even putting names on it, just saying, you got to get me someone 6'8". You got to get me someone 6'9" that can play defense. And then, coming back with like guys like KZ Okpala, like the generation before, Mo Harkless. Like, go get me the better version of that. And it's really difficult, but here we are like years later, and they're still asking the same questions. Isaac Jones is the only other real player 6'8", 6'9" on this team outside of Keegan Murray. I don't know what Dario Saric has left in the tank. I mean, he played 16 games last year. I don't know what he's got left in the tank, and I'm not talking about centers. And even for that matter, Dario Saric at this point in his career is probably a center anyways. So, like, when are you going to address like the elephant in the room? And I'll even say, like last year, one of the other blows that we just ignore because everybody had kind of had their fill of it, and because for 2 or 3 years he was on the trade block, but losing Harrison Barnes, it mattered. Not only did it matter on the court, where you went from having a 6'8" guy who could play the 3 and the 4, but it mattered in the locker room. And it mattered in these moments where we're talking about, hey, let's pull everybody together. Because, and this isn't a slight on DeMar DeRozan at all, but like DeMar DeRozan walked in the door. And the guy who walks in the door, doesn't matter how many years he's played in the league, he doesn't just instantly walk in the door and start saying, hey, you're all following me right now. All get in line behind me. That's not the way this works. It's you're walking into somebody else's locker room and trying to figure out where you fit. And so I'll add that to the list of reasons why this team this last season was emotionally fragile. And it played out like from start to finish. Like you felt it right away, like, oh, this is not it. And, but even before that season started, like, what are you doing walking back into the season, into a year with Kevin Huerter on the roster? What are you doing walking into the season with players that you don't think are all in, that have shown you that they're struggling, or that they no longer fit the bill? And I get it. Like, you might not be able to trade those players, and it's difficult to move on from some of those guys. But at the same time, like, man, you just let this thing, we talk about like low hanging fruit, right? Like low hanging fruit, you know what it turns into? It turns into fruit that's rotting on the ground.
Oh, like,
and that's what it felt like. It literally felt like just fruit, like rotting on the ground everywhere. Yeah. And it's like, man, this is it sucks. But like the inactivity of this group and their inability to move, to take this step from a good team to a really good team to a great team that's competing for a championship. Those little windows were there, and they flat out missed them. They were there. And Pascal Siakam just went to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years in a row, and that window was there to acquire him. and to go out and make that move. The OG Anunoby move was sitting there. The Cam Johnson move was sitting there. And at some point, you can't just hold on to your draft picks or whatever it is you're holding on to, hoping that, you know, it's going to turn into something great, because in the end it turned into dust. And that's it. It's really tough, but, you know, way too many mistakes were made here. Not just one or two, or it's not just, you know, some splintering that happened. Like, the way that you sometimes impact the splintering is to mix up the roster, is to come back with something different that gives you an opportunity to be better. And I think the one thing I saw from this group was year one and year two, they wanted it so bad to be good, and they never got the support from the outside to take that next step. And we can say, well, you got to be better at this, or you got to improve and all that stuff. There's only so much each of these individual players can do to impact winning. And then you get to a point where it's like, hey, we got to get over the hump. I mean, look at what the Boston Celtics did. They kept losing, right? They couldn't get over the hump. So instead of just going, hey, we're going to go out there with the same exact group and try to get over the hump, they went out and they got Porzingis. They went out and they got Drew Holiday, and they won a championship. And that's where, like, you just can't think that running it back again and again is going to be something that's impactful. And like, now Scott Perry, like, he doesn't have much of an option but to run most of this back. You know, I think, like, it's unfortunate, but like, if you got players that other teams won't trade for, and their contracts they won't trade for, you're kind of stuck. And that's why we keep hearing the idea of 2027, because in the end, you know, that might be their only option, is let some of these contracts expire and to move on in a way that feels a little more uncomfortable.
James, you said a lot of really great stuff right there, but you said one thing in particular that I want to ask you about, I want to talk to you about. It may be uncomfortable for some Kings fans to hear. It may not be what some Kings fans want to hear. But you said something to me, and I said this. I'll put it to you like this. This thing never had a chance. It never had a chance. I'll tell you what that is. We'll come back with James Ham here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Damn, I leave for 3 hours. I come back and you're blowing this thing up, Kenny. Here, let me sit down. Oh, wow. My seat at home is hot. What is happening?
When you have to talk nonstop for 4 hours, yes, things happen. Yes. Shout out to my man.
ESPN didn't write that article.
We got to get Kenny to like get a fidget spinner or something.
Like, ESPN didn't write that article about Fox and Tyrese.
Yeah, blame them. Blame Kevin Pelton or whoever it was. I'll be right
back. Yeah. Yeah. Mistakes were made. And like, look, it sucks because nobody wanted things to die like that. And I think one of the things that always stood out to me, Monty McNair said this to me early on. He said, one of the biggest things I learned from the Daryl Morey experience is to never overpay your own free agents. Sometimes letting someone go, like, is what you have to do. And I just feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, why would you go into an offseason knowing that you have like a very short punch list to take your team to another level and never address it? You know, and I just, like, for the life of me, I do not understand. Let's see, Michael, you're asking how much of the MLE is left. The Kings have their entire MLE, but the only way to use the MLE is to, at this point, would be to go in the luxury tax. And I'll also tell you that they're closer to the luxury tax than you think. And so I have them probably within $1 million of the luxury tax at this point. They have a couple of non-guaranteed deals that would change that a little bit. But the only way that you can, the Kings are hard capped. the first apron, right? And the difference between the luxury tax and the first apron is about $10 million. And so there's a problem there. If the Kings, they can use the MLE to go above the luxury tax, but what they can't do is use the MLE to go above the first apron because they're hard capped. So as of right now, they might have like 10 or 11 million of the MLE, but they're not going into the luxury tax for a team that may not be very good. And that's I know that to be the case. They're not going in the luxury tax unless they think that it takes them from a good team to a really, really great team, and or even a marginal team to a great team. And there's not a deal out there that's sitting on the table that would do that for the Kings at this point. Tyler, there might be there's not really enough left for Westbrook, although again they can buy out Saric, they can waive Terrence Davis. There are things that they can do to get low enough to sign Westbrook, but where would Russell Westbrook play if you went out and signed him right now? I mean, like I know people are like fighting me on the fact that Malik Monk is as a point guard or whatever. But Malik Monk is your primary ball handler off the bench. We all know that to be the case. So, like, there is no space to sign a third, like, heavy usage expectation type point guard like Westbrook.
Shout out Justin Verlander today, by the way.
Hey, it happened. It happened.
First win in 17 starts.
Whew.
Oh, JV.
Was that 263?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure.
Yeah, I think it's his. I think that's what it is. We were looking up.
Jesse, here we go. Justin Verlander, let's go, baby. He got that win. I told you he still got it. Let's go.
Nice single, Kenny. We're back, by the way. How you gotta do that to Justin Verlander?
That's what,
Shout out Little Big League.
Justin Verlander, let's go, boy. I knew you had it in you. See, I told you, Jesse. You were down, and I told you he still got it. He's good. Let's go. Shout out JV, man. Got the win today. His first win of the season for the Giants as they beat the Braves 9-3, I believe it was. And they've won 2 in a row. What did they say in Major League? Is it 2 in a row or is it 1 in a row? Where he goes, you won a game. If you win tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. If you win the day after that, that's what we call a winning streak.
That sounds like Major League. It does.
We
were 8.
Never seen Major League?
No.
I might have to watch that.
What?
This week.
I've never watched it start to finish.
I think you'll like it.
I know all
Yeah,
the fun jokes and
fun.
stuff, one-liners that people say.
I couldn't remember if it said 2 wins or 3 wins. I can't remember.
You're gonna watch it and you're gonna go, wait, this is the Oakland A's story.
Without the
before.
turnaround.
Yeah,
Without the turnaround of a good team.
Yeah.
Good job by you guys today talking to Lawrence Butler. That was a good interview. Lawrence seemed like a good dude, man. So that was dope. That was dope.
He does. He really seems like a good dude. And to be honest with you, every player that we've had on has been really like smart, like good teammate, good conversation. Like it's been nonstop. But like anytime we've had Rooker, we've had Sears, we've had Soderstrom, we've had Jacob Wilson. Like we've had this is our 5th or 6th A's interview. They've all been great. And, being a young player on that team right now, it has to be wild because you're watching all of a sudden they have 2 guys that are competing for the AL Rookie of the Year in Jacob Wilson. And now Nick Kurtz is what Kurtz has done is crazy, man. We looked up the stats earlier. He had 1 home run in his first 23 games and he's only played in 63 games. So he has 18 home runs in his last 40 games, and he's got something like 43 RBI in his last 40 games. That is
cooking.
Yeah. I mean, he flipped the ball over the fence in left field. He just went oppo with the ball. That was like a curve on the outside corner the other night. It was just crazy to watch his power.
Bro,
Yeah,
the
that
two,
dude.
the
Yeah.
2 home runs that I feel like, I know Tatis hit a bomb that I think they shorted him on some of the distance. But the 2 home runs I've seen that are the furthest in Sutter Health Park this year. Nick Kurtz at the walk-off against the Astros, I think it was. That was a bomb to left or right field. That went almost to the playground area, it felt like. That was a monster shot. And then he hit one a couple weeks later, I think against the Blue Jays, that went like 80% up the batter's eye in center field.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was smoked.
A monster. Like, he's hit 2 of the furthest home runs I feel like I've seen in that ballpark, man. So, yeah, good for him. Lawrence Butler, I remember we were talking about it a couple weeks ago, and I felt like he had let the circumstances of the Sacramento A's playing in the AAA park, I felt like he had let that affect his gameplay this year. And I think I even said it on the radio, I felt like he was pouting a little bit about the situation. He ended up starting to play really well a little bit after that. But the interview with you guys, I didn't think anything different, but he's a really good guy, man. And I'm sure the situation is tough. But I expect him to play a little bit better as time goes along.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Butler's, he finished last season so strong that you almost wonder if he's not more of a second half guy. And if that's the case and he starts rolling here, the A's could make a little bit of noise, but man, they've got so many young, talented batters, they can really hit, and they just need to find some more pitching, and they need to improve on defense, and they have to have guys who find their natural positions, because they got a bunch of dudes that, again, Tyler Soderstrom, Lawrence Butler talked about today. The first time he'd ever played left field was at the major league level. That's just crazy. The outfield at all. He'd never played the outfield before. And the first time he does it at the major league level. And watching him and Max Muncy, who's a second baseman who's playing at third, even he came up through their system as a shortstop second baseman. All of a sudden he shifts to third. So you have all these mistakes being made between a third baseman and a left fielder that have never played the positions, where they're almost running into each other, or they're letting balls fall in the outfield that just you can't let that happen. But it's just because they don't have the familiarity to really figure it all out.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what they can do next year. I mean, this year seems pretty cooked, but with those guys, the Soderstrom, Wilson, Butler, Kurtz, like you said, those bats, they're going to be cooking. Brent Rooker's still there and everything. So the bats are going to be must-see TV for sure. James, before we went to break, we were talking about the Kings situation, rehashing. You said it earlier, and it was perfect. Like, this part of the story, like it's a story that we read, or a show or a movie that we watch all the time. And this part of the story is when we figure out, what move when and went wrong and everything else like that. It's just a story, a rerun that we always watch, talking about this Kings team and what happened to the Beam team. But you said something that struck a chord with me. And you talked about how when they lost Harrison Barnes, they lost him on the court with what he was able to do at a guy 6'8", 6'9", could play the 3 and the 4. And they lost him in that locker room with his leadership and all this other stuff. And DeRozan comes in here, and maybe he has his imprint on the locker room a little too much, or whatever the case may be. And I say, if the culture and the identity of your team in that locker room gets to the point where it's an emotionally fragile situation, like you had said earlier, then you never had the people to begin with. Like, if Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox isn't able to stabilize that locker room and to stabilize this franchise from being emotionally unstable, there is no Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby that's going to get it done, because they're not franchise players. What that tells me is you need a franchise guy, a franchise pillar. And Sabonis and Fox were never that, because of the slight hint of adversity or things not going their way, they're not going to hold this thing together. That's what it says to me. Tell me if maybe I'm reading too much into it or misinterpreting what you're saying. But I think there's a real possibility that as much as people love the B team, love Sabonis, Fox, we had these guys and we had something going, these guys weren't built to be pillars of a franchise. It doesn't mean they're not good players or can't be vital to a team's success, but you're always going to need better players around them, or a better player at least.
Okay, so here would be my response. Like, first of all, like, a locker room is a delicate balance of a lot of things, right? But like, who's the dynasty that we've been dealing with for the last decade and a half?
The Warriors.
The Warriors. And what happened when Draymond Green decided to punch Jordan Poole in the face?
When it went bad, they get to the second round of the playoffs, but it went bad.
The entire thing crumbled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
that season crumbled.
Well, that season they didn't have, and they still had Steph there, right? Clay still there, Draymond still there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, an NBA locker room is delicate. Like, it can be like a momentary thing where things go south, and just because like things got out of control in one season doesn't mean things were going to get out of control and stay out of control. Like, again, you brought in a new voice and the team started winning. The team started playing well in Doug Christie. Sometimes that's what it is. You need a new voice. You need something that changes the temperature and changes everything, right? And I think Doug has been that voice, and you hope that carries over, right? Because it's one thing to be a leader of men. It's another thing to carry the job for 82 games for 4 or 5 years or 3 years or 8 years or 10 years. Like that, sometimes that idea of the fresh voice, but also that connector voice, sometimes it runs out of gas, and you got to deal with that when it comes. But like, look, I think that they, in my opinion, they just panicked midway through the season. And I don't know if that's because Monty and Wes saw the writing on the wall and figured, if we don't make changes, we're going to lose this thing. But they went out and they made mistakes, and they made egregious mistakes. And it started in the offseason before they even got to the regular season, when they let like one deal after another slip through their fingers. Then they made what looks more and more like a panic move to sign and trade for DeMar DeRozan. And then on top of that, then they made a series of like small blunders that really hurt them. Like, I've mentioned this so many times, but how much different does that team look if they've got 3 second-round picks early in the season and can go out and try to get a Jonas Valanciunas or Jake LaRavia in December versus in February? And that it's just a totally different look. It's a different team. What does that team look like if they have Cam Johnson instead of DeMar DeRozan? And like, I've said this too many times, but it's death by 1,000 paper cuts. Like, they just hurt themselves. And not only that, but the final move to move on from De'Aaron Fox and to take back Zach LaVine is a move that cripples a franchise. And it's why we keep hearing about 2027. Like, this is like a ship with the mast snapped in half. And you got to figure out how to get to, your next port. And that next port is 2027, unless somehow somebody figures out a way to put the thing back together at mid-flight. And so they just really, really hurt themselves by a series of moves that looked, like haphazard and like knee-jerk. And so you're hoping that again, Scott Perry, he's got a tall task, man. This isn't easy. And I think everyone's excited about guys like Nick Clifford. Everyone's excited.
Is this a ham freeze? This is a ham freeze. This is a ham freeze, ladies and gentlemen. 3:46 on the dot. We have a ham freeze. I feel like this might be my first solo ham freeze. Wow. Wow, this is a moment right here. Shout out to
I'm
me.
back.
He's back. There he is. He's back. He's back. It was my first solo ham freeze at 346.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I think everyone's so excited about some of the young players and all that's going on right now, and that's fine. But they have to remember that those young players aren't players that can come in and change the entire direction of a franchise on day one. And, like almost every move that we've seen this offseason is a player, is an acquisition that doesn't block maybe a younger player from playing. And, it adds depth. We've seen the depth, the Drew Eubanks acquisition, Dario Saric, Doug McDermott. Like, these are acquisitions, even a Dennis Schroeder. They don't block what could be next. And that's kind of the way that Scott Perry has to, rebuild this thing over the next year or two.
So here's what I'll say, James. We'll rewind a little bit back here to your original point of, and what I talked about at least, about not having the right leaderships, right? Not having the right pillars, the franchise players. We talked about that year where Draymond Green punches Jordan Poole in the face, and how you said how things fell apart. That was the same year their leader, their pillar, found a way to stay out of the play-in. He found a way, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying everything going good and you're a great leader then. What do you do when things are disastrous? That year, they found a way to stay out of the play-in. That year, they found a way to beat those other two leaders that we're talking about, or that we thought were leaders and franchise players in Sacramento, and win in the first round and move on to the second round. That year, there was adversity in that series. They were down 2-0 to that Kings team. They won 4 of the next 5 to win that series. That's because when things get rocky, when Draymond gets suspended, when Draymond punches somebody, when they're down 2-0, they have somebody that will not let the team emotionally fall apart and emotionally be fragile. And that's my point. In their worst moment, they had the leader, and I understand he's just a better player overall, but they had the leadership to not let them completely fall apart the way we've seen the last 2 years with the Sacramento Kings, with Sabonis and Fox supposing to be those guys.
No, I get that. Steph is incredible, right? But that team also won the championship the year before and got bounced in the second round of the playoffs and barely made the playoffs. And had to fight. They had to fight tooth and nail to become the 6th seed in the last week and a half of the season.
Yeah, and the Kings had to fight tooth and nail a couple years ago to avoid the play-in or get into the playoffs, and they couldn't do it because the second something goes wrong, they don't have the leadership to navigate through that. And I'm also talking about net leadership. This is what I talked about earlier, from top to bottom. They don't have leadership at the top. That when things get fragile, when things get a little dicey, somebody to come in here and make sure everybody stays on focus on the task at hand. And I don't think they have it at the top. I don't think they have it in the locker room. I don't think they had it in the locker room, because when everything was perfect in 2022, 23, it was good. That's not real leadership to me. Real leadership to me is when things are getting tough, when things are getting a little dicey. How do you handle it? Now, all of a sudden, when things are getting a little dicey, we want to blame the coach for having extra practices. Now, when things are getting a little dicey, we're going to talk about, well, I don't want to play for nobody but this coach because, well, we don't have this. Now, when things are a little dicey, we're going on podcasts and we're talking about, well, we just don't have enough. They never had the true leadership that we're talking about.
Oh, I don't like, you're probably right. In all honesty, you have a bunch of quiet guys in that locker room. You always have. And even now, who's going to be the leader this year? I don't know who that is. Again, don't take this as a shot, but your main acquisition is a guy who just played for 5 teams in the last 2 years. He's on his 6th team and to start the 3rd year. Again, you're not expecting Dennis Schroeder to walk in the door and take control of the team. It's going to have to come from Doug Christie. It's going to have to come from some of the players that are in that locker room. And, sometimes it does mean that somebody's got to step up that isn't comfortable, because I'll tell you, one of the leaders on this team the last 2 years, Trey Lyles, and you let him go in free agency and he's not coming back. At least it doesn't look like right now. So this is tough. you got to figure out, how it is that you self-regulate, how it is that it doesn't look like it did at the end of last season. Because I got to be honest, the end of last season, there was no self-regulation, and if there was, it was Trey Lyles who was making an impact by saying, hey, that's not okay, that's not acceptable. So I'm intrigued to see how this thing plays out. And again, I feel bad for a guy like Scott Perry, who's walking into a situation that's like, it's tough. Like, there are so many minefields hiding in this place. But also, Doug Christie, like, this is his opportunity to come back and be the guy for his team. Maybe they're able to catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe they're able, maybe these conversations that Doug has during the offseason or coming into training camp is what matters. But I also know it's going to be very, very difficult that if he doesn't have 100% buy-in from one of his very, very expensive players, sitting those guys is not going to be easy for Doug. If you don't get 100% buy-in from Zach LaVine, from Domantas Sabonis, from DeMar DeRozan, and you've got to sit one of those guys, can you do it? And that's tough. Yeah.
Just move on from him, because like I said, at this point, I don't look at Zach LaVine as a locker room leader. I do look at DeRozan that way. I think DeRozan actually, like, it's almost like the playing game was a little bit of microcosm of what it is. I don't know if DeMar DeRozan wants to shoot a bunch of times or not, but he looks around. He said, nobody else is doing it, so I'll do it. That may be how he looks at the leadership thing. Nobody else is stepping up in this locker room, so I'll do it. So if they don't have that guy on the roster, everybody need to be fair game, because the Beam Team year is looking more like an aberration. That was the big beginning. That should have been the beginning for a long, sustained time of winning. It looks like more of a fluke and an aberration than anything. Because once again, if you didn't have the pillars and the stability for the people to get you through the tough times, it was never going to last, no matter what the tough time was, whether it's not getting a player, whether it's not liking a coach, whether it's a losing streak. If you don't have the foundation, the true solid foundation, it's not going to make it through any of that stuff. And it didn't.
Well, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like, look, we talk about this in the past, like the old biblical verse, build your house on rock, don't build your house on sand. And I do feel like the Kings built their house on sand here. And I didn't feel that way year one, year two. I thought they were building something, but they just didn't take the necessary, steps to make sure that their foundation was secure. And now we're dealing with the repercussions, and more specifically, Scott Perry's dealing with the repercussions. So at least you have a guy who, has contacts all over the league that might be able to swing a deal here or there that makes sense to make this roster better. But at the same time, like, you're just walking a tightrope at all times, because the right thing to do at this point probably was to hit the reset button and start over completely. And to purge this team. And that's what you're hearing right now from national media all over the place. Like, what are the Kings doing? But that's just not the reality of where this franchise is. Again, we talked about this before. You just brought Major League Baseball into Sacramento. And whether that's going great or not, whether the A's are winning or not, you just brought in another product that people are paying money to. And, there's only so much money going around. And, I just don't see the Kings doing something crazy like slashing ticket prices and saying, hey, we're going to drop back and we're going to try our best to make this thing work. But we also understand that the product on the court might not be what we hope that it would be. And then the tough thing is that 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you're going to be rebuilding your fan base again.
And that's someplace nobody wants to go to. But we appreciate James Ham pulling up on us like he always does at 3:00. Casey and Friends is going to be back maybe tomorrow, but D'Lo and Casey is always here. And the Insiders are as well. Starts at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Vamos Gigantes. There we go. My bad, Ham. I asked you a question a little late.
I saw it at the last second. Like, oh, he needs me to wrap.
I asked you a question at like 54:30. I was like, that's not good job.
Oh, yeah. That's sweet.
All right, guys. You guys know the deal, man. I got to go get this other station taken care of. Appreciate you. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. We got a fun day going on tomorrow, man. So y'all be good.